Chapter 1. Experiencing the Apocalypse. I reborn as the apocalypse descends. 70% of humanity perishes. Chen Xue, betrayed by the goddess, is reborn 3 months prior. Resolutely determined to embrace a different way of life, he awakens a formidable capacity for learning, preparing himself to confront the impending doom. Whether it be firearms, driving, combat, performance, or cooking, he masters them all with astonishing ease. The goddess he has pursued for 2.5 years takes refuge in his home due to the apocalypse's arrival. Chen Xue understands that her presence is primarily due to the substantial stockpile of food he possesses, yet this knowledge fills him with joy. In the bathroom, a basin of steaming water awaits. Trembling in the chill, Chen Xue meticulously cleanses every inch of his skin, fearful of any lingering odor. Today, he is to bid farewell to his diligent hands. Soon, he will indulge in a post-coital cigarette, with the goddess he so ardently desires by his side. A thought that brings a smile to his lips. After his bath, with a heart full of trepidation, Chen Xue pushes open the bathroom door. The living room lies shrouded in darkness, and he peers cautiously into the void. Suddenly, a pale, handsome face emerges from around the corner, the man's eyes betraying anxiety. Yet his expression is fierce. A flash of white light streaks before Chen Xue. In a moment of stunned disbelief, a chilling sensation envelopes his neck. A warm flow trickles down from his nape. A sweetness fills his throat, and in a panic, he retreats into the bathroom. Casting a sidelong glance at his reflection in the mirror, his bare torso now stained crimson by the blood gushing from his wound, the pale man steps forward. Brandishing a bloodied fruit knife directed at Chen Xue, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him. He swiftly blocks the doorway to the bathroom. Behind him, a petite, exquisite face slowly emerges. A woman with fair skin, her expression tense as she gazes at Chen Xue, who clutches his wound. He's bled too much. Just scare him. This way. He will die? She exclaims, covering her mouth in horror, her eyes filled with reproach as she looks at the pale man. There was no choice. He insisted on delivering half of our supplies to the old lady upstairs. For our happy life together, he must die, the pale man shouts, his voice trembling as his gaze remains locked on Chen Xue. Besides, didn't you always say he was just a love-struck fool? What? Do you now feel sympathy for him? The woman retorts, her voice imbued with a tender sorrow as she gazes at him. I have long advised you against sending supplies to your grandmother. An elderly person will inevitably pass away. Why are you so selfish? Had you heeded our words, you would not find yourself in this predicament, she continues, her tone laced with concern. This woman is the goddess Chen Xue has longed for, and the 2.5 years of pursuit have led him to believe that every effort he made was justified. Chen Xue clutches his neck, desperately trying to speak. Yet no words emerge. He struggles to cough, but cannot. The surging blood obstructs his airway, and he frantically claws at his throat, gasping for breath. Overwhelmed by countless questions and a profound sense of injustice, with pleading eyes, he blinks repeatedly, seeking salvation from Chai Xinxin. Chai Xinxin emerged from behind Han Jin. Her back to Han Jin, the corners of her delicate lips curled slightly upward, her face adorned with a hint of a playful smirk, as if she were gazing upon an amusing jester. With a fierce expression yet a quivering voice tinged with sorrow, she uttered, I am truly sorry, Chen Xue. Han Jin and I merely wish to survive, but you have disappointed me gravely. I shall take good care of your home. Thank you for your unwavering dedication to me. I will live on in your stead. Chen Xue regarded Chai Xinxin, his eyes brimming with regret and loathing. He despised his own foolishness, his own delusions. Having offered her his utmost sincerity, he found himself reduced to a mere sycophant, a pitiful clown. Oh God, save me. How I long for a second chance. I would no longer be a sycophant, living solely for myself, harboring no illusions about this woman. As his head grew heavier, memories surged upon him like a slideshow, gradually causing him to lose consciousness. In an instant, Chen Xue abruptly opened his eyes to a scene filled with laughter and chatter, students bustling out of the school gates. He found himself in the familiar guardroom. A gentle breeze wafted through, the temperature exceptionally pleasant. Chen Xue was momentarily stunned, tears streaming down his cheeks. Have I been reborn? Is it truly the sin of spring? For in July of the lunar calendar year 2066, the global temperature had plummeted, heralding the approach of a blizzard. The cold swept across every city on Blue Star. In the northwestern region of Huaxia, known as the hottest area, the fire mountain reached a staggering -50 degrees even in the sweltering month of July, freezing the land for miles. Thick layers of snow buried the majority of living beings, with approximately 70% of humanity succumbing to the frigid conditions. Chen Xue sat dazed on the wooden bench in the guardroom, his gaze falling upon a vintage thermos in the corner. Wiping away the dust from its spout with a cloth, he raised the thermos and drank deeply, gulping down more than half its contents. The size of the bottle rendered him drenched from the waist up, yet he paid it no mind. The thermos belonged to Chen Xue, filled with water whose age was unknown. During his initial days of work, he had predominantly purchased beverages, seldom using it to fill up at the school's water station. However, in the present, this water tasted like ambrosia to him. As the bitter cold approached, water sources relied solely on melted snow, turning freshwater resources in urban and rural areas into solid ice. The task of melting snow was arduous. At -60 degrees, any exposed skin would freeze instantly. In such harsh conditions, illness and injury were often fatal. After finishing the water, Chen Xue glanced at the duty roster, noting the date, March 31st. There were still 3 full months until the apocalypse. Facing east, he knelt down in reverence. Has God heard my plea? Have I truly been reborn? Outside the duty room, a kindly old woman stared in astonishment at the sight of Chen Xue kneeling within, tapping on the window. Chen Xue hurriedly rose to his feet, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face as he opened the door to welcome the elderly woman inside. Grandmother, what brings you here? My dear grandson, I brought you some chicken soup. Drink it while it's still warm. You must take good care of your health, especially since you've just been discharged from the hospital. Last month, Chen Xue had been provoked by a group of unruly youths outside his school. Before he could reach the security room, he was beaten into unconsciousness by several young men and had to be rushed to the hospital for a blood transfusion to save his life. Grandmother, your legs aren't in good condition. You shouldn't trouble yourself bringing me soup. I'm still young, and a few minor injuries won't hinder me. You, at your age, must find it exhausting running around. The elderly woman, trembling, extracted 500 yuan and stuffed it into Chen Xue's pocket. Use this for yourself. Being a little security guard doesn't earn much. And how are you and Xine doing? You two should settle things soon. Your grandmother is eager to hold her great-grandchild. At her words, Chen Xue lowered his head, concealing his expression from her view, while he absent-mindedly accepted the money. Only after he had finished the soup under her watchful gaze did he see her off. With 3 months remaining until the apocalypse, he resolved that since he had been reborn, he must not allow the past to repeat itself. Chen Xue's countenance darkened. The experiences of that time could not have been mere dreams, especially the excruciating pain of having his throat slashed. It felt all too real. In his previous life, the goddess he had ardently pursued, and the face of that man haunted his thoughts relentlessly. Grandmother lived in the apartment above Chen Xue's, and he had never anticipated that his own kindness would inadvertently allow the wealthy boyfriend of his goddess to enter his home. Ultimately, it was his filial piety towards his grandmother that led to his demise at the hands of those treacherous individuals. This time, he resolved to live for himself. Moreover, he would ensure that these two people paid the price for their actions. However, for now, he needed to focus on how to survive the impending apocalypse in 3 months. Additionally, he must make arrangements for his grandmother's safety in advance. As the only child in his family, Chen Xue's parents had passed away early, leaving behind a 100-square-meter apartment and 2 million yuan in savings. With his grandmother's continuous financial support, Chen Xue, inherently lazy, chose to live a laid-back life. Working as a security guard in a high school with a rotating schedule proved quite agreeable. After all, having such funds placed him in a relatively comfortable position among ordinary people. When the apocalypse arrived, resources would be scarce. Chen Xue calculated that with his savings, he could amass enough supplies to fill his home. If he merely considered the food sources for himself and his grandmother, the provisions would certainly suffice, and a little hardship would pass in due time. Yet, given the time to prepare, he desired a certain quality of life. Food, clothing, and entertainment were all necessities. Otherwise, the days ahead would become exceedingly dull. Additionally, fuel and weapons were imperative. In the apocalypse, human nature would become increasingly complex. Before being attacked by the pale man in his previous life, neighbors had already attempted to persuade him multiple times to open the door. These neighbors threatened him, demanding his supplies, and Chen Xue sensed that it would not be long before they resorted to forceful measures to seize his resources. Chen Xue was lost in thought as he finished work and took a taxi home. After indulging in a soothing hot shower, he opened a live streaming platform for 5v5 competitive gaming. This genre of online gaming had always been his passion, but he had been unable to engage with it since the apocalypse. As he watched the live stream, Chen Xue found his concentration unusually heightened. Observing the strategies and maneuvers in the game, he felt a sudden epiphany, a surge of confidence that he too could excel. He chuckled to himself, recognizing this familiar pattern, always believing in his own prowess, only to be swiftly defeated when he tried his hand at it. As he pondered over his unattainable ideal, his goddess, Chen Xue resolved to channel his frustration into the game and launched it. Legendary. Pentakill. Could it be? Was he truly the king of the jungle? In disbelief, he played 10 consecutive matches, feeling as if he were effortlessly fishing in a stocked pond. It turned out that his gaming talent was exceptional. His skills post-rebirth surpassed those of ordinary players who had trained for 2.5 years. He sensed a tumult within him, as if his very blood were driving him forward. With a thought, he opened the collection of books at home. The former emperor's endeavors were cut short before fruition, the realm now divided, Sichuan weakened. Indeed, this is a perilous moment of survival. To his astonishment, after a single reading, he could recite the text verbatim. Aside from a slight fatigue, the information was etched in his mind without a single word lost. It seemed that in this new life, he had acquired abilities that transcended the ordinary. The arrival of the apocalypse had bestowed upon him a superhuman memory and learning capacity. After 15 minutes of committing an entire book to memory, Chen Xue felt an unprecedented exhaustion wash over him. His eyelids grew heavy, nearly impossible to keep open, as drowsiness surged like a tidal wave. While still conscious, he made his way to his bed and collapsed onto it, succumbing to slumber. Chapter 2. The goddess like no other. Chen Xue awoke around noon, and after a refreshing sleep, he eagerly applied his newly acquired skills to dominate elementary school students in the 5v5 competitive game. Glancing at the clock, he realized he had played a dozen matches without realizing the time. Reluctantly, he brushed his teeth and washed his face as the work hour approached. Stepping outside, he noticed elderly individuals gathered around a round table playing chess, while others strolled in the small square, walking dogs or children. The air was filled with the tantalizing aroma of cooking, evoking a long-lost sense of earthly pleasures that stirred his appetite. Chen Xue took a taxi to KFC, ordering 2 family buckets to take to school. Previously, he had little affinity for such high-fat, high-calorie food, but post-rebirth, he found himself craving it earnestly. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, even a piece of candy could compel many to cross their moral boundaries, while instant noodles had become a luxury. Fried chicken, on the other hand, was utterly irresistible to those who had long endured the cold. Carrying 2 hefty bags of fried chicken, Chen Xue arrived at the duty room as students trickled out of school after evening classes. In the crowd, he suddenly caught sight of a woman who caused his blood to run cold. She was exquisitely adorned, tall and elegant, clad in a chic ensemble. Seemingly around 23 or 24 years of age, draped over her left arm was a Gucci handbag, while her right hand was linked with that of her close friend, Gu Yu. At that moment, the 2 women also noticed Chen Xue, who was standing dazed at the school gate. Chen Xue, what on earth are you doing with all that junk food? Xin doesn't eat even like fried food, don't you know? Are you trying to be a stumbling block on our path to weight loss? Gu Yu said disdainfully, puffing out her ample chest. Chai Xinxin, with her captivating eyes, scrutinized Chen Xue, blinking and gently biting her lip, resembling a tender teacher observing a wayward student. Chen Xue was momentarily taken aback, clenching his teeth tightly, the veins at his temples bulging ominously. He dared to glance at Chai Xinxin only once before hastily averting his gaze, fearing he might succumb to the urge to administer a resuscitation technique right there on the spot. Indeed, it was that pitiable expression, combined with gentle and considerate words, and her elegant, intellectual demeanor. Were it not for his second chance at life, Chen Xue could never have believed that this white lotus could bring about his demise. As for Gu Yu, she was equally loathsome to him. Her mantra was that a man who spends money on you may not necessarily love you, while one who doesn't spend on you certainly does not love you. Gu Yu frequently collaborated with Chai Xinxin to employ extreme psychological manipulation, squeezing his wallet dry. Chen Xue stood silently, striving to compose himself. Gu Yu, growing impatient, remarked, "Have you turned mute from your hospital stay? Speak up." She detested being ignored by men. To her, a man of average qualities responding to her questions, even slightly late, was a personal affront, one she could not tolerate. "No, I bought it for myself," Chen Xue replied, suppressing his murderous intent, narrowing his eyes as he coldly addressed the 2 women. Sensing the chill in his gaze, Chai Xinxin uneasily inquired, "Chen Xue, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Chen Xue forced a benign smile, casually stating, "Perhaps I'm just a bit tired." He resolved in his heart to ensure that Chai Xinxin would pay a price. Otherwise, should he eliminate her now, he might find himself apprehended before the impending apocalypse. With 3 months remaining, he would utilize this time wisely. This woman must truly experience the terror of the coming end times. Make sure you don't overexert yourself. You should rest when on night duty, especially since you've just been discharged from the hospital and need adequate recuperation. Also, try to avoid those junk foods. The high-fat content is detrimental to your health. Chai Xinxin's voice flowed like a gentle stream. In his past life, Chen Xue would have blushed and had his heart race upon hearing her words. Now, as he gazed at her smooth, beautiful lips, he felt an overwhelming desire to tear them apart. If this conversation continued, Chen Xue knew he would be unable to restrain himself. So he merely nodded at his feet and replied, "Understood, I should get to work." As he entered the security office, closing the door behind him, two young women stood at the school gate, their expressions filled with astonishment. Why was Chen Xue so indifferent? Isn't his loyalty among your admirers at T0? Guyu gazed at Chai Xinxin in confusion. Chai Xinxin, lightly linking arms with Guyu, strolled out of the school gate and replied with a smile. Every admirer has their own style, wouldn't you agree? That year, he caught a glimpse of me in the neighborhood and was utterly enchanted. He willingly came here to work as a security guard for my sake. Such devotion is not easily swayed. Guyu nodded with a hint of envy, exclaiming, I want to nurture one too. Chai Xinxin took out her phone to check her WeChat messages, furrowing her brow as she said, All right, let us not dwell on this. Once the dinner party progresses, I'll pretend to be intoxicated, and you must find a way to assist me. You must ensure that I leave before 10 o'clock tonight. I have to meet Uncle Park. Guyu cheerfully remarked, Sisters united can achieve great things. She patted her own proud chest, reassuring her friend. In Chai Xinxin's view, dating and relationships were reserved for the affluent, while the evening was merely a form of work designated for long-standing clients. After some negotiation via WeChat, Chai Xinxin settled on a price of 2,000 yuan with her regular client, Uncle Park. After all, marriage is a long-term investment, while business provides short-term income. Everything has its place. Little did Chen Xue know that the goddess he had never even held hands with could be won over by an elderly man on social welfare for the mere sum of 2,000 yuan, while Uncle Park anticipated a price of only 1,000. However, for Chen Xue, the most pressing matter was to experience all the life he had yet to live before the impending apocalypse. With a resolute determination, he decided to visit the automobile city the following day, as the students and teachers who had stayed late for evening study gradually departed. Chen Xue finally took out his phone to research cars. He also placed an order online, purchasing the newly released iPhone 42 Pro through Huaba. A man must treat himself well. After all, isn't everyone a little prince at home? After half an evening of deliberation, he ultimately chose to visit the Porsche dealership. Upon entering the showroom, a slender man in a tailored suit approached Chen Xue with a lackluster demeanor, introducing him to various models. Chen Xue merely waved him off and walked directly towards a vehicle. Within an hour, the suited man joyfully escorted him out. Chen Xue drove away in a stunning amethyst-colored Panamera, utilizing a zero-down payment plan that required only monthly mortgage repayments, perfectly suiting his current situation. The entire process from test drive to delivery lasted less than half an hour, during which Chen Xue attentively observed the driving skills of the test driver. On his way back, he executed a drift in front of the young man using the same technique, almost making him believe he had encountered a peer. It must be said that the driving skills of the Pamiai chauffeur were quite impressive. Chen Xue initially intended to customize a color, but the suited gentleman informed him that such an endeavor would require a 6-month wait. Therefore, opting for an available vehicle seemed more prudent. Considering this model might only be driven for 3 months, the sooner it was acquired, the longer he could enjoy it. With the advent of the apocalypse and the thick snowfall, such a mode of transport would soon be rendered unusable. Driving his pristine Pamiai, Chen Xue returned in a daze to his residence in the Xinya community. After familiarizing himself with the driving techniques, he felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. Mustering his resolve, he made his way to his grandmother's home, which was located just above his own. When Chen Xue's parents purchased the property, they acquired 2 units in the same complex, considering the frail health of the elderly lady. After helping his grandmother pack her belongings, he escorted her downstairs to live with him. His grandmother had always spoiled him, and he often visited her for meals. Therefore, when he suggested she move in with him, she was more than willing. Yearning to see her grandson daily, she was thrilled at the prospect, especially since he had previously insisted on maintaining his personal space, often leaving her without company except during meal times. While packing, she handed over the property deed and some gold and silver jewelry to him. My dear grandson, I am growing old. Each day is a gift. Please keep these safe as a way of helping me, she said. Chen Xue did not refuse her wishes. Reflecting on the years he had spent solely focused on Chai Xinxin and what he had done for his grandmother, he swiftly assisted her in moving, only to receive a message from Chai Xinxin. Do you think these high heels suit my style? Accompanying the text was a picture of a pair of LV heels. In the past, Chen Xue had been a thoughtful man. In such circumstances, he would have readily placed an order, believing that if it made his goddess happy, then spending hundreds or thousands was inconsequential. This time, however, he merely glanced at the message before shutting his phone and heading for a shower. Outside the bank, a brand new Pamiai awaited him. After preparing the necessary documents, Chen Xue proceeded to apply for a loan by mortgaging both his house and his grandmother's. The bank granted him a loan of only 2 million yuan. Living in a small 4th-tier city, where property prices were relatively low at around 10,000 yuan per square meter, he found this amount unsatisfactory, as it fell significantly short of his expectations. He resolved to utilize his credit card and spending power during the purchase. He understood that when the apocalypse arrived, such money would merely turn to waste paper, and any debts from advanced consumption would naturally not require repayment. After finalizing the loan, Chen Xue emerged from the bank with his documents, only to be intercepted by a middle-aged man with a kindly demeanor who handed him a business card. Haichuan Guarantee Limited Liability Company, it read. General Manager Qian Yaowan. Chen Xue glanced impatiently at the business card before turning his gaze back to the middle-aged man. Is there something you need? Chen Xue's tone was somewhat brusque. He despised such interruptions. Greetings, I am Qian Yaowan, the manager of Haichuan Guarantee. Should the bank encounter difficulties with cash flow, Haichuan Guarantee is always at your service. The man replied courteously. Chen Xue was taken aback by his words, given that the bank staff had not been particularly accommodating, despite having over $1 million in savings. The teller had treated him with evident disdain, leaving him quite irked. It seemed that the quality of loan sharks had improved. This man appeared far more professional than the bank's clerk. Chen Xue contemplated Qian Yaowan for a moment. Suddenly, an idea sparked within him. His expression softened as he sighed. I urgently require funds. The amount I need is substantial. Are you truly able to assist me? The middle-aged man revealed a confident smile and replied, Sir, we can provide you with a considerable loan. If we cannot assist you, there will be no guarantee company in the entire oil bubble city that can resolve your predicament. Chen Xue grasped Qian Yaowan's hand eagerly and said, Then I require $3 million. My company will be listed in 4 months, and I can repay it immediately. No problem. Qian Yaowan replied, This is not the place for discussion. Please accompany me to our office, where we can sit down and converse at length. Chen Xue, delighted, rubbed his hands together like a child anticipating a sweet treat. Following Qian Yaowan in a paying vehicle, they arrived at Haichuan Guarantee, located in a downtown office building that resembled a modest rented office of a shell company. In the office, a bald man sat on the sofa, stout and imposing, adorned with a gold chain around his neck and clutching a small handbag. He lounged comfortably, casually picking his ear with his pinky finger. Qian Yaowan guided Chen Xue to a seat, offered him tea, and did not introduce the man. He then produced a contract and casually began to outline the loan process. After some haggling, Haichuan Guarantee agreed to lend Chen Xue $3 million, with the funds to be transferred immediately. The repayment term stipulated $5 million in 4 months, with an additional 10% for each month overdue. Since repayment seemed unlikely, Chen Xue readily acquiesced and decided to delegate the cumbersome processes to Qian Yaowan. With a smile, Qian Yaowan remarked, These are minor issues. I will arrange for the vehicle registration and mortgage procedures with a specialist. You can rest assured, Mr. Chen, that professionals handle professional matters. Nevertheless, Chen Xue feigned hesitation and produced the property certificate and vehicle registration documents. After signing and affixing his fingerprints, Chen Xue exited the office and closed the door. As he was about to walk away, he heard the sound of Qian Yaowan's hearty laughter from within. At that moment, a somewhat mischievous thought took root in Chen Xue's mind. He turned back to reopen the office door he had just closed. Casting a mild glance at Qian Yaowan and the bald man, Qian Yaowan immediately adopted a nonchalant expression, inquiring, Mr. Chen, do you have anything to add? Chen Xue silently observed the two of them, then shut the door and exited the office, gradually walking away. No, he must not smile just yet. He had to hold it in. As he descended in the elevator, the thought that Qian Yaowan would never have to repay his debt filled Chen Xue with immense satisfaction. Holding a document bag, he strode out of the office building with an air of confidence. He felt as though he were walking on air. Next, he needed to devise a plan to exchange properties, as his current home had already been mortgaged. Selling it to purchase a new residence seemed implausible. Contemplating the future, Chen Xue noted that global temperatures would begin to decline in July, while the geographical location of Yupao City lay in the northwestern frontier of Huaxia. Although every household was equipped with heating, the frigid weather would render northern cities colder than those in the south. Chen Xue's home was on the 18th floor. Given the choice, he would prefer an underground shelter, as subterranean temperatures would provide more warmth during severe cold, whereas higher altitudes would be comparatively chillier. At that moment, a row of villas behind the Xinxin community caught Chen Xue's attention. This was the Gia Garden, adjacent to the Xinxin community, housing many officials' families. When this villa area was first developed, some officials privy to insider information purchased these villas at remarkably low prices. It was rumored that these villas were discreetly launched for sale, seemingly not for profit, but rather as a privilege for the elite. Driving his Pamiai around the Gia Garden, he noticed that one villa was encircled by 2-meter-high iron fences. Unlike the other villas, this particular one was entirely black. From the outside, the door frame and glass appeared reinforced. A piece of paper affixed to the outer gate bore information about the property for sale. Chen Xue glanced at it and called the number listed to contact the owner. Shortly thereafter, a Range Rover pulled up at the entrance, and a thin, Short middle-aged man emerged. After a brief exchange, the man led Chen Xue into the courtyard. The slender man struggled to open the heavy gate. Before him stood a gray-black three-story villa, topped with a small attic. Upon entering through the main door, Chen Xue took a moment to scrutinize the security door. Given its thickness and material, it seemed to be a blast-proof door. Continuing further inside, he found a two-story vaulted living room, elegantly designed in a chic, light luxury style. The house had a structure of 6 rooms and 2 halls, with an area of approximately 300 square meters, considered small yet exquisite for a villa. The basement of the villa extended 2 levels down. The first level contained 3 storage rooms and a cold room. The bottom level was spacious, featuring a bathroom and a gym. Within the gym lay a concealed door, leading to a hidden passage that connected to the villa's back entrance. Chen Xue meticulously examined both the interior and exterior of the villa, expressing his utmost satisfaction. Curiously, he inquired, "The security measures in your villa are remarkably comprehensive. It feels almost like a sanctuary." The slender man awkwardly replied, "What you may not know is that my wife works in intelligence. I constantly worry about unforeseen circumstances, hence the need for extensive preparations." Chen Xue, dismissing the concern with a smile, asked, "Why would one sell such a splendid villa?" The man's expression gradually hardened as he silently lit a cigarette, seemingly lost in thought. His eyes brimmed with sorrow as he choked out, "To be frank, my daughter recently passed away in a car accident. My wife, unable to bear the heavy blow, was also hospitalized. Since her discharge, she has refused to return here. Our daughter grew up in this house. It constantly reminds her of our loss, even leading to mental distress. Thus, we decided to sell the property and seek a fresh start." "That is indeed unfortunate. My condolences, sir," Chen Xue offered in comfort. After a series of negotiations, Chen Xue returned to the Xinxin community with the villa's black box. The homeowner was quite agreeable, acquiescing to his mortgage purchase request. Chen Xue felt he had made a substantial gain. The villa boasted a blast-proof door, an ice room, and multiple storage rooms. What pleased him most was the hidden passage that led directly to the back door. With a monthly mortgage repayment of 160,000 yuan, he only needed to pay for a few months to secure this lavish villa. In the impending apocalypse, this residence would prove invaluable. Recalling the events prior to his rebirth, it was evident that death would gradually ensue. Not long ago, incidents of looting supplies had begun to surface. Gradually, public sentiment grew increasingly restless, and violent occurrences multiplied. In his memory, the most severe incident transpired one fateful afternoon. A group of individuals arrived at Gyuan, one of whom brandished a firearm. They chose a brightly lit villa, forcibly taking it over. From his vantage point upstairs, Chen Xue witnessed 2 bodies being thrown from the villa. The details thereafter remained unclear. It was uncertain whether this rebirth would alter the course of events. If all went as expected, that group would likely target the same brightly lit villa again. Thus, it would be prudent to wait until the bloodshed subsided before quietly infiltrating the villa through the hidden passage. By then, armed with ample supplies, Chen Xue would undoubtedly emerge as a victor in life. Upon returning to his bedroom, Chen Xue compiled an extensive checklist. The list spanned over a dozen pages, encompassing essentials such as rice, flour, sugar, vinegar, salt, milk powder, beans, spirits, bacteria, honey, and other non-perishable food items. The variety of canned goods alone exceeded dozens. Additionally, he noted 50 portable household heaters, 50 electric fans, 5 wall-mounted heating boilers, 5 civilian generators, 2 distillation devices, and a considerable quantity of tools and materials. Comprehensive medical facilities and pharmaceuticals, an array of clothing and bedding, 5 of every electronic product. Arcade games in abundance, with 2 copies of every game available in the market. 1,000 servings of hot pot base, 20 tons of coal, 5 barbecue grills, and 2 USB drives filled with over 100 million short films. Every item Chen Xue could conceive was meticulously listed. Now, accounting for his savings, borrowed funds, and his grandmother's contributions, Chen Xue possessed over 9 million in total. Having long activated substantial repayment options and credit cards, he need not expend his liquid assets for any purchases. Considering this, he planned to request a leave from school in the coming days to retrieve the supplies on his list, transporting them to the villa and his home. The school bell rang. Outside the campus, a group of high school students gathered around a brand new purple Panamera, striking various poses for selfies. Moments later, amidst their astonished gazes, Chen Xue yawned as he descended from the vehicle. He had arrived an hour early, still before the handover time, reluctant to engage in any early transition. So he had dozed off in the car. The previous night, Chen Xue had immersed himself in a multitude of films, subconsciously mimicking the demeanor and charisma of the male actors. His gestures and postures were nearly indistinguishable from those he sought to imitate, even replicating their vocal tones with precision. With dark circles under his eyes from a sleepless night, Chen Xue glanced at his phone, lamenting, "No matter the time, studying always leaves me weary. I shall rest well during my shift later." At that moment, two women approached and paused in their tracks. "Chen Xue, did you buy a car? A Panamera?" Chapter 4, Plastic Sisters. Guyu regarded Chen Xue with a skeptical expression, her arm linked with the astonished Chai Xinxin. "Chen Xue, is this your car?" Chai Xinxin tugged at her friend, seemingly concerned about Guyu potentially embarrassing him. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at Chen Xue. "Indeed, just purchased." Chen Xue replied in a deep, calm tone, since he had begun to emulate the charm and demeanor of male actors from films. His own presence had undergone a significant transformation, exuding a palpable tension in every movement. Now, should he desire, Chen Xue could easily assume the role of a leading man. Chai Xinxin hesitated, noting that today's Chen Xue seemed distinctly different. She couldn't quite articulate how. There was an inexplicable air of handsomeness about him. Was it the allure of the Panamera? Not entirely. It was a feeling emanating from within. She found herself reminiscing about the past, when the former Chen Xue would have invited her into the car for a joyride. Now, he harbored no such intentions. Moreover, he hadn't sent her any messages in the past week. No good mornings, no good nights. Chai Xinxin felt as though a fish in her pond had slipped from her grasp, a disconcerting reality for someone of her esteemed talents in tea artistry. Moreover, Chen Xue possesses some savings. Although he may appear somewhat indolent, he treats himself exceptionally well, presenting luxurious gifts on his birthday and during festive occasions. Whenever he encounters something he admires on social media, he is invariably the first to procure it for her. Each day, the first cup of Starbucks is punctually delivered to Chai Xinxin's office. Both she and Guyu serve as educators at their institution. And when Chen Xue orders takeout for her, he never forgets to include Guyu as well. Overall, Chen Xue embodies the role of a devoted admirer. A perfectly suitable backup. When Chai Xinxin tires of her escapades and finds no suitable candidate, she could easily utilize her marriage with Chen Xue as a springboard. After all, being so obedient, surely he wouldn't mind if I asked him to buy a house and put my name on it, would he? Noticing Chen Xue's aloof demeanor, Chai Xinxin furrowed her brows and, with a hint of playful petulance, stamped her foot, saying, "Lately, I don't know what's wrong with you. You don't even reply to my messages. Now, you're keeping me in the dark about buying a car. Tell me, have you developed feelings for someone else and no longer care for Xinxin?" This tactic, when employed by a girl of lesser beauty, would yield little effect. Yet, Chai Xinxin could wield it to exceptional success. In the past, when Chen Xue witnessed her resorting to such measures, all his frustrations and grievances would dissipate in an instant. He would have readily agreed, even if it meant sacrificing a rib for soup. However, following his rebirth, his outlook had transformed entirely. Now, he harbored nothing but disdain for her. As the class bell rang, he casually remarked, "It's time for me to work." Chai Xinxin wished to say more, but Chen Xue had already hastened into the duty room, leaving the two women in a state of bewilderment. This security guard had acquired a new vehicle. He was undoubtedly a concealed scion of wealth. Both women possessed a keen intuition for identifying wealthy suitors, as they represented their primary source of income. Chen Xue's behavior left Chai Xinxin feeling utterly humiliated. After all, she had already displayed such vulnerability in front of her friend, only for her devoted admirer to remain unmoved. "Xinxin, is something amiss? Has Chen Xue given up on pursuing you?" Guyu inquired tentatively. Chai Xinxin cast a sidelong glance at Guyu. Well aware of her superficial friendship, Guyu certainly harbored ulterior motives. Having noticed the changes in Chen Xue, she likely sought to encroach upon her territory. "What gives you the audacity to covet my backup?" Chai Xinxin feigned nonchalance, replying, "That one tea happened. Perhaps I've simply neglected him for too long. You see, men can be like kites. If they fly too far, one must tighten the string." Guyu had long harbored dissatisfaction towards Chai Xinxin, as her beauty consistently overshadowed her own, relegating her to the role of a mere supporting character. Of course, she had her own advantages, as not everyone possessed a 36D figure. "Well, let us hope so," Guyu affirmed Chai Xinxin's perspective, while secretly plotting how to win over Chen Xue, the unsuspecting benefactor. After knowing him for so long, she was astonished to discover that this security guard was indeed a hidden scion of wealth. In the same campus, it is exceedingly convenient to entice Chen Xue. Proximity often grants one the advantage. Should I succeed, it would indeed deliver a resounding blow to that wretched individual, Chai Xinxin. As for Chen Xue, upon returning to the duty room, he promptly succumbed to slumber. The incessant mimicry from the previous night left him feeling utterly drained. According to regulations, the school where Chen Xue is employed mandates that the gates remain closed until the end of the school day. However, he noticed that various teachers and students continuously entered and exited for myriad reasons, and he alone possessed the electric key to the main gate. To avoid disturbances, he decided to leave the gate ajar, allowing him to enjoy a peaceful rest until his shift ended. As the handover time approached, Chen Xue, just awakened, noticed messages in the work group. A man in his 50s was uttering disparaging remarks. In the WeChat group, Principal Lu stated, "Some comrades can't even manage the duty of a gatekeeper. To speak bluntly, even a dog knows how to guard the door. Such individuals ought to reflect on themselves. How can they be outdone by mere beasts?" Chen Xue stared at the messages on his phone, increasingly speechless. Wasn't this a direct jab at him? Sleeping on the job had become an unfortunate tradition among the security personnel at the school, and it was not uncommon for them to doze off. Typically diligent, this was his first experience of sleeping during work hours. Mastering his acting skills had proven to be mentally taxing, and this time, he simply could not resist the pull of sleep. The duty room had 3 shifts. Chen Xue's previous shift was with old Lu, a man in his 50s, who was a lecherous old man, indifferent to cleanliness. He would impose all the cleaning duties on Chen Xue, and each time old Lu passed by, he left a lingering foul odor. Such a person had the audacity to force others to clean for him. Old Lu's catchphrase was, "Young people should endure hardships. At my age, I'll leave these to the younger generation." Chen Xue's next shift partner was Sister Ma, around 40, a married woman still possessing charm. She had an ambiguous relationship with Principal Lu and was utterly devoid of principles. However, what irked Chen Xue the most was that Sister Ma always arrived 2 hours late for her shift, thus making him work an additional 4 hours each time. Sister Ma, an experienced martial artist, often preached about the need for the young to contribute, spouting phrases about how men should work a little harder without fear of fatigue. Reflecting on these 2 bothersome colleagues and glancing at the principal's outburst in the WeChat group, Chen Xue resolved to take a stand. "Damn it. The world is on the brink of collapse, and I shall not allow you to bully me any longer." He swiftly typed a response in the group. "Chen Xue, Principal Lu, please quell your anger. Are you referring to your cousin, that despicable old fool? He certainly has a penchant for lewd behavior, often sneaking glances at female students. Just the other day, while helping to move tables, he shamelessly brushed up against a girl. Chen Xue, and there was another instance when that old man ventured into the girl's restroom, only to claim he was there to clean. Don't you find your cousin quite humorous? Chen Xue, as for your mistress, Sister Ma, her transgressions are even more egregious. Do you truly believe she limits her betrayals to her husband? I have witnessed her being picked up by the tofu vendors several times at the entrance. It seems certain abilities of hers far surpass yours. Chen Xue, these 2 individuals tasked with guarding the premises seem woefully inadequate. Day in and day out, they merely occupy their time sleeping on the job. He does not utter a single word of reproach towards the principal, yet he cannot escape the principal's shadow. After sending these remarks, Chen Xue thoughtfully included old Lu and Sister Ma in the conversation. The 2, incensed, unleashed a torrent of verbal vitriol against Chen Xue in the group chat. Following these statements, the group erupted with fervor, prompting many to fervently share the post. Chai Xinxin and Guyu were also present in the group. The gossip-loving Guyu promptly shared screenshots of the WeChat exchange in both the parents group and the class group. Before long, the news spread like wildfire. Observing the flurry of messages, Principal Lu found himself utterly bewildered. Good gracious, as the leader, I merely commented on you. And you immediately transformed into a venomous critic, did you? Accustomed to wielding power with an iron fist, despite his diminutive stature, he had never encountered anyone daring to challenge him within the faculty. Now, he yearned to strike Chen Xue's mouth into a swollen pulp. He believed the security guard's remarks had severely undermined his authority as an educational leader. In his youth, Principal Lu had faced disciplinary action for rendering a student deaf in one ear, a consequence that, given his connections, would have otherwise seen him ascend to the District Education Bureau long ago. In the WeChat group, Principal Lu, Chen Xue, you vile creature, cease your slanderous tirade. Remain in the guardroom and do not attempt to flee. Chen Xue, in defiance, unabashedly replied in the work group. I am waiting right here in the guardroom for your mistress to take over. What of it? Do you intend to come and bite me? I shall not leave. Lu, staring furiously at his phone screen, was beside himself with rage. Summoning teacher phone from the adjacent office to accompany him to the guardroom. This teacher phone was no ordinary individual. Adept in both singing and basketball, he taught physical education. As the principal's most loyal sycophant, he would not flinch even if the principal commanded him to wield a knife against his own father. He was tall and robust, with a stern countenance and bushy eyebrows. His square face bore an air of seriousness, causing even the most rebellious students to steer clear of him. It was said that even the most notorious bullies in the school would falter before his single punch. Teacher Feng quickly grasped that the principal's call for him signified an intention to teach this insolent security guard a lesson. With the position of Director of Education vacant, a role recommended by Principal Lu, this was an exceptional opportunity for him to showcase his capabilities and he was determined to seize it. In the interest of ensuring the leadership did not suffer any losses, he decided to hold off on direct action for the moment, opting instead to subtly influence the situation. Principal Lu's partner was soon to arrive to pick up Chen Xue's shift. When leadership holds the advantage, it is imperative that the principal's slap lands squarely on Chen Xue's face, thus satisfying the principal's need for retribution while enhancing his stature in front of his partner. As for the minor issue of physical confrontation, it could easily be resolved internally, especially considering that the local director Shi was an old classmate of the principal. In this scene, Chen Xue noticed a woman sprinting towards the duty room from a distance, and he recognized her as Gu Yu. After all, her 36D figure was hard to miss as she approached with an energetic bounce. She seized Chen Xue's hand, her eyes filled with urgency as she implored. "We must leave quickly. Teacher Feng is coming too, and you will be at a disadvantage." Chen Xue was taken aback. He wondered what had prompted this sudden kindness from her, especially after she had regarded him with disdain the previous day. It dawned on him that her true intention was likely to position herself nearby to witness the unfolding drama, for Gu Yu was notoriously gossipy throughout the school. She must have been aware of the heated dispute between Chen Xue and the principal in their group chat. In such a scenario, the more she urged one party to retreat, the less likely they would yield, as no man wishes to appear foolish in front of a woman. Perhaps it was the pride of a male instinct at play. Additionally, Gu Yu's actions served another purpose, to curry favor with Chen Xue, likely due to her association with Primera. As they conversed, Principal Lu stormed in alongside Teacher Feng, seething with anger. Without hesitation, Principal Lu lunged forward, pointing at Chen Xue and bellowing, "You brat, I will crush you today." It must be said that Principal Lu had a rather intimidating presence, his physique resembling that of a large bullet. Accompanying him, Teacher Feng wore a mischievous grin, calling out, Now, let us not act impulsively, we can discuss this." Yet, he deftly maneuvered behind Chen Xue, attempting to restrain his hands. Gu Yu, meanwhile, pulled out her phone, ready to capture this amusing scene to share in their group chat and on social media. At that moment, the school day had just concluded. Teachers and curious students flocked from all directions, converging around Chen Xue and the others. The vicinity of the guardroom became crowded, blocking the school entrance. And even some outsiders joined in the commotion. Among them was Chai Xinxin, who had prepared to offer Chen Xue a tissue when he inevitably found himself in a disheveled state, ready to console him while showcasing a link to a Dior lipstick on Taobao. The older teachers present were well aware of Principal Lu's notorious reputation. The security guard was in quite a predicament, for Principal Lu was infamous for his fiery temper and had a history of brawling in his youth. Coupled with the formidable Teacher Feng, the seemingly unremarkable security guard would likely struggle against these two. Many students in the teaching building had seen Gu Yu's WeChat screenshots. Teacher Feng was known as a school bully. One could only guess how many punches the security guard could withstand. The students, ignited by their insatiable curiosity, surged forward to witness the spectacle. Some righteous teachers pulled out their phones, prepared to call the authorities should the situation escalate. At this juncture, Teacher Feng had already grasped the cuff of Chen Xue's left sleeve. Chapter 5. Assaulting the school authorities. Chen Xue realized that his hands were about to be seized by Teacher Feng. He stepped forward, forcefully yanking his captured left hand away, simultaneously throwing a right punch from right to left, his knee slightly bent in preparation. With a powerful twist of his waist, he unleashed a sweeping punch aimed squarely at Teacher Feng's temple. Teacher Feng felt a heavy blow to his head, attempting to rise only to be met with darkness. He staggered back a few steps before the nearly 6'5" giant fell backward. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. Principal Lu had yet to comprehend what had transpired. Chen Xue immediately turned to face him, tilting his head back before delivering a striking headbutt that connected with Lu's nose. A sharp pain shot through his nose, causing the world to spin, and blood gushed forth. Chen Xue looked down at Principal Lu, who was now on his knees like a dog, and the unconscious Teacher Feng, his gaze devoid of emotion as he remarked, "Where there is oppression, there is resistance." With that, he slipped his hands into his pockets and exited the school gates. The purple Panamera roared away from the premises. Sister Ma, who was there to take over, stood displeased in the guardroom, already aware of the incident with the principal through countless messages from her husband. She had initially planned to confront Chen Xue with a fierce kick upon her arrival, but upon seeing his calm demeanor, she hesitated. Nearby, the school nurse, Lin Nan, glanced at the principal's dire condition and noted that his nose had been broken. To prevent the situation from escalating further, she discreetly dialed emergency services from the back of the crowd. The gathered onlookers continued to discuss the unfolding events, most believing that Chen Xue had launched 2 precise attacks, each striking its intended target with accuracy. Without a certain level of combat skill, one could not achieve such results. Everything transpired so quickly that some individuals returning from buying sunflower seeds missed the entire spectacle. Chai Xinxin and Gu Yu stood in stunned silence. Now convinced that Chen Xue must be a wealthy heir, for it was inconceivable he would openly assault the principal otherwise. The two women began to concoct various scenarios in their minds, tales of a wealthy young man masquerading as an ordinary person in search of true love, or the son of a CEO returning home to inherit a fortune after enduring life's hardships. In this school, one could not ascend to the role of principal without connections, nor would anyone dare to attack a superior in public without substantial backing. Meanwhile, Chen Xue returned home, humming a tune. After a refreshing shower, he checked his unread messages. Chai Xinxin texted, "Chen Xue, I was so worried about you just now. Please don't get into fights anymore. What if you get hurt? Where are you? I'd like to see you. How about we go to that Michelin 3-star teppanyaki place we used to frequent?" Chen Xue smirked slightly, but did not reply. Another message was from Gu Yu. "You were really impressive when you confronted the principal. Man, you have caught my attention. Let us have dinner together tonight." Gu Yu had often been subjected to the principal's advances, and witnessing his defeat brought her a sense of relief. Chen Xue pondered for a moment, but ultimately replied to Gu Yu with a simple no. He considers himself a courteous individual, although he holds a disdain for Gu Yu. She is, after all, not as detestable as Chai Xinxin. Reflecting on the recent altercation at school, Chen Xue mused upon the transformations he has undergone. In the past, even the thought of engaging in a fight would leave his body trembling, uncertain whether it was excitement or fear. He seldom found himself in conflicts before, let alone departing from a brawl with composure and poise. Chen Xue attributes his metamorphosis to his remarkable capacity for rapid learning and personal growth. Previously, he had been a lackluster student, harboring a strong aversion to academia. However, since his rebirth, he has sensed the emergence of a white orb of light in the center of his forehead. This alteration has significantly enhanced his learning aptitude. When the orb is charged, he harnesses its power to grasp knowledge effortlessly. Concepts that were once foreign to him now seem to be comprehended with the ease of a prodigy. The punches he unleashed upon Teacher Feng were executed using the most practical techniques from boxing, while the headbutt was a signature move of a certain sports star. Merely days prior, Chen Xue had casually perused instructional videos, subconsciously utilizing the orb to concentrate and study for a while. To his astonishment, he had nearly mastered the essential techniques. It appears he must invest further effort in employing the orb to acquire various skills. Through this experience, he has come to truly appreciate the adage that strength is indeed paramount. Had the recipient of the blows not been Principal Lu but himself, he would likely have faced a rather grim fate. In a post-apocalyptic world, one can only imagine the multitude of dangers that may arise. Mastery of combat skills is imperative. Chen Xue discovered that each time he employed his abilities to learn, the white orb would dim slightly, leaving him feeling profoundly fatigued. Once the orb completely dissipated, it would gradually rejuvenate over time. Within the orb, two small spheres spun, one intangible and the other solid. Chen Xue had attempted on numerous occasions to unravel the mysteries contained within the orb, yet to no avail. By now, evening had descended. Chen Xue ordered a spicy hot pot, a meal intended for 6. After indulging, he slipped into slumber. Eating and resting accelerate the orb's recovery, which has led to a remarkable increase in his appetite. Once, a single bowl of rice and a plate of vegetables would suffice. Yet now he finds himself only 7/10 full after consuming 3 to 5 bowls. The following day, he received a summons from the jurisdiction's police station. Chen Xue furrowed his brow. It seemed this predicament required resolution. After a while, he emerged from the station. Director Shi, a former classmate of Principal Lu, was met with Chen Xue's intention to assert dominance. Ultimately, Shi sought to extract additional compensation to appease his old acquaintance. However, before he could utter a word, Chen Xue feigned a demeanor of contrition, not only tearfully admitting his mistakes, but also flattering Director Shi profusely. His performances rivaled that of an Oscar-winning actor, leaving Director Shi somewhat reluctant to continue his extortion. He believed that the security guard was indeed a man of integrity, and that Principal Lu had been excessively harsh in his treatment. Chen Xue appeared more like a victim than Principal Lu. Not only did he admit his fault with sincerity, but when faced with Lu's relentless pursuit, he felt compelled to promise compensation of 500,000 to the two victims in 2 months' time, merely seeking an early release to return home. Chen Xue calculated the time remaining until the apocalypse, only 2 months left. Thus, it was only after this period that he could possibly arrange for such substantial compensation, as it was no trifling sum. Being merely a security guard, he required time to gather that amount. After some mediation by the staff, a reconciliation was reached between him and Principal Lu. However, the school insisted that Chen Xue resign immediately. He had little attachment left, but decided to retrieve his security uniform from the duty room, as a keepsake of sorts. After all, in the post-apocalyptic world, few things remained to pass the time. Just as he returned to the school to pack his belongings, Chai Xinxin appeared in the duty room as if she had anticipated his arrival, assisting him in organizing his wardrobe and packing. Old Liu, on duty nearby, completely ignored Chen Xue, though his gaze occasionally flickered towards Chai Xinxin's perfectly curved figure. Today, her makeup was exquisite, and the fitted dress accentuated her slender silhouette, her flat abdomen igniting desire in the hearts of many men. Chen Xue, I want to see you again after this. It makes me want to cry. Will you still buy me takeout like before? Chai Xinxin's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her expression pitiful as she bit her lower lip and asked. Chen Xue scoffed inwardly, disregarding her words as he simply took his security uniform and exited the duty room. He was painfully aware that in the 2.5 years they had known each other, this woman had never sought him out, and her attitude had shifted as soon as he acquired a new car. Had it been in the past, he might have been deceived by her appearance. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, Chai Xinxin, lacking food, had moved into Chen Xue's home, bringing her boyfriend along. Unable to bear the thought of them starving, he had allowed them to stay. To accommodate the couple, he resolved to take half of his supplies and live with his grandmother. Yet, Chai Xinxin and her boyfriend Han Jin conspired to betray him. Chai Xinxin first feigned deep gratitude for Chen Xue's years of kindness, then tearfully accused her boyfriend of various faults, fabricating tales of him being merely a wealthy heir and impotent, to manipulate Chen Xue into taking a bath. It was then that Han Jin struck from the shadows, attacking the half-frozen Chen Xue and ultimately leading to his demise. As these memories flashed through his mind, Chen Xue felt an eerie calm wash over him. Looking at Chai Xinxin's eager face, he replied ambiguously, perhaps. Who can truly predict what the future holds? He pondered the man named Han Jin, resolved to devise a way to extract information about his whereabouts from Chai Xinxin. This grudge cannot simply be overlooked. Chen Xue, clad in security attire, was poised to exit the door when he spotted a woman languidly leaning against his palamila, meticulously applying her makeup. Guyu? What an unexpected presence. Upon catching a glimpse of Palamila's eyes lighting up, Guyu quickly realized Chen Xue had arrived. She promptly rose from beside the vehicle, puffing her chest with pride. Clad in a white shirt, the buttons at her chest strained precariously under the pressure. With fervor, she waved at Chen Xue, exclaiming, "Today marks your departure. Won't you treat me to a meal? After all, we've shared such a long-standing camaraderie." Chai Xinxin shot Guyu a fierce glare before swiftly linking her arm with Chen Xue's, adding, "Indeed, Guyu is an old friend of ours. Let us invite her to dinner tonight." Chen Xue, weary of entanglement with these two women, withdrew his hand with a hint of irritation, opening the car door to take a seat. Yet, he had underestimated the audacity of these women, eager to cozy up to a benefactor. As he settled into the car, Chai Xinxin had already swung open the passenger door to join him, and Guyu promptly took her place in the back seat, unwilling to be outdone. "I never agreed to dine with you. Why are you both getting in?" Chen Xue protested. "But you also didn't refuse, did you?" Chai Xinxin teased, her eyes twinkling mischievously. "Indeed, let us get moving, Chen Xue. To celebrate your departure, a Michelin 3-star meal is a must." Guyu chimed in, unabashedly egging them on. Chai Xinxin's approach with ordinary men had always been to maintain an image, neither initiating nor rejecting, evading responsibility. Chen Xue's recent behavior left her feeling apprehensive, especially regarding his car purchase and the incident involving the principal. She had come to suspect he was a wealthy heir masquerading as an average individual in search of true affection. His silence on personal matters suggested a desire to distance himself. It was time to give him a taste of what could be. After today, he would leave his job, and opportunities would dwindle. Whether she could ascend to the status of a wealthy wife hinged on this encounter. Regrettably, Guyu, shameless as she was, had tagged along, undoubtedly intending to snatch from her grasp. Chai Xinxin resolved to have an open-hearted conversation with Chen Xue that evening, seeking to solidify their romantic connection. She vowed that her body would remain off-limits. Men seldom cherish what comes too easily. As Chen Xue observed the shameless duo before him, an intriguing idea struck him. Suppressing his disdain, he feigned reluctant concession, saying, "Since you two lovely ladies are so insistent, let us indeed indulge in a Michelin 3-star experience." Subsequently, he adopted the demeanor of a masterful actor, engaging the two women with charm and humor throughout the ride, effortlessly eliciting laughter from them. Once a rather shy individual, his newfound abilities had elevated his conversational prowess to heights previously unattainable. A purple Panamera came to a halt near the most opulent ultraviolet sensory restaurant in the city of Quanyupao. This establishment accommodates nearly 50 tables a day, necessitating prior reservations. Each dish served is accompanied by a myriad of visual, auditory, and olfactory stimuli, striving to provide guests with an unparalleled experience across the five senses: sight, sound, smell, taste, and touch. In the year 2062, this restaurant was acclaimed as the finest in the city. This marked Chen Xue's inaugural visit. Previously, he had only taken Chai Xinxin to moderately priced Michelin-starred venues. The dining expenses here are the highest in the area. The entrance to the restaurant is located at the threshold of a dilapidated old factory. A waiter, adorned in attire reminiscent of a laborer, allows Chen Xue and his companions entry only after they exchange a secret signal. Upon stepping inside, they are enveloped in darkness, followed by a gradual play of lights around them. Chai Xinxin clung tightly to Chen Xue, resembling a nervous maiden, while Gu Yu also pressed close to him. Chen Xue ambled forward at a leisurely pace. As they traversed the tunnel, the lights pulsed in rhythm with their footsteps, transforming the journey into a sensory banquet that transcended time and space. Once seated, they were attended to by a team of 10 chefs. The ambient environment and lighting shifted in harmony with the dishes presented, and the air was infused with the fragrance of unknown spices. Both Chai Xinxin and Gu Yu were accustomed to frequenting upscale venues, yet they had never experienced a restaurant of such caliber. The two women retrieved their phones and began to pose for photographs, deliberately omitting Chen Xue from the frames. The image of a goddess is paramount. Should other admirers witness her enjoying the company of another man, it could inevitably lead to misunderstandings. Chen Xue observed silently, choosing not to comment. While Chai Xinxin and Gu Yu continued to switch poses, he began to devour the food voraciously, his appetite sufficient to rival that of 6 or 7 adult men. Under the astonished gaze of the two women, he swiftly consumed more than half of the food on the table. Gu Yu, somewhat dissatisfied, exclaimed, "Chen Xue, what on earth are you doing? Xinxin and I haven't even eaten yet, and you're devouring everything as if you intend for us to feast on your leftovers." This behavior swiftly extinguished any favorable impression they had formed of him. Chai Xinxin felt a twinge of distaste and thought to herself, "Just bear with it. He is the scion of a wealthy family. Endure it. He will be footing the bill later. Your standing in my eyes is diminishing." Yet, the disdain in her gaze did not escape Chen Xue's keen perception. Noticing the two women united in their discontent, he chuckled nonchalantly. "No worries, if it's insufficient. We can always order more." Chai Xinxin replied with a smile, "You said it." The two women, unabashed, proceeded to order an array of extravagant yet insubstantial dishes, including homemade lobster rolls, tea-infused oyster scallops, truffle-infused roasted broth bread, truffle foie gras, and caviar-stuffed dumplings. During the gathering, Gu Yu proposed a toast. Recognizing that her position diverged significantly from that of Chai Xinxin, her chances of winning over Chen Xue were considerably lower. Once Chen Xue was secured, Chai Xinxin would have a steady source of support. Therefore, she needed to cultivate an image of restraint, ensuring that she maintained a favorable impression in Chen Xue's eyes. Meanwhile, Gu Yu seized the opportunity to take advantage of Chen Xue during this rare dinner, viewing it as an advantageous transaction. She ordered a bottle of Romanicani red wine, shamelessly remarking that the 800,000 yuan bottle was too extravagant. A bottle worth merely tens of thousands would suffice. Chai Xinxin was pleased to see Gu Yu's boldness, eager to gauge just how wealthy Chen Xue truly was. She perceived no fault in this. It was only natural for women to test men. Chen Xue remained indifferent. After Chai Xinxin and Gu Yu ordered an array of dishes in a retaliatory manner, the two women felt a sense of satisfaction. As the trio sipped red wine, laughter filled the air, and the atmosphere grew increasingly convivial, likely under the influence of alcohol, prompting them to open up. Chen Xue then entered his dramatic mode. He slowly raised his gaze to Chai Xinxin and said, "Xinxin, I apologize for my recent aloofness. I have my reasons and have decided to relinquish my pursuit of you. I hope you find better choices ahead. I shall no longer delay you." His eyes resembled a vast, deep ocean, and his words flowed like a gentle breeze. He appeared as a heartbroken man, painfully letting go of his beloved. Chai Xinxin, momentarily stunned, quickly regained her composure and seized the moment. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her fair, smooth neck, and gazed intently at Chen Xue. "Chen Xue, I have seen your affections over the years. If there are any difficulties, I hope you will share them, so we can confront them together." This was her typical approach, discussing finances with the impoverished and emotions with the affluent. Meanwhile, Gu Yu, who had been quietly stuffing her face, suddenly felt like an unwelcome intruder. Determined to assert her presence, she attempted to swallow her food hastily, but ended up dropping a piece of caviar. Embarrassed, she wiped her mouth and directed her attention to Chen Xue, saying, "Indeed, one cannot hang all their hopes on a single tree. If you encounter any difficulties, I will do my utmost to assist you." After hearing this, Chai Xinxin began to regret not having devised a strategy to rid herself of this insufferable woman. She shot Gu Yu an irritated glance. Sensing the moment was right, Chen Xue casually revealed his bank balance and payment records to both Chai Xinxin and Gu Yu. To be honest, my grandmother has assets exceeding $1 billion. However, she requires me to earn 10 million on my own. Over the years, while pursuing Xinxin, I have also engaged in some investments. As of now, I have over 9 million. I am merely short of 800,000. Upon hearing this, the eyes of both women sparkled with renewed interest. Unbeknownst to many, this security guard not only hails from affluence, but also possesses a keen eye for investment. Chen Xue lamented, "Tonight marks the final rendezvous I promised my grandmother, yet I find myself faltering at the last moment. Since I am currently unable to inherit a fortune exceeding 100 million, I also lack the means to provide happiness for Xinxin. I cannot bear the thought of the one I cherish enduring hardship alongside me, nor can I continue to cling to Xinxin in this manner. Hence, I have resolved to relinquish my pursuit of her." As Chen Xue spoke, Chai Xinxin's emotions became tumultuous, yet she felt a sense of relief. No wonder this infatuated admirer had recently ceased his advances. She initially believed he was prepared to give up, only to discover the underlying reason. "It's all right, brother Chen Xue," she replied gently. "With the resources you possess, we can still lead a comfortable life." Chen Xue feigned a look of profound gratitude, gazing sincerely into Chai Xinxin's eyes. "Xinxin, your words bring me immense joy. However, as per our agreement, if I fail to earn 10 million, all the money I have must be returned to my grandmother." Chai Xinxin, whose daily needs were supported by men, enjoyed substantial financial gifts on her birthdays and festivals. Although she presented herself as a teacher, she frequently engaged in business ventures at night, amassing considerable savings over the years. Among these was 500,000 yuan, temporarily entrusted to her by her wealthy boyfriend, Han Jin. Due to the dubious origins of this money, Han Jin required that it be funneled into Chai Xinxin's live streaming account before she withdrew it to hand over to him. A money laundering scheme that was typically difficult to detect. Upon completion of this task, Han Jin promised her 30,000 yuan. Nevertheless, Chai Xinxin was determined to repay Han Jin, yet at that moment, thoughts of him had faded from her mind. After all, Han Jin's trifling wealth paled in comparison to Chen Xue's vast fortune. Associating with the volatile rich heir Han Jin could potentially lead to dire consequences. Chai Xinxin believed that with her understanding of Chen Xue, once he inherited this wealth, he would naturally share it with her. Moreover, Chen Xue was far less tempestuous than Han Jin, making him more manageable. "In truth, I do not consider this a significant issue. If it were brother Chen Xue, I could lend you some money to tide you over." "Goodness, the address has changed," Chen Xue exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, before resolutely declaring, "That simply cannot be. I, Chen Xue, would rather starve than accept a woman's money." Chai Xinxin's heart blossomed with joy. She had already envisioned how to lavishly spend the fortune once it was in her grasp, starting with the indulgence of 10 handsome young men. Yet, she consoled him. "Securing your grandmother's assets will allow you to fully realize your potential and achieve great things. Brother Chen Xue, a true man should not dwell beneath others for long." After a brief moment, Chen Xue appeared to be swayed. His expression conflicted as he said, "Very well, Xinxin, consider this 800,000 as a loan from me. I shall write you a promissory note. The deadline is 2 months, after which I shall repay you 8 million. Gu Yu, who was ravenously devouring her meal, was struck as if by lightning upon hearing this. Chen Xue borrowed 800,000 from Chai Xinxin, and he was returning tenfold. Such fortunate circumstances. How could they not fall upon me? She remained in a daze for 2 minutes, only regaining her senses when Chen Xue requested paper and pen from the waiter to write a promissory note for Chai Xinxin. Gu Yu interjected, "Chen Xue, dear brother, I am also willing to lend you 500,000. Looking at Gu Yu, whose lips still bore traces of the exquisite king crab, Chen Xue replied, "However, I only require 10 million. With Xinxin's contribution, that is already sufficient." Gu Yu quickly countered, "One cannot put it that way. Although grandmother's task specifies only 10 million. Having more is undoubtedly better. If you exceed the goal, grandmother will surely regard you as a remarkably capable heir." Casting a sidelong glance at Chai Xinxin, Gu Yu suddenly seemed resolute. She gazed at Chen Xue and, with determination, declared, "In truth, I have been observing the development between you and Xinxin. The reason I accompany her to meet you is not for any other purpose but for you, dear Chen Xue. I have secretly harbored feelings for you. Your affairs are my affairs. I am prepared to compete fairly with Xinxin." Gu Yu's disposition was somewhat presumptuous, though she exuded a flirtatious charm. Her ability to be coy paled in comparison to Chai Xinxin's. Yet, this opulent fortune is fleeting, and she resolved to firmly attach herself to Chen Xue. This veritable cash cow. Her recent pronouncement was akin to a direct betrayal of Chai Xinxin. At that moment, Chai Xinxin merely smirked inwardly. How audacious for Gu Yu to attempt to undermine me. I shall soon show Chen Xue the captivating performances you deliver on that platform. Chen Xue, however, regarded Gu Yu with keen interest, saying, "Is that so? I never imagined I possessed such charm. Very well, transfer to me 500,000. And I shall write you a promissory note for 5 million. The deadline, too, shall be 2 months. Gold diggers are notoriously greedy." All that Chen Xue exhibited before his rebirth appeared to them as honest and reliable. He was the quintessential uncomplicated man, the ideal candidate for their aspirations. Furthermore, with a formal promissory note as assurance, they had no fears of him defaulting. Both women cherished luxury goods and had long since activated high-limit transfers. Upon hearing this, Gu Yu immediately transferred 500,000 to Chen Xue. Then, provocatively glancing at Chai Xinxin, she noticed Chai Xinxin rolling her eyes and promptly transferred 800,000 to Chen Xue, anxious lest he change his mind. After Chen Xue drafted another promissory note and pressed his seal upon it, he rose and warmly smiled at the two women, saying, "Please wait for me a moment. I shall step away and also settle the bill at the front desk." Chapter 7. Stockpiling resources. The two women nodded like chicks pecking at grain, and at that moment, Chen Xue's figure loomed larger in their minds. What constitutes a trustworthy second-generation wealthy heir? Someone like Chen Xue, indeed. He was a veritable walking treasure trove. This was a Michelin 3-star restaurant, and this meal would undoubtedly cost no less than 150,000, not to mention that bottle of Romanicani. Both women thought that this outing had been immensely profitable. They had enjoyed a lavish meal and netted several million. Although they had lent out some money, they believed that Chen Xue, who had wealth to spare, would not be petty enough to shortchange them. This assumption, however, was misguided, as unbeknownst to them, Chen Xue treated borrowing money with the same casualness as Liu Bei borrowing Jingzhou, taking without intention of returning. The atmosphere between the two women grew subtly tense. Chai Xinxin shot a resentful glance at Gu Yu, who, seemingly unperturbed, busied herself with her freshly manicured nails, ignoring her entirely. At that moment, Chen Xue was already home, having washed up and nestled comfortably under the covers. He was curious about the expressions on the two women's faces upon realizing he had left. Glancing at his phone, he hesitated briefly before silencing it and drifting into a contented sleep. Meanwhile, in the restaurant, the two women excitedly packed some abalone to take home. Eager to flaunt their culinary experience before their colleagues the next day, as not everyone could claim to have dined at a Michelin 3-star establishment. They had been waiting for nearly an hour. Perhaps sensing something amiss, the previously charged atmosphere between them began to dissipate. Both were wary of tarnishing the favorable impression Chen Xue held of them, so they sat in silence, neither daring to prompt him. Gu Yu was the first to shatter the silence. "It's been so long. Why don't you call him and check?" Chai Xinxin, looking at her close friend, felt a surge of frustration. "Why don't you ask? You were quite bold when it came to vying for his attention. Now you can't even muster the courage to send a message?" Just as Gu Yu was about to respond, a handsome, well-groomed server in a crisp white shirt approached with a tray. With courteous grace, he placed the elegantly packaged dishes on the table and presented the bill to the two ladies. "Ladies, here are your takeout items. We will be closing in half an hour. How would you like to settle the bill? Cash or card?" Chai Xinxin and Gu Yu exchanged awkward glances, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over them. They had never encountered such a situation before. Despite their frequent visits to various entertainment venues, they were accustomed to men eagerly picking up the tab due to their beauty, and had never faced such an awkward predicament. At that moment, Chai Xinxin picked up her phone and dialed Chen Xue, attempting several calls without success, which left her feeling increasingly distressed. Gu Yu also made several attempts. They even borrowed the server's phone to call again, but still received no answer. Gradually, they began to grasp the gravity of the situation, reassuring one another. They clung to the hope that perhaps Chen Xue had been called away on urgent business. After all, they had just lent out a considerable sum of money, and they dared not entertain worse scenarios. Gathering her courage, Chai Xinxin glanced at the bill. Upon seeing it, she nearly fainted. The bill astonishingly amounted to 200,000, with the food and service charges alone tallying up to 80,000. That insatiable Chen Xue consumed an exorbitant portion, nearly devouring over 70,000 by himself. What brought her to the brink of tears was the bottle of candy, which cost over 100,000. In a bid to maintain her composure while dealing with Chen Xue, she had only sipped a single glass throughout the evening. Chai Xinxin managed a stiff smile before addressing the waiter. "All right, please hold on a moment. We'll discuss this further before heading to the front to settle the bill." Once the waiter departed, the two women immediately began strategizing. Gu Yu was in a state of panic, as she had consumed nearly an entire bottle of red wine. Glancing at the bill, she realized that her senses were starting to return. In a moment of despair, she exclaimed, "Is Chen Xue even a man? How could this happen? Such an exorbitant sum is beyond our means. He must be the one to settle the bill. I refuse to lend him any money. He must repay what he owes. She reached for her phone, intent on calling Chen Xue again, but was halted by Chai Xinxin. Chai Xinxin believed that Chen Xue was clearly attempting to evade payment, and persisting with calls would be futile. She was still somewhat rational. The most pressing issue was how to resolve the payment dilemma. As for the promissory note Chen Xue had issued, it was meticulously drafted and posed little concern, as it carried legal weight, ensuring he could not default. After a brief hesitation, the two women decided to slip away discreetly. However, just as they approached the exit, they were intercepted by the restaurant manager and staff, who blocked their path. Patrons at adjacent tables cast disdainful glances, and the restaurant staff regarded them with the suspicion typically reserved for thieves. Many had already begun recording them on their phones. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, tomorrow's headlines in the oil bubble city would undoubtedly feature the two of them. Chai Xinxin and Guyu were on the verge of tears. Ultimately, the situation was addressed through law enforcement intervention. Under pressure, they reached out to friends and family for assistance. In the end, it was Chai Xinxin who called Han Jin to settle the bill. Chen Xue slept soundly until midday the following day. Upon waking, he found over 100 messages and numerous missed calls on his phone, prompting a crooked smile. He was not surprised by the content of the messages. They were all vitriolic remarks from Chai Xinxin and Guyu. Guyu had threatened to have someone break his legs and even extended a warm greeting to his grandmother. Chai Xinxin, however, was more tactful, perhaps still harboring some hope. She subtly indicated that the money she lent him was not her own, but rather a deposit for someone else. Thus she expected her 8 million to be returned promptly. Among these messages, one caught his attention. A friend request from a man whom he felt was the reincarnation of Han Jin, the individual who had killed him in his past life. After contemplating for a moment, he decided to let that matter rest for now. After casually tidying up, he drove off in his Pamiai. Chen Xue arrived at the logistics park, where the tonnage of goods he had purchased was being held. Due to the massive quantity, they would not be delivered to the pickup point. He arrived well prepared, having employed an app to summon 10 vehicles and 20 delivery men to assist him in transporting these tons of goods. The vast convoy first made its way to Gia Garden, where Chen Xue decided to fill his villa with supplies. The villa area was sparsely populated, predominantly inhabited by retired officials. Typically, few people traversed the vicinity, and the passers-by merely assumed that a household was relocating due to the numerous trucks entering and exiting. However, the vigilant security guard, Aunt May, noticed the substantial quantities of materials being transported. This unusual activity piqued her suspicion. As the saying goes, the elderly are shrewd and perceptive. Seizing the opportunity during her patrol, Aunt May casually approached Chen Xue and inquired, "Young man, what do you intend to do with such a stockpile of supplies in these peaceful times?" Her words heightened Chen Xue's alertness. Though Aunt May served as a guard at Gia Garden, she resided in Xinya community. He recalled that Aunt May had a son named Li Xinhai, a man in his 30s, tall and robust. He often accompanied a group of dubious friends, earning a reputation as a local bully. Shortly after the onset of the apocalypse, the community had distributed supplies in 2 batches. During the second distribution, Li Xinhai had taken advantage of the chaos, robbing a significant amount of goods with a few henchmen. The community staff were powerless against the menacing Li Xinhai, and a well-meaning young man had even sustained a fatal stab wound during the altercation. After his spree, Li Xinhai had retreated into seclusion. As temperatures plummeted to extreme lows, survival became a struggle, and the incident faded into obscurity. "I'm not hoarding supplies. My family is involved in e-commerce, and I'm merely storing these goods for them. They will be transported away in a few days. Otherwise, I would not wish to clutter my lovely home with such odds and ends," Chen Xue replied dismissively, hoping his words would placate her. Attracting the attention of someone like Li Xinhai was certainly not a desirable situation. As the adage goes, sheer strength can overpower skill. Although Chen Xue had acquired some combat techniques, he lacked the requisite physical prowess. He was acutely aware of the disparity in strength between himself and Li Xinhai, understanding that any rash action could lead to dire consequences. Moreover, Li Xinhai was often accompanied by a group of followers. Aunt May scrutinized Chen Xue with suspicion. "Oh, is that so?" Just as Chen Xue prepared to elaborate further, an incongruous rough voice suddenly interrupted. "Mom, what are you doing here? I found you at last. I'm out of money. Give me a few hundred to spend." The voice sent a chill down Chen Xue's spine. An annoyance welled up within him as he turned to face its owner. 3 men approached, unmistakably of dubious character. The leader, a man with a white buzz cut, stood at 6 feet tall, donned in casual shoes, with a square jaw and fierce eyes. His long, muscular arms conveyed an intimidating presence. "Damn it, trouble has arrived. If Li Xinhai catches wind of such a large stockpile, it could spell disaster." Although residing in the same community, this was the first time Chen Xue observed Li Xinhai up close, and he found the man rather intimidating. Faced with Li Xinhai's fierce gaze, Chen Xue chuckled awkwardly and returned to his tasks. Who is this person? Could he possibly be looking for a stepfather younger than me? If he has wealth, my son wouldn't mind having additional fathers. Li Xinhai jested with Aunt Mei, prompting hearty laughter from his two companions. Aunt Mei, incensed, retorted, "Get lost, you little brat. You've got it coming." After sending her son away, Aunt Mei intended to probe Chen Xue further. Chen Xue had already slipped into the villa, instructing workers to categorize supplies, storing bulk pharmaceuticals and meats in the cold storage of the basement. The latest shipment occupied a substantial portion of the villa, with the ground floor filled with dried cured meats, instant noodles, and bottled water. He reserved the most crucial supplies for the lower basement. He also summoned some renovation workers to seal off the staircase leading to the basement, leaving only a concealed passage. He hung a large landscape painting at the entrance of this passage and left, satisfied. Chapter 8. Renovating the house during this time. Chen Xue continuously received derogatory messages from Guyu. The man named Han Jin seemed to have forgotten him entirely. Interestingly, Chai Xinxin sent him messages daily. "Today is May 20th. Do I have a gift? Brother Chen Xue, I don't blame you for leaving abruptly during our last meal. When will I receive the 8 million? You know I am not someone who loves money. However, that money isn't mine. It belongs to a criminal organization. If it remains unpaid, I genuinely worry for your safety." Chen Xue couldn't help but admire Chai Xinxin's audacity. Despite his circumstances, she still sought gifts for Women's Day. He questioned whether his mind had deteriorated in his previous life, as he found himself drawn to such a woman. Previously indifferent towards Chai Xinxin, he now found her incessantly reaching out to him. He understood that her attachment likely stemmed from his outstanding debt. Is the secret to making a woman fall for him simply to borrow money from her? The remaining messages consisted of various lending apps urging him to repay his debts. Chen Xue downloaded every lending software he could think of. With just over a month remaining, he anticipated becoming a defaulter, forever blacklisted, and needed to conclude all matters before facing transaction restrictions. During this period, he had spent some cash but still held over 8 million. By engaging in transactions requiring only a deposit, his 8 million could wield purchasing power in the tens of millions. Driving his pain, Chen Xue made his way to the Panshi Weiye in Yupao City, a top-tier housing reinforcement company that catered primarily to the wealthy. Fortifying homes to be as solid as fortresses, the branch in Yupao City was his only option, as time was of the essence. The entire establishment of Panshi Weiye resembles a colossal fortress. This immense stronghold rises 50 meters high, its exterior composed of a somber palette of black steel, exuding an aura of formidable heft. As Chen Xue entered the reception hall, a charming female sales representative activated a projector for him. Holding a remote control, she navigated through a PowerPoint presentation detailing the company's profile and service packages. Panshi Weiye is a domestic construction firm specializing in the creation and renovation of residential properties. Founded in 2055, its visionary founder, Xue, is a prodigy in the field of architecture, having been honored with multiple Nobel Prizes. Chen Xue was taken aback by the exorbitant costs of the renovation packages. The premier package demanded over 200,000 yuan per square meter, epitomizing the notion that every inch of space is invaluable. With such funds, one could indeed construct a house of pure gold. Should he opt to renovate his villa, he would require no less than 100 million yuan. However, if he were to merely renovate his modest abode, a deposit would suffice. After much deliberation, he resolved to transform his small apartment on the 18th floor, a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room layout, adequate for himself and his grandmother. As for the materials, he would have to repurpose the villa and Gia garden as a storage facility. The provisions he had amassed could sustain them for 50 to 60 years. The future could be addressed in due course. Having completed the details of the property address and the proposed renovation plan, Chen Xue presented the documents to the sales representative. "Could you print a copy of the service project description?" he inquired. The woman obliged, providing him with a comprehensive overview of the services. Upon reviewing the plan, Chen Xue discovered that the entire structure, from the foundation to the walls, would utilize the finest metallic materials and C500 concrete. This aerospace-grade material is remarkably lightweight, impervious to magnetic interference, and possesses exceptional hardness. The most significant expense in the renovation stemmed from the self-sufficiency features of the home, which would truly transform it into a sanctuary. The structure achieved a triad of self-sustainability, self-generating electricity, water, and heating. Even though the average temperature in northern Huaxiao post-apocalypse plummeted to a terrifying -100 degrees, the renovated home would feature a 30 mm insulation layer made from specialized materials within its walls. Each room would be equipped with an independent ventilation and filtration system, ensuring that no harmful gases could infiltrate the interior. Regardless of the severity of external air pollution, the atmosphere within would remain pristine. The internal wall structure would be reinforced with spiral steel bars, and an additional steel plate would lie behind the insulation layer. The entrance would boast a vault-level security door, impervious to both bullets and fire. The windows would be fitted with 20 mm thick ballistic glass. The interior and exterior of the house would be monitored by cameras with no blind spots, achieving an exceptionally high level of security. Unless a highly skilled demolition team executed a targeted explosion, this residence would function as a formidable safe. Chen Xue inquired, "How long will the renovation take?" "According to the standard time frame, 3 months is typically required. However, I need you to complete the renovations within 1 month. Should you expedite the process, the cost will increase by 30 from the original estimate." "That's acceptable." 10 minutes later, the saleswoman returned with a POS machine. "Mr. Chen, the proposal's quotation is ready. Please take a look." Chen Xue glanced at the price and promptly transferred a deposit of 5 million. Now, he awaited the day of delivery, opting to reside in the villa during this period. He brought his grandmother to the villa, and the loving grandmother, who had always doted on him, simply inquired and then accompanied him to stay at the villa. During this time, Chen Xue scoured various supermarkets for canisters of gasoline and medicines. He nearly purchased all the available canisters of gasoline on the market. The restrictions due to real name verification prevented him from stockpiling excessively. The medications he acquired were quite limited, primarily for ailments such as colds, fevers, and diarrhea, lacking many prescription and controlled substances. He was in dire need of both gasoline and medications. Beyond his incessant shopping, he devoted his days to watching boxing videos, continuously recording and mimicking with the luminous sphere between his brows. He had mastered the art of the pendulum flick with remarkable finesse. Chen Xue lacked robust physical fitness. Otherwise, he would have been confident in facing Tyson in a solo match. One day, he received a call from Chai Xinxin. Over the phone, she insisted that there was a matter that needed to be discussed in person. Her tone was quite ambiguous, showing no concern regarding Chen Xue's prior evasion. After contemplating, he agreed to meet, fully aware of her intentions. This invitation could likely be a demand for repayment, but it was more probable that Han Jin would seek trouble with him. He was determined to avenge the grievance with Han Jin. Thus, he needed to seize the opportunity to understand this person better. Based on his experiences from his previous life, Han Jin was a ruthless individual. He was reluctant to engage in an unprepared confrontation. After sunset, Chen Xue armed himself with a military dagger tucked at his waist for self-defense. He did not intend to eliminate Han Jin today. The ideal scenario would be to eliminate him the day before the apocalypse, unnoticed and untraceable. However, if Han Jin were to provoke him today, he could not afford to place himself in danger. He drove his Pamei to the restaurant where he had arranged to meet Chai Xinxin. Upon exiting the car, he smiled at the sight before him. It was a modestly upscale Western restaurant with an average cost of just over 300 per person, indicating that Chai Xinxin must have genuinely been intimidated by him. Upon entering, he spotted Chai Xinxin at a scattered table. She appeared somewhat haggard today, yet her makeup was still quite presentable. Dressed in a dignified khaki knee-length skirt, she looked very formal. Once seated, Chai Xinxin, with an icy demeanor, inquired, "Chen Xue, I won't hold you accountable for your previous evasion. But when will you repay the 8 million you owe me?" Observing her directness, Chen Xue smirked and replied, "Did we not agree on this? There are still 10 days until the repayment date. The date is clearly written on the promissory note. Have you lost your eyesight?" Chai Xinxin had never encountered such a demeanor from Chen Xue. In her recollections, he had never spoken to her in this manner. She was taken aback, as Chen Xue's current behavior, coupled with his previous act of evasion, rendered him increasingly inscrutable to her. "How have you transformed into this?" she demanded. "I don't care. I want you to return the money to me right now." Chen Xue, disinterested in further discourse, adjusted his collar and stood up, preparing to leave. Observing this, a glint of malice flickered in Chai Xinxin's eyes as she picked up her phone and sent a message. Within seconds, as Chen Xue approached the exit, a voice boomed from the other end of the restaurant. "Did I permit you to leave?" He was met with a group of menacing men advancing toward him. Among the 8, a man in a red shirt led the way. He was fair-skinned, with well-defined features, standing approximately 1.75 meters tall, and possessed a robust physique. This man was the one who haunted Chen Xue's memories, the one who had once slashed his neck. Looking around, Chen Xue noted the restaurant was exceedingly crowded, a situation that was decidedly unfavorable for him to engage in a physical confrontation. Anxiety coursed through him. Although he had practiced the boxing techniques learned at home for several days, this was a scenario of 1 against 8. It would be disingenuous to claim he was unafraid. A wise man does not court danger unnecessarily. Retreat was the prudent course of action. As he hastily exited the restaurant towards his vehicle, he discovered 3 individuals stationed beside it. Damn, this is clearly a premeditated trap. Who could have anticipated that Han Jin would bring so many people? This guy must be connected to the mafia. Gradually, Chen Xue found himself encircled by 11 individuals. He contemplated his situation. While he possessed commendable boxing skills, he lacked the requisite strength and stamina to match. Chapter 9. Shattering your arrogance, running away? Why have you stopped? Han Jin snarled menacingly as he lunged towards Chen Xue. Stay calm, gentlemen. Brother Han, I understand your intentions. You want money, correct? Grant me 10 days, and I assure you the 8 million will be repaid. Chen Xue adopted a posture of feigned timidity, hoping to buy time and evade physical harm. He was acutely aware that at this moment, regardless of Han Jin's actions, as long as his safety was not threatened, he could not retaliate against him. It would be best to resolve matters amicably and wait for the impending apocalypse. However, Han Jin's disdain for Chen Xue had deepened after the incident involving Chai Xinxin, his romantic interest dining with another man, only to be taken advantage of, and ultimately, he was left to foot the bill of 200,000. Yet, his infatuation with Chai Xinxin, combined with her silver tongue, led him to believe that all the issues lay at Chen Xue's feet. Thus, he resolved to teach Chen Xue a harsh lesson and reclaim the 8 million. With a sudden motion, Han Jin swung a vicious slap towards Chen Xue. In the present moment, Chen Xue could easily evade the impending slap. Yet doing so would inevitably subject him to a siege by multiple assailants. The most prudent course of action would be to endure for 3 more days. As he observed Han Jin's hand slicing through the air, drawing ever closer to his face, Han Jin cast a fleeting glance at the graceful figure of Chai Xinxin, who remained a spectator at the entrance of the restaurant. He intended to deliver the slap with flair, declaring, "This slap is for Xinxin. The next one is for 800,000. Just as Han Jin prepared to put on a show, Chen Xue resolved not to endure this indignity. Noticing Han Jin's aggressive approach, he planted his feet firmly and leaned forward, delivering a powerful uppercut to Han Jin's jaw. The resounding thud echoed as Han Jin collapsed to the ground. A few loyal followers rushed to retaliate against Chen Xue, but he, invigorated as if on adrenaline, swung his fists with abandon, charging into the fray. 1, 2, 3. Seeing his ferocity, the remaining 7 dared not press on and quickly retreated, scrambling away. From a distance, Chai Xinxin, fearing that Chen Xue might impulsively approach her with ill intentions, swiftly hid among the crowd of onlookers. Chen Xue glanced at the unconscious Han Jin, then at Chai Xinxin by the crowd. After a brief moment of hesitation, he spat a thick gob of phlegm onto Han Jin's face. Having completed this act, he blew a playful kiss towards the astonished Chai Xinxin before departing with a sense of satisfaction. Chai Xinxin stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom how the once devoted admirer had transformed into such a figure. Despite Chen Xue's previous act of dining and dashing, she felt an inexplicable allure radiating from him, a rather striking presence. The realization startled even herself, as she watched Chen Xue's car leave a trail of exhaust. She finally came to her senses and rushed to check on Han Jin's injuries. The following day, Chen Xue returned home with his grandmother to their completely renovated residence. He meticulously inspected every corner, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. The craftsmanship of Pancher Wei was impeccable, the renovations rendering the home a true work of art. Chen Xue now believed that even the military would struggle to breach his abode, and he found himself secretly anticipating an assault on his home. He began watching videos on practical shooting, harboring an intense longing for the equality device he had yet to acquire, an essential ally in a post-apocalyptic world. He could only seek opportunities to gradually search for it, and even if he failed, staying at home would be a viable option. The sole concern was sustenance. The food he had stockpiled in Xinxin community would suffice for him and his grandmother for a year. Chen Xue's plan was to wait until the population of the community had dwindled significantly over the course of a year, at which point he could return with his grandmother to their villa. The provisions there would be ample for their continued livelihood. Regrettably, he found himself with some leftover cash that he had not managed to spend entirely. Such is the nature of life, often falling short of our desires. Today, the 5 sets of Arctic Expedition cold-resistant clothing he ordered online have arrived. The price of this apparel is exorbitantly high, yet it boasts exceptional thermal insulation capabilities, theoretically enabling one to maintain a normal body temperature in temperatures as low as -150 degrees. Once he retrieves the clothing and acquires some defensive weapons, Chen Xue intends to remain quietly at home, awaiting the day when the world succumbs to ice. Before stepping out, he grabs a canister of tear gas, a self-defense item he purchased previously. He has also prepared several similar items, including batons and knives, which he has strategically placed in his villa and the Xinxin community. He solemnly instructs his grandmother never to open the door, regardless of who might knock, even if it were him, and to refrain from stepping outside at all. As he descends in the elevator, he observes a group of rowdy children frolicking in the community square. Reflecting on how this lively scene will vanish forever in 9 days evokes a sense of melancholy within him. Just as he is about to drive away, he discovers an infuriating mark on his car door. It is a despicable design etched into the left side mirror of his brand new purple Panamera with a sharp object. The paint has been scratched, and some wires have been pulled up, likely from being slashed by a sharp implement. Chen Xue's thoughts immediately turn to Han Jin. Although no one desires to see their beloved car marred, he never anticipated such juvenile retaliation from Han Jin. At that moment, a chubby 6-year-old boy approaches him, brandishing a water gun. The child appears cheeky and utterly unafraid, aiming the water gun at Chen Xue's face and spraying him. After his mischievous act, the boy provocatively declares, "Isn't my drawing beautiful?" He then scampers off to tug at the hair of a little girl swinging nearby, eliciting a heart-wrenching cry from her. A dark, slender woman in the distance calls out, "Zhong Zhong, stop playing and come home." Chen Xue recalls this child. He is infamous in the community for his mischief, residing in the same block, and his parents are equally unruly. It was only after purchasing his car that Chen Xue understood why there were so many vacant parking spots nearby. Wiping the water from his face, he approaches the woman. "Sister your child has scratched my car. What do you think we should do about this?" The woman, in her 30s, with sunken cheekbones and a pointed face, responds sharply, "What should we do? Do you have any evidence? Why should I assume that my Zhong Zhong is responsible for this damage?" Chen Xue hesitates for a moment, but maintains his politeness, saying, "It's not merely my assumption. Your child has admitted it." Taken aback, the woman calls the boy over. Casting a meaningful glance at him, she questions, "Did you scratch the car?" "No." The boy feigns innocence, shaking his head, his eyes darting about. "Sister the child is young, so I won't say anything harsh. Just cover the cost of the touch-up paint, and I will consider it as if nothing happened." Watching the mother and child speak falsehoods with wide-open eyes, Chen Xue felt an overwhelming sense of irritation. As the world teetered on the brink of collapse, his interest in money had waned considerably. His words were merely an attempt to make the Xiong family pay a price. Speak harshly? What more could you possibly say? Do you think we, the mother and child, are easy targets, believing we would spare you any dignity? The woman's voice rose to a piercing pitch, reverberating in Chen Xue's ears like a thunderclap, utterly grating. Her shouts drew the attention of curious neighbors, who began to gather around. In that moment, the child, Zhong Zhong, picked up a water gun and squirted it at Chen Xue's face, yelling, "Bad person, you shall not bully my mother." Initially, Chen Xue wished to avoid any confrontation before the impending doom. He merely intended to intimidate the mother and child. However, Zhong Zhong's subsequent action pushed him over the edge. The boy, in a display of defiance, lowered his pants and urinated into the water gun, proclaiming that he would refill it to deal with Chen Xue later. Chen Xue wiped the moisture from his face, sniffed it, and let out a cold laugh. Silently, he retrieved his self-defense pepper spray and unleashed it upon the boy's face. "You want to play with water guns? I have one too. Let us have a proper contest." The pepper spray, designed in a columnar form, was highly effective and precise. Zhong Zhong felt the burning sting invade his eyes and nose, prompting him to cry out in distress. Upon witnessing this, he lunged at Chen Xue in a frenzy. Chen Xue sidestepped deftly, employing a backward retreat akin to a professional maneuver while spraying pepper spray toward He's face. Within moments, her eyes teared up and her nose ran, the burning sensation overwhelming her senses. She struggled to open her eyes and wiped her face in vain, only exacerbating her discomfort as tears streamed uncontrollably. Chen Xue continued to spray for a full minute, deliberately holding back. After all, the judicial system was still intact, and he had no desire to spend the apocalypse behind bars. Observing the mother and child crouched on the ground, faces buried in their hands, Chen Xue shook the empty bottle in his hand and discreetly concealed it in his sleeve as he briskly made his way to his vehicle. The onlookers did not intervene. They understood the family's nature, as the brat was clearly backed by equally troublesome parents. A limping truck driver, known as Old Moo, approached him with a hushed warning. "Young brother, be cautious tonight. That woman's husband is no ordinary man. If he finds out what you've done, he might come to your home and create chaos." Old Moo, in his 40s and originally named Mu Cheng, was a retired reconnaissance soldier, possessing a strikingly handsome visage. After his service, he was assigned to the traffic police, but a tragic incident during a mission left him severely injured, resulting in a lifelong disability. Following a modest compensation, he ended his law enforcement career and transitioned into a delivery driver. In Chen's recollection, the old man, surprisingly agile in the aftermath of the apocalypse, often assisted the community by traversing from house to house, transporting supplies. The old man's angular visage, adorned with a scruffy beard, was partially concealed by a pair of black-framed glasses that obscured some of the weariness etched upon his face. Observing the sincerity in his eyes, Chen jested. "It's a trivial matter, Brother Mu, there's no need for concern on my part. If he were to create chaos in the heavenly realm, I would have no choice but to confine him beneath the five elements mountain. The old man regarded him solemnly. Just be cautious. If you require a witness, seek me out. I have witnessed everything. That mischievous boy was even planning to scratch an abalone on the right side of your vehicle, but I stopped him. Chen replied calmly, rest assured, Brother Mu, should he dare approach, I shall make him regret it. The old man paused, surprised by the transformation in this young man after merely a few days. His demeanor and composure seemed markedly different from before. By the way, I just so happen to have a business proposition I wish to discuss with you. The old man, intrigued, inquired, what could a truck driver like me possibly assist you with? It's quite simple. I will provide you with 300,000, and you shall utilize all available space in your home to stockpile food and water. Your truck must also be filled to the brim, and this information must remain confidential. The remaining funds should be used to acquire a few civilian generators and diesel. Portable heaters and electric fans are also essential. The old man gazed at Chen with wide, astonished eyes. Chapter 10. Spreading warmth. Chen smiled. Brother Mu, I know you have countless questions, and I promise to explain everything in due time. I will transfer the funds to you now. Please adhere to my instructions and ensure swift execution. Soon, the old man received the notification of the successful transaction. Chen's motivations were rooted in his understanding of the old man's character. He was loyal, dependable, and had a strong sense of camaraderie. Moreover, his sudden agility in this new world was indeed suspicious. Chen recalled how this warm-hearted individual had once distributed bulk instant noodles from his truck during the onset of the apocalypse, extending the lives of the residents in their building for several days. This solitary man had even braved sub-zero temperatures to transport a shipment of supplies. During the initial looting of resources, he had devised a fair and effective plan for distribution. However, that endeavor had left him with extensive frostbite on his face and arms, and by the time of the second distribution, he had succumbed to the worsening of his injuries. Thus, Chen was determined to save his life. A person of such integrity was undoubtedly worthy of friendship. Upon receiving the notification of the funds, the old man felt a surge of emotion, trembling as he removed his glasses to wipe the corners of his eyes. He was a limping driver, all too aware of the disdainful glances he had endured over the years. He had resigned himself to a life devoid of meaningful partnerships, convinced that no one would seek him out for collaboration. His yearning for trust was palpable. Despite having many drinking buddies, they only sought to exploit him, and he had never encountered anyone who would transfer such a substantial sum without the need for a written contract. I'm leaving now, Brother Mo. Don't forget to help me stockpile supplies. Chen observed every reaction of the old man, patting his shoulder before turning to depart in his vehicle. Lao Mu realized that this might be an opportunity to change his fate. This young man could very well be his benefactor. As he watched Chen Xue's car disappear into the distance, he half-jokingly saluted, declaring, "Received. I guarantee the task will be completed." A tear trickled from the corner of his smiling mouth. After a while, Chen Xue finally obtained the long-desired cold-resistant clothing. But the logistics park was still quite far from his residence. Driving his Panamera along the desolate road of the Gobi Desert, he felt elated. The car filled with a new batch of tobacco he had purchased. Yet, a troubling thought occupied his mind as he glanced into the rearview mirror. The BMW 745 behind had been tailing him for some time. In the mirror, the car loomed larger, drawing ever closer. Chen Xue attempted to accelerate and veer to the right, but the vehicle followed closely behind, clearly intent on him, almost ready to collide. Suddenly, Chen Xue swerved sharply to the right, leaving the road and coming to a screeching halt on the barren ground. He drew his military knife and exited the car to assess the situation. The pursuing vehicle moved forward several meters before stopping, and a clean-cut man emerged, Han Jin. Without uttering a word, Han Jin stepped out and brandished a Type 92 pistol, firing multiple shots at Chen Xue. Reacting swiftly, Chen Xue rolled behind the Panamera for cover. The Gobi Desert echoed with Han Jin's arrogant shouts. "Chen Xue, aren't you quite capable? Don't be a coward, come out." As he spoke, Han Jin fired 4 more shots at Chen Xue's tires to prevent a sudden escape. With his gun raised, he strode confidently toward Chen Xue. Utilizing his phone's mirror function, Chen Xue stealthily observed Han Jin's position. The luminous orb between his brows endowed him with rapid learning abilities and an exceptional photographic memory, allowing him to replay images and sounds in his mind. Silently, he calculated and replayed the recent events. Han Jin had fired 7 shots upon arrival, and 4 had struck the tires. With a total of 15 rounds in the Type 92, he surmised that 4 bullets remained. Chen Xue removed his short-sleeved shirt and threw it out, prompting 3 more gunshots. "Don't be a coward, Chen Xue. You were quite brazen when you spat on my face, weren't you? Today, I will bury you here." After being knocked unconscious, Han Jin discovered a mouthful of infected phlegm on his face. He had never endured such humiliation, especially in front of the woman he admired. The thought of Chai Xinxin's disdainful expression fueled his rage. He would not rest until Chen Xue was dead. He used his connections to retrieve the surveillance footage of their altercation, replaying the moment Chen Xue spat on him over 20 times. His teeth nearly grinding to dust in frustration. After a day of recovery, he resolved to kill Chen Xue. Initially, he had planned to stage the scene as a car accident, but he never anticipated that Chen Xue would uncover his intentions, leading to this chaotic turn of events. Everything had spiraled far beyond Han Jin's expectations. When he exited the vehicle, he had assumed firing at Chen Xue would be straightforward, only to find that, despite its apparent ease, he could not hit his target. Yet he remained remarkably composed, for in a nation with such stringent weapon regulations, it was utterly implausible for Chen Xue to produce a firearm. Han Jin exuded a profound confidence. As Chen Xue concealed himself behind cover, he recalled Han Jin's weapon, concluding that it was not a military-grade firearm. The standard military model, the Type 92, held 20 rounds, while its police counterpart contained 15. This indicated that Han Jin's weapon had only a single bullet left. Chen Xue realized he had to act swiftly. Waiting for Han Jin to approach would only lead to his demise. Armed solely with a military dagger, he understood that beyond 7 paces, a gun was swift. Yet within that distance, it was both accurate and rapid. Taking a deep breath, he executed a tactical roll, swiftly maneuvering towards the vehicle. Han Jin fired a shot at Chen Xue, only to discover it had missed. Just as he prepared to pull the trigger again, a military dagger soared through the air, embedding itself in his throat. The force of the dagger's impact sent him sprawling onto the sand. Realizing the gravity of his situation, he struggled to crawl back to his vehicle. This outcome was far beyond his expectations. Despite his meticulous calculations, he had found himself bested, even with a firearm in hand. Unable to move, Han Jin attempted to utter pleas for mercy, but the injury to his neck rendered him speechless. He could only watch helplessly as blood gushed forth, gradually sapping him of consciousness. After executing the knife-throwing technique he had mastered from instructional videos, Chen Xue rolled behind the vehicle, wary of Han Jin potentially drawing a second weapon. Though the likelihood was slim, he was unwilling to take any risks. Maintaining a distance of approximately 5 paces, he observed Han Jin's condition using a mirror for 2 minutes. Only when surrounded by a pool of blood did he execute a tactical maneuver and swiftly approach to retrieve his dagger from Han Jin. Concerned about the possibility of passers-by witnessing the scene on the desolate road, he struggled to pry open Han Jin's tightly clenched hand. Fearing that hesitation might lead to unforeseen complications, he resorted to severing the fingers with his dagger to obtain the firearm. Before departing, he rummaged through Han Jin's belongings. Uncovering a spare magazine, he hastily entered Han Jin's Mercedes, where he discovered several boxes of 9mm ammunition. After securing the bullets, he drove the Mercedes to his own vehicle, the Pamiai, transferring all its supplies into Han Jin's car. Initially intending to dispose of Han Jin's body in the bushes, Chen Xue opted for caution, deciding instead to stow the corpse in the trunk of the Pamiai. The inability to locate the body would complicate any potential investigation. He carefully maneuvered the Pamiai to a dirt mound, releasing the brake and allowing it to inch downwards. The vehicle containing the body was gently pushed to the canyon's base, a desolate and secluded expanse, rarely traversed by vehicles, and unlikely to attract anyone inclined to hike up the hill to observe the canyon below. After all, in such a locale, disembarking alone could easily lead to an encounter with wild wolves. Having completed these tasks, Chen Xue drove Han Jin's Mercedes back to the Xinya neighborhood. As he exited the elevator, he spotted a man waiting at his doorstep. The man, in his 30s, bore unkempt short hair that had not seen a wash in quite some time, and wore a tattered tank top through which patches of his dark skin were visible. He sat upon a small stool, embodying the figure of Xue Jiqiang, the father of Zhong Zhong and the husband of Sister He. His life revolved around gambling and drinking, with a talent for deceit and manipulation, rendering him a master of chaos. Xue Jiqiang, a factory worker, had robust arms and a pronounced beer belly, resembling a large frog capable of speech. "Ah, the good neighbor has returned. Thanks to you, my wife and child can no longer see," he bellowed. Chen Xue, choosing to ignore him, felt a flicker of relief. It seemed that his grandmother had heeded his words, for she had not opened the door to anyone. The burden of dealing with Han Jin had left Chen Xue weary, and he had no desire to engage in further dialogue with the man before him. After all, when the apocalypse arrived, most of these individuals would meet their demise. As he turned to extricate himself from Xue Jiqiang's clutches, the man seized his arm with his grimy hand and shouted, "Are you leaving? If you don't handle my affairs, I will ensure that you and your elderly lady live in perpetual torment." Chen Xue, filled with disdain, shook off Xue Jiqiang's grip and regarded him with a frigid gaze. "What do you intend to do?" This piercing look caused Xue Jiqiang to falter slightly. His greatest asset was his complete lack of moral scruples, which allowed him to navigate the edges of legality with ease. He could unleash his malice upon the kind-hearted and innocent, yet transform into a docile creature when confronted by the truly fierce. In essence, he thrived on deceit. He would leverage his physical strength to intimidate and manipulate others, yet he would never dare to resort to actual violence like Li Xinhai, for he held a legitimate job. Previously, he had merely been harassing and insulting Chen Xue's grandmother, waiting for Chen Xue's return to further torment him. His primary objective was to exploit his wife and child to extort a bit of money. Seeing Chen Xue's resolute demeanor, Xue Jiqiang began to exaggerate the plight of his wife and children, painting a dire picture of their circumstances. Chen Xue, uninterested in further entanglement with Xue Jiqiang, produced a piece of paper and wrote a promissory note for 200,000. Noticing Chen Xue's willingness to part with money, Xue Jiqiang attempted to say more, hoping to extort additional funds. Chen Xue snatched back the note, stating, "If you don't want it, so be it. I want it. Mr. Chen, you are quite generous. It seems we have formed an acquaintance without conflict. If you do not mind, I would like my Zhongzhong to recognize you as a godfather," Xue Jiqiang replied eagerly. Chen Xue sneered, "The money will be given to you in 10 days. As for the godfather business, that is out of the question. Please refrain from bothering me and my family in the future." With that, he retreated into his home and closed the door. Outside, Xue Jiqiang stared in astonishment at the promissory note for 200,000, beaming with delight as he departed, even forgetting to take his small stool. Little did he know that within 10 days, the money would become worthless paper, and Chen Xue had no intention of giving him a single cent. Chapter 11. The blood moon descends upon returning home. Chen Xue comforted his frightened grandmother and organized the spoils of his recent endeavor. He had acquired a pistol from Han Jin, along with a spare magazine and a total of 135 bullets contained within 4 boxes. Chen Xue did not forget to retrieve the supplies from his car, making multiple trips downstairs at night until he had completely cleared the remaining provisions from the Mercedes. After honing his skills in evading bullets, he finally retired to bed. He awoke the next day around noon, having developed a habit of ensuring that no phone calls would disturb his slumber. After all, aside from his grandmother, there was no one else of significance awaiting his attention. After freshening up, Chen Xue opened his phone and ordered a selection of over a dozen dishes from a high-end Chinese restaurant before attending to his unread messages. He had long since blocked Chai Xinxin and Gu Yu on WeChat, having grown weary of their incessant demands for repayment. There were dozens of missed calls from both women, along with a single message from Old Mu. He promptly returned the call. On the other end, Old Mu said, "Chen Xue, I have prepared all the goods you requested. When will you conduct the inspection? Also, I have sent you a photograph of the invoices for the purchased items, and I have transferred the unused funds to you." True to his reputation, Old Mu was remarkably efficient, managing to gather all the supplies Chen Xue needed within just a day. "Old Mu, you needn't accept any payment. Consider it a token of gratitude for your assistance. However, I must ask you for one thing. The details of this procurement must remain confidential. These supplies are exclusively for your use," Chen Xue insisted. Old Mu fell into contemplative silence, pondering the purpose of so much food and warmth. Was Chen Xue intending to establish a nefarious organization? After all, with so many food options readily available outside, why would he resort to instant noodles? Yet, he refrained from further inquiries, recognizing that it bore no detriment to him. Even if Chen Xue were to cause a great upheaval, he would merely be the one who procured some provisions. Chen Xue's request was not unreasonable, and Old Mu readily acquiesced. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Chen Xue glanced at his phone in confusion, wondering if the delivery had arrived unusually swiftly. He hurriedly turned on the computer in his bedroom, which allowed him to observe the situation on all floors of the building. Standing at the entrance was none other than Chai Xinxin, looking quite poised. He smirked. This woman, undeterred by his silence, had come directly to his home, presumably intending to leverage his grandmother's affection in a bid to expedite repayment. Knowing his grandmother held a fondness for Chai Xinxin, Chen Xue was determined to prevent their meeting. He rummaged through the kitchen and retrieved an unfinished cake from a few days prior, which had long since spoiled. He had forbidden his grandmother from cooking, thus allowing the decaying cake to linger. With a mischievous grin, he approached the door, peered through the peephole to confirm Chai Xinxin's position, and opened the door, swiftly smashing the cake squarely onto her face. As Chai Xinxin opened her mouth to speak, she was met with an overwhelming sourness, her eyes thoroughly smeared. Chen Xue had applied just enough force that the cake struck her face painfully. In her quest to visit Chen Xuejia today, Chai Xinxin's meticulously crafted makeup was utterly ruined by Chen Xue's disastrous cake. Overwhelmed with despair, she found herself bewildered by the sudden shift in her devoted admirer's demeanor. After smashing the cake, Chen Xue promptly shut the door. With her face smeared in fermenting cream, Chai Xinxin stormed down the stairs, drawing curious glances from passers-by. At that moment, her patience had worn thin. She resolved that if Chen Xue failed to repay her by their agreed time, she would enlist Han Jin to devise a way to eliminate him. She envisioned exacting her revenge by inserting toothpicks into the crevices of Chen Xue's nails. Before she knew it, July 1st had arrived. During this period, Chen Xue indulged in lavish feasts, each meal a form of retaliatory consumption. His appetite was insatiable, demanding only the finest fare, and though he had amassed considerable wealth, it was quickly dissipating. Unbeknownst to him, countless creditors awaited repayment, with most due dates falling within these few days. Notifications flooded his phone, and incessant calls from debt collectors filled the air. He ordered an array of takeout, filling both the refrigerator and dining table, perhaps for the final time. As evening approached and the deliveries arrived, he switched off his phone, eager to savor this moment in solitude, awaiting the impending apocalypse. Once his grandmother had retired for the night, he poured himself a glass of whiskey and settled into a chair by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing quietly at the heavens. Amidst the crimson clouds, a vivid blood moon hung high, the chilling wind bringing an eerie ambience to the night. The earth glowed a sinister shade of red. Curious onlookers pulled out their phones to capture the spectacle, while numerous vehicles came to a halt, their occupants anxiously surveying the unusual surroundings. A thunderous roar echoed from the horizon, as a splendid burst of purple light illuminated the sky, harmonizing with the blood moon. After a prolonged silence, delicate snowflakes began to fall from the July sky. Chen Xue securely closed all the windows, activated the room's self-generating and heating systems, setting the temperature to a comfortable 27 degrees Celsius. He then wheeled a fully charged heater into his grandmother's room. Outside, the gentle snowflakes had transformed into a heavy snowfall, with some young couples descending to engage in playful snowball fights. Observing the digital thermometer consistently reading 27 degrees Celsius brought him a sense of reassurance as he sat by the window, sipping whiskey and watching the world outside. The once gentle snow now cascaded in thick clusters. He checked his phone, and the weather forecast displayed a red alert for a snowstorm. Scrolling through short videos, he noticed many excited netizens from the south taking photos with the snow. The exaggerated snowfall caught drivers unprepared, leading to a surge of accident reports. The comments section buzzed with varied opinions. Some considered the blood moon an ominous sign, while others deemed it a divine retribution. A few astute individuals discerned the gravity of the situation. Vehicles were failing to start, and the temperature must have plummeted to well below freezing. Indeed, the heating in my car has succumbed to the frost. Yet, some individuals remain optimistic. The snow has reached knee height, and surely, there will be no school tomorrow. The electric heater my family purchased years ago, which had long been neglected, has finally found its purpose. Meanwhile, those in the north are clamoring for heat. As although numerous households have installed heating systems, many do not even possess an electric heater. Without anyone stoking the boiler, the heating remains merely a heap of useless metal. As temperatures plummet, an increasing number of vehicles fail to ignite, with some even having their heating systems frozen. Many electrical devices exposed to the elements in the city have begun to malfunction due to the frost. Gazing at the snow-covered city, Chen Xue felt a twinge of melancholy. Pondering how many would survive this apocalyptic winter and what could possibly restore normalcy to life, he nestled into his warm bed and drifted into slumber. The harsh winter apocalypse had arrived. This hellish cold would persist, and only those adaptable to their environment would have a chance at survival. Upon waking, Chen Xue found the community group in an uproar. Does anyone have an electric heater or a heating appliance? I will pay a high price for one. My air conditioner isn't heating. Is there a repairman in the community? Why have all the food delivery platforms shut down? In this frigid weather, I can't even venture outside for a meal. I ordered winter clothing online. Who knows if the platform will deliver at this critical moment? Many members of the community began exchanging information, seeking valuable updates amidst the chaos. The sky's hue had returned to normal. Yet the terrifying chill in the air was anything but. Most individuals did not go to work today. Overnight, the entire city had transformed into a winter wonderland. Some attempted to open their windows, only to be deterred by the biting cold. Inside, Chen Xue's home remained a comfortable 27 degrees. His grandmother, having just risen, was astonished by the view outside, prompting Chen Xue to patiently explain the scene to her. At that moment, a call from Chai Xinxin came through. Looking at his phone, a mischievous smile crept across Chen Xue's lips. His mindset was markedly different from just a few days prior. At this juncture, venturing outside had become a formidable task, and the fabric of society had unraveled. Now, he could converse openly with Chai Xinxin. He answered the call gently. Xinxin, what's the matter? Chen Xue, today is the date we agreed upon for repayment. When will you return the 8 million you owe me? Oh right, I had forgotten until you mentioned it. I will repay you today, but I only have cash. On the other end, he heard Chai Xinxin's voice tremble. Cash is fine, so bring it to me now. Chai Xinxin lived in the same neighborhood, next to Chen Xue. I cannot, Xinxin. It's too cold outside, and I dare not venture out. It would be best if you came to collect it yourself. Frustration bubbled within Chai Xinxin, yet she composed herself and playfully pouted, in such frigid weather. Can you really bear to let a girl go out alone? Brother Chen Xue, I know you best, do send it over. Once you arrive, Xin will prepare a few dishes for you to savor. Chen Xue replied nonchalantly, if you want money, come and get it yourself. Otherwise, it's futile to discuss. With that, he hung up the phone, a cold smile creeping across his face. How absurd that you, a girl who rarely cooks, would suddenly offer to prepare a meal. It was clearly a ploy to lure me over. Inside, Chai Xinxin felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Not only had Chen Xue's attitude plummeted, but even Han Jin was ignoring her calls. With her confidence wavering, she shivered in the cold, yet took a moment to gaze into a mirror, adjusting her hair. Tentatively, she extended her hand from beneath the covers, but ultimately decided against going to Chen Xue's house to collect the debt. Although she longed for Chen Xue's 8 million, she held the IOU and could certainly wait for a more favorable time to retrieve it. Chapter 12. The pretentious Zhang Ping. Meanwhile, Chen Xue turned on the television to stay informed about the outside world alongside his grandmother. Reports surfaced from across the nation detailing a sudden drop in temperatures. The harsh winter of the apocalypse had only just begun, and the cold had yet to reach its most fearsome depths. Prior to the apocalypse, the temperature in Yupao City soared to a sweltering 38 degrees, with people clad in short sleeves. Today, however, it had plummeted to around -60 degrees. Sitting comfortably in a warm room while observing the frigid weather outside was quite the experience, akin to watching people dash through the rain from the safety of a vehicle. Every channel on the television broadcasted images of numerous medical personnel, clad in thick cold weather gear, battling on the front lines. From last night until now, many across the country had suffered from frostbite. The screen displayed snowplows and law enforcement officers maintaining order. A male host, shivering in his protective attire, reported last night. A significant drop in temperatures was observed worldwide, with the lowest recorded temperature plummeting to -70 degrees. Authorities are currently investigating the cause of this temperature decline. Residents are advised to take precautions against the cold to avoid frostbite, refrain from spreading rumors or hoarding supplies. This severe cold will soon pass. His grandmother, somewhat anxious, asked, My dear grandson, do we have enough food stockpiled? Grandma, don't fret, Chen Xue chuckled. The food I've purchased this time will suffice for a lifetime. Just stay at home and relax. After sharing some heartfelt words with his grandmother, he called Lao Mu. Lao Mu now regarded Chen Xue with the utmost reverence. Without Chen Xue's directives, he would never have amassed such a substantial supply of resources, nor would he have sought out winter gear. Brother Lao Mu, in the days ahead, minimize your outings and keep our supplies a secret. Understood. Oh, and there's something crucial I must mention. For some reason, my feet seem capable of normal movement again. There's a small orb of light in my head that only I can sense. This orb allows me to move at an accelerated pace. Noted. After hanging up, Chen Xue fell into deep contemplation. It appeared that I was not the only one endowed with extraordinary abilities since the apocalypse commenced. My power is learning. While Brother Lao Mu possesses the gift of speed. In recent days, the global temperatures have plummeted, leading to significant disruptions in societal order across numerous nations. The beautiful nation has spiraled into chaos with an uncontrollable wave of zero-yuan purchases sweeping the entire country. Meanwhile, the government of Sakura Nation has urged its citizens to subsist on a single meal each day, and its populace has complied with this directive far more readily than their counterparts in the beautiful nation. The most outrageous development has occurred in Corn Nation, where drug lords have seized half of the power, resulting in a complete regime change. In Huaxia, conditions are similarly dire, with rampant looting occurring in various regions. To prevent the situation from escalating further, the heavy burden has fallen upon numerous community workers. These unfortunate individuals endure the biting cold, unable to return home, while also being responsible for delivering food and collecting waste for the residents. Many of these workers have become irritable and anxious under such pressure. Among them are those who relish wielding their limited authority, such as Zhang Ping, the liaison for Chen Xue community. This rotund man, in his 30s, dons glasses and exudes an air of arrogance. His favorite pastime is to impose difficulties on others within the narrow confines of his authority. Chen Xue's phone chimed, signaling a message from Zhang Ping in the WeChat group. Zhang Ping, greetings, residents. I am Zhang Ping, the newly appointed head of the residential building. Zhang Ping, in light of the recent snow disaster, I feel a profound sense of responsibility and honorable mission. I shall uphold fairness, integrity, and accountability. holding myself to higher standards and demonstrating leadership through action. Chen Xue couldn't help but smirk at the audacity of his claims. This rotund figure had made similar proclamations in a past life, only to engage in corruption and favoritism by the very next day. Those who were close to him received more resources, while those who flattered him found themselves with less work. The most despicable aspect was that Zhang Ping quietly appropriated substantial supplies for himself, thriving while many perished. Zhang Ping now? Those whose names I call must don your coats and come downstairs to assist in transporting supplies. As expected, Chen Xue's name was among those called. He sighed, realizing how stubbornly people's perceptions can remain unchanged. They still regarded him as the obedient and honest Chen Xue of yore. Zhang Ping had targeted the residents who appeared to be the most docile and agreeable, regardless of gender. In response to the group message, Chen Xue wrote, "I will not be taking any supplies. Please arrange for someone else to assist." Zhang Ping, eager to assert his authority as a newly appointed official, was taken aback by Chen Xue's response, his demeanor faltering. He specifically addressed Chen Xue in the group. Zhang Ping, in times of crisis, it is the duty of every resident to contribute. Any act of defiance against orders will undoubtedly face repercussions in the future. Zhang Ping, today you will come down, whether you like it or not. Chen Xue was not one to tolerate nonsense. He immediately responded in the group chat. "I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you. Keep talking, and I shall crush your eggs." This was a phrase originally uttered by Li Xinhui to Zhang Ping in a past life, now preemptively spoken by Chen Xue. In the group chat, Li Xinhui, upon hearing Chen Xue, sent a voice message. "Ha, you truly amuse me, Leader Zhang. Someone has vowed to crush your eggs. What do you think? If I were you, I would have lost my patience by now." A smirk curled at the corner of Chen Xue's mouth. Li Xinhui's attempts at incitement in the chat were quite irksome. Yet he felt emboldened with everyone being treated equally. There was no reason to back down. He retorted at Li Xinhui, "Shut your mouth. Did I give you permission to speak? If you have nothing to do, go downstairs and fetch supplies." His words certainly stirred animosity. Although the residents were freezing, some urged them to cease the quarrel. After all, the priority was to determine who would venture out for supplies. The ongoing argument was not what they needed at that moment, as failure to secure supplies could mean dire consequences for the residents. However, facing the risk of frostbite kept everyone reluctant to step outside. After much hesitation, it was old Mu who bravely volunteered to go downstairs for the supplies. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Ping's face had turned a deep shade of purple as he silently called out Chen Xue's name. He harbored a profound hatred for Chen Xue. This was his first time grasping the reins of power, albeit a meager one. He resolved that there would be no share of supplies for Chen Xue this time. As for Li Xinhui, he was a true tough character, burdened with a considerable criminal record. He was known for bullying others, and those who had dared to speak to him loudly typically ended up regretting it. Li Xinhui had never before encountered such provocation. He attempted to add Chen Xue as a friend, but was repeatedly denied. Seeking to acquire Chen Xue's phone number, he turned to Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping, eager to eliminate Chen Xue, utilized his authority to discover the number and gleefully relate it to Li Xinhui. Upon connecting the call, Li Xinhui roared at Chen Xue, "Do you know how to write the word death?" Chen Xue retorted, "Of course. And do you know that you look like a Tetris block?" Li Xinhui responded, "You've got guts. Just wait at home. We'll have a proper chat." Chen Xue replied defiantly, "I will not wait for you. Stay away from my home." Li Xinhui, now seething with rage, genuinely contemplated ending Chen Xue's life. Grabbing a triangular military dagger, he prepared to head to Chen Xue's residence. Just as he was about to leave, a sense of unease washed over him. Chen Xue, typically docile, had no apparent reason to provoke him today. Perhaps a trap awaited him. Upon this realization, he called a few of his underlings, instructing them to smash down Chen Xue's door and bring him to his house. While the situation remained uncertain, sending his subordinates to probe Chen Xue's true nature seemed prudent. He often likened himself to Lu Huaqiang, dreaming of dominating the oil-fried city and becoming the most formidable force in the underworld. The disciples of Li Xinhui approached Chen Xue's residence with an air of menace. Chen Xue had already observed the unusual activity through the corridor surveillance cameras and felt no inclination to engage with them. In fact, a part of him silently hoped for an escalation of the commotion. These idle ruffians began to assault his door with fervor. After a while, the hammers and baseball bats brought by these thugs became damaged. Some resorted to using their fists, bruising their hands in the process. Yet, the door bore only faint marks from their attempts. Frustrated, Li Xinhui's minions contemplated surrender, bewildered by the resilience of the door, which seemed as impenetrable as a fortress. Coincidentally, a supply delivery team arrived at Chen Xue's floor, led by the imposing Zhang Ping, who distributed provisions to each household. Upon reaching Chen Xue's door, he halted, observing the aggressive crowd battering the entrance. The arrogance faded from his face, replaced by a sycophantic demeanor. He approached the thugs, whispering a few conciliatory words before ringing Chen Xue's doorbell. "Chen Xue, it's me, Zhang Ping. I apologize for the earlier remarks in the group. It was my fault. Please don't take it to heart. I was merely considering the larger picture." Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Lao Mu, who had accompanied Zhang Ping to deliver supplies, discreetly moved to a nearby fire hydrant box, retrieving a fire axe and concealing it at his waist. His temporary compliance with Zhang Ping stemmed from a desire to assist the residents, given his background as a soldier, steeped in patriotism and loyalty. Chen Xue had bestowed upon him immense trust, even financing a substantial amount of supplies for him to safeguard, allowing Lao Mu the liberty to utilize them. To call him a benefactor would be an understatement. He resolved that should anyone dare to lay a finger on Chen Xue, he would staunchly defend him. Chen Xue, through the surveillance, observed all the happenings outside and deduced Lao Mu's intentions. Aware of Lao Mu's spirited nature, Chen Xue feared that he might resort to violence and sent a text message urging him to remain calm and observe the situation. Meanwhile, Zhang Ping continued his soft-spoken persuasion, attempting to coax Chen Xue into opening the door to claim the supplies, his soothing words almost convincing him of their sincerity. "Chen Xue, don't be afraid. Just open the door. Rest assured, Brother Zhang is here. No one dares to harm you." Yet, Chen Xue remained unmoved. Having endured much in his previous life, where death was a daily occurrence in the community, he had witnessed the collapse of order and law, leaving only a fragile remnant of moral restraint among individuals. The cruel winter of the apocalypse showed no signs of abating. Even loss of life would bear no repercussions. Strike a single blow to prevent a multitude. He thought as he instructed his grandmother to return to her room and close the door behind her. He then retrieved his firearm, inspecting the 2 magazines filled with bullets, and disengaged the safety on his 92. To avoid any ricochet that might harm Lao Mu, who was merely a door away, he called him. Once connected, Chen Xue spoke in a low voice. "Lao Mu, I am about to open the door." As the door swung open, you instinctively crouched down, cradling your head. After Chen Xue finished speaking, he stowed away his phone, raised his gun with his right hand, and grasped the doorknob with his left, gradually pressing it down. Once it clicked, he swiftly yanked the door open. Bang, 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 bang. 4 shots rang out, and 4 individuals collapsed, each struck in the head. The remaining onlookers outside were left in shock, unsure of how to react to the unfolding scene. In the brief span from Chen Xue opening the door to the gunfire, only one of Li Xinhui's 5 underlings remained. Whether from cold or fear, this survivor trembled uncontrollably. Chen Xue approached him, gun aimed, and coldly intoned. "Return to Li Xinhui and convey this message. Whenever you see me, Chen Xue, bow your head and behave. Now leave." The underling, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled down the stairs in a frantic rush. Dealing with societal issues required a societal approach. Otherwise, it was no wonder Li Xinhui faced persistent headaches. Zhang Ping, terrified, fell to the ground, his thick cotton pants already soaked. Chapter 13. The plundering of resources. Chen Xue looked down at Zhang Ping with a disdainful glare and commanded, "Gather your men and dispose of these 4 corpses. If I see them still lying at my doorstep in 20 minutes, I will not hesitate to crush you where you stand." Zhang Ping, drenched and reeking, was fortunate that the frigid air masked the odor. He suppressed his fear of Chen Xue and stammered, "Why yes, we will clear them away immediately. Please rest assured." The individuals assisting with the transport of supplies felt a growing irritation. They had merely intended to help the residents, but were now entangled in this gruesome spectacle. Because of Zhang Ping, they were obliged to assist in moving the bodies, which left them somewhat resentful toward him. Seeing Zhang Ping's compliance, Chen Xue picked up a portion of supplies and retreated into his home, shutting the door behind him. He refrained from engaging with Lao Mu, as he wished to keep their relationship concealed. Chen Xue held a certain admiration for Lao Mu's character. Thus, he could not afford to reveal any connection between them. Otherwise, after the slaying of those 4 men affiliated with Li Xinhui, that group, in their rage and humiliation, would surely seek to retaliate against Lao Mu. Yet, he needed to maintain the appearance of gathering supplies, for the building's residents were numerous, and he was unwilling to make enemies of them all. Deliberately refusing to take supplies would signal to the entire building that he possessed ample resources. Although he could afford to forego supplies due to his conflict with Zhang Ping, he could not overtly refuse them. Despite wielding a gun, Chen Xue was not eager to attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Zhang Ping, clad in a thick cotton hat, harbored a venomous glare in his small eyes, filled with loathing for Chen Xue. The humiliation he suffered in front of so many was akin to a slap in the face. The building's elevators had ceased functioning due to the extreme cold, leaving Zhang Ping to carry his share of supplies while directing several young men to transport the corpses downstairs. Everyone had already exhausted their strength moving supplies from the 1st to the 18th floor. One young man suggested to Zhang Ping that they simply dispose of the bodies on the 17th floor, reasoning that if they were not on Chen Xue's level, he would not see them. Although Zhang Ping harbored a profound animosity towards Chen Xue, fear ultimately prevailed in his heart. Just moments ago, Chen Xue had ruthlessly taken the lives of 4 individuals before him. Upon hearing the young man's words, Zhang Ping's haughty demeanor resurfaced as he erupted in a tirade. Where do you get off with all this nonsense? Did you not hear what that murderer said? If Chen Xue sees these corpses, are you not afraid of his retribution? Are you trying to bring about our doom? In truth, even if Chen Xue discovered that Zhang Ping was not exerting himself, he would only target Zhang for his ire. Old Mu, with a teasing smile, remarked, Zhang, you wield quite the authority. Chen Xue merely mentioned that he would crush your testicles upon seeing the bodies. We have done nothing to provoke him. Why would he seek revenge against us? Zhang Ping, his face flushed, dared not retort. Among those transporting supplies, he would readily insult anyone, save for Old Mu. The latter's imposing stature and robust physique made him a figure not easily trifled with. Moreover, Old Mu volunteered to transport supplies, not out of submission to Zhang Ping's intimidation. Thus, Zhang Ping diverted the conversation, pretending not to hear Old Mu's words, and continued to berate the young man. It's your fault for speaking out of turn. If you wish to receive supplies, hurry up and move. The others, still hoping for rescue and favorable policies, felt a twinge of fear, reluctant to offend Zhang Ping, who, in their eyes, held the power to allocate the resources. No one dared to throw the bodies from the upper floors. They still held a sense of legality in their hearts. Reluctantly, they began to carry the corpses to the 10th floor, further from Chen Xue's residence, which finally eased Zhang Ping's apprehension. He took out his phone to dial the police, only to find that no one answered. After several attempts, he realized he was met with silence. As he frantically tried to connect, the law enforcement system in Yupao City was in disarray. The command center of Yao Yao Ling was already deserted. After dialing over 10 numbers and ultimately conceding defeat, he devised a more prudent approach. He snapped a photograph of the 4 corpses and shared it in the residence group chat, tagging Chen Xue and Li Xinhui. In the chat, he stated, Chen Xue, I have fulfilled your request. The bodies have been moved to the 10th floor. I hope you will keep your promise and not harm the rest of us. You have killed 4 people and will face justice. I advise you to turn yourself in. The deceased were friends and brothers of Li Xinhui. Consider the sorrow and pain your actions will bring him. Chen Xue, upon reading the messages in the group, felt a twinge of surprise. Zhang Ping was not as foolish as he had presumed. With a few casual remarks, he distanced himself from the situation, placing the blame for the murders squarely on Chen Xue while passing the dilemma to Li Xinhui. The crucial point was that Zhang Ping's statement left Chen Xue in a bind, as the bodies had indeed been dealt with. Silence enveloped the group chat. Even Li Xinhui ceased to send further messages, for he clearly saw the grim state of his young comrades in the photographs, each with bullet wounds to their heads, unmistakably inflicted by firearms. The marksmanship appears remarkably precise, with each thug shot in the head at nearly identical locations. Li Xinhui felt a sense of trepidation and summoned all his subordinates to gather at his residence. Their subsequent actions would necessitate a united front for warmth and security. The supplies for Gyuan and Xingyuan communities were sourced entirely from a large supermarket situated between the 2 neighborhoods. This supermarket, located within the residential area, offered a diverse range of provisions. The initial batch of supplies dispatched to the community was generously provided free of charge by the supermarket's owner, seeking to enhance his reputation. However, observing that the weather showed no signs of warming, he ceased the complimentary distribution. After all, the supply chain for vegetables and meats had been severed, and residents remained confined within their homes, cut off from external news. Although he contemplated halting the supply altogether, under the heavy pressure of Zhang Ping's policies, he felt compelled to continue providing goods, hoping to sustain his business in the long run, as he could not afford to sever ties entirely with the community. However, the subsequent supplies would require residents to pay out of pocket, and prices were escalating rapidly. A single bucket of instant noodles had surged to 10 yuan. This new wave of sales would conveniently recoup the costs of the previously offered complimentary items, as he was a businessman with a penchant for studying the Talmud. He remarked to the residents, "You need not purchase. There are plenty willing to buy." In recent days, Chen Xue had self-studied several Western culinary techniques, preparing a perfectly seared steak for his grandmother. The tender fillet posed no challenge for her to chew. He devoured over 30 chive boxes in one sitting, and when the chives lodged between his teeth, he rinsed his mouth with Red Bull. His phone buzzed with a message from Lao Mu. "Look downstairs." Chen Xue retrieved a finely crafted military-grade telescope and peered down from the 18th floor. Li Xinhui and his group, clad in thick cotton clothing, were looting the supplies that residents had purchased at exorbitant prices. They did not take everything but selectively grabbed the finest items: beef jerky, chocolate bars, and various beverages and cigarettes. Zhang Ping, accompanied by a group of residents, attempted to safeguard the supplies, but when Li Xinhai's gang brandished clubs and assaulted several individuals, the rest dared not intervene. Gradually, the outside temperature plummeted to -80°C, causing water pipes in every household to freeze. Residents relied primarily on bottled water for drinking, which was far more hygienic than melted snow. They would cut open the ice-encased bottles and boil the contents to thaw the ice. Chen Xue noticed some peculiarities in the group chat. Ever since he had shot dead a few thugs, he had been effectively ostracized. Zhang Ping hesitated to remove him from the chat, and instead created a separate group for residents. He surmised that in the eyes of the community, he had become a murderer. Initially, it was anticipated that the order would gradually crumble over time, but events unfolded far more swiftly than expected. Chen Xue's actions had already challenged the perceived authority of the law. After all, he had brazenly committed murder without facing any consequences. After Chen Xue committed the act of taking 4 lives, he found himself engulfed in a tumult of anxiety, requiring the numbing embrace of alcohol to find solace in sleep. Upon awakening, however, a sense of relief washed over him. Drawing from the wisdom of his previous life, he understood that being taken away by Li Xinhai would likely lead to his demise. The distinction lay in his instinct to safeguard both himself and his grandmother, prompting him to act preemptively. Consequently, Li Xinhai harbored a degree of trepidation towards Chen Xue. A man capable of murder at the drop of a hat was not someone to be trifled with. His focus had shifted towards the acquisition of resources, for his pockets were scarcely filled, and the looming snow disaster remained unpredictable. Survival was paramount. Moreover, he was uncertain how long this bitter cold would persist. Taking a life in broad daylight would surely invite retribution. Thus he knew he must tread carefully. The resources Li Xinhai sought were purchased at great expense by the residents, including those bought by the families of Chai Xinxin and Xue Jiqiang. With Xue Jiqiang's provisions stolen, he found himself compelled to confront Chen Xue under the pressure of his wife. Tentatively, he sent a message via WeChat. "Mr. Chen, may I inquire if the compensation you promised for my wife and child still stands?" Chen Xue chuckled, recognizing that Xue Jiqiang was now aware of his lethal capabilities, prompting a shift in his tone to one of politeness. As for the matter of compensation, Xue Jiqiang had previously resorted to intimidation against both him and his grandmother. Now, he had the audacity to request money? Furthermore, no one from the Xue family had sustained injuries, and the tear gas canister could be rinsed with saline without issue. Chen Xue had not even pursued compensation for the damage to his vehicle, yet here was Xue Jiqiang, brazenly asking for financial restitution. He picked up his phone and called Xue Jiqiang. "Listen," he said, "if you want money, you must do something for me first. Go and give Li Huiran 2 resounding slaps across the face and tell him it's a reward for causing a ruckus at my home." "But Li Huiran is no easy target. He has many underlings," Xue Jiqiang protested. "If you want the money, you will do it. Otherwise, our discussion is over." Chen Xue replied, hanging up the phone. Xue Jiqiang was left speechless. If he had the courage to confront Li Huiran, would he have allowed his provisions to be stolen in the first place? In contrast, Chai Xinxin exhibited considerably more patience than Xue Jiqiang. It was not until the following day that she summoned the courage to initiate a video call with Chen Xue, anxious that he might misconstrue her intentions as a plea for assistance due to hunger. In the video, despite her somewhat haggard appearance, her makeup remained exquisite, though her body was cocooned in several layers of thick blankets. In preparation for this call, she had no means to wash her face, so she had warmed a frozen wet wipe with her body heat to clean herself up, spending 3 hours applying makeup by the light of her phone in the confines of her blankets. Chai Xinxin was determined to leave a favorable impression on Chen Xue. With her provisions pilfered by Li Xinhai, her household was devoid of sustenance, and if circumstances persisted, starvation loomed near. "Brother Chen, why have you been ignoring me? Are you still upset about the past?" she implored. "Brother Chen, it was Han Jin who pressured me to reach out to you. Please do not misunderstand my intentions because of this. These past few days, I have missed you dearly. Have you been eating well?" Chen Xue gazed at the video, where Chai Xinxin was constantly probing him. He turned the camera to his dining table, where his grandmother had eaten little before retreating to watch television. On the table lay the braised spare ribs he had prepared, a testament to his culinary skills that rivaled those of a Michelin chef. The 2 large iron bowls brimmed with nearly 10 kilograms of expertly trimmed ribs, a feast for the senses in terms of color, aroma, and flavor. A large bottle of Sprite adorned the table as well. Chai Xinxin's eyes widened at the sight of the abundant food, her gaze fixed on the screen, drool escaping from the corners of her mouth. She hadn't eaten a single grain of rice in 2 days. Chapter 14. The final tenderness. When the harsh cold first set in, she remained optimistic, unaware that the chill would only intensify. Eventually, Chen Xue ceased to engage with her, and Han Jin vanished as well. The community's provisions had been consumed entirely by her, and now she was left yearning for a morsel of food. While there were many admirers, few matched Chen Xue's comprehensive qualities and gentle attentiveness. Reflecting on the events of this period, she felt as though Chen Xue had seen through her. If that were the case, maintaining the facade served no purpose. Given Chen Xue's recent behavior, even if she feigned a longing for him to gain entry to his home, he would likely find myriad excuses to dismiss her. Since the pretense would not succeed before the perceptive Chen Xue, authenticity became her most potent weapon. With tears welling in her eyes, Chai Xinxin implored through the video. Chen Xue, I was wrong. Will you forgive me? I should not have arranged for Han Jin to meet you. Right now, I am truly starving. Could you spare me some food, considering our past? Her heartfelt plea stirred something within Chen Xue, for she was the woman he had once ardently pursued. Seeing her in such a state, he relented. Setting aside the facts, could he truly claim to be without fault? With a hint of resignation, Chen Xue replied, All right, Xinxin. No more tears. Come to my house. Let us enjoy a good meal together. Chai Xinxin dared not utter a word of dissent, fearing that any misstep might cause this hard-won opportunity to slip away. Eagerly, she looked forward to the spare ribs at Chen Xue's house. Her tears dried, and with determination, she bundled herself warmly and set off for his home. After ending the video call, Chen Xue wore a mischievous smile. Chai Xinxin, do not blame me for being too ruthless. A man must be resolute to stand firm. The painful lessons of his past were vividly present. To repay kindness with kindness. How does one repay enmity? Though allowing Chai Xinxin into his room posed a considerable risk, as one could never predict the consequences of her arrival. Chen Xue had his reasons for doing so. Moreover, his current abilities far exceeded those of an average person. Exercising caution, he instructed his grandmother to remain in her room and not to come out, as he needed to handle matters concerning Chai Xinxin. His grandmother, obedient and without question, took a copy of Dream of the Red Chamber and retreated to her room. Soon, Chai Xinxin rang the doorbell of Chen Xue's residence. Chen Xue, having changed into casual attire, opened the door and welcomed her inside. Upon entering, Chai Xinxin was enveloped by the warmth of the room, as if she were immersed in a cocoon of blissful temperature. Chen Xue had meticulously engineered his room to maintain a constant temperature of 27 degrees Celsius, a luxury made possible by his significant investment in self-sustaining power and heating systems. Additionally, a snow water collector on the exterior wall resolved any concerns regarding water supply. Of course, even without this device, the mineral water stock in his home could easily last for half a year. After stepping inside, Chai Xinxin felt a bit overheated and shed several layers of her thick outerwear. A delightful aroma wafted through the air, reminiscent of braised pork ribs, a scent that was utterly tantalizing to her senses. Sensing her predicament, Chen Xue refrained from idle chatter and promptly invited her to take a seat and enjoy her meal. Chai Xinxin, though initially poised, quickly abandoned her decorum as soon as she tasted the meat. Chen Xue, sitting beside her, graciously handed her a glass of cold beer, gently advising her to eat slowly and not choke. Overwhelmed with emotion, Chai Xinxin found herself on the verge of tears. She had never regarded Chen Xue with such admiration before, nor had she ever found the fatty meat she typically eschewed so delectable. Even the beer, which she usually avoided, was consumed in 5 consecutive glasses. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, Chai Xinxin beseeched Chen Xue, why don't I stay here for a while? It would be convenient for me to help take care of your grandmother. Chen Xue silently scoffed at the idea. Allowing her to stay could lead to unforeseen complications. Such thoughts were not unfounded. Given Chai Xinxin's character, it was likely that if she were tasked with cooking for a period, his grandmother would not last long. She was a woman of refined self-interest, unlikely to permit Chen Xue to care for an elderly person who contributed nothing. With a smile, Chen Xue replied, let us not discuss that now. Let us focus on the drinks. Gradually, the intoxicating effects of the alcohol combined with the comfortable warmth lulled Chai Xinxin into a deep slumber. She was exhausted. The hardships she had endured had deprived her of a good night's rest for far too long. Deep down, she was quite willing to succumb to the intoxication, believing that Chen Xue's generous offer of alcohol was a prelude to something intentional, thereby ensuring her stay at his home. Chen Xue, smiling, gently carried the unconscious Chai Xinxin back to her abode, worried she might awaken suddenly. He thoughtfully wrapped her in a blanket. Using her key, he unlocked the door and carefully laid her down on the bed before departing. Transitioning from frugality to opulence is easy, but from opulence to frugality is a daunting challenge. Having experienced the comforts of Chen Xue's home, Chai Xinxin returned to her own abode, reminiscent of an ice cellar. Chen Xue, not being particularly benevolent, orchestrated this scenario to allow her a taste of the stark contrast between paradise and desolation. Chai Xinxin felt as though she had awakened from a nightmare. having transitioned from a lavish palace to an icy coffin, unable to escape no matter how loudly she screamed. Upon regaining consciousness, she realized she had returned to her own home. Immediately, filled with a mix of embarrassment and anger, she called Chen Xue, warmly extending her regards to his family. Chen Xue innocently remarked, "I cannot take advantage of someone's misfortune. If I send you back, you will only blame me." Following the previous incident where supplies were seized by Li Xinhui, the residents had begun to lose faith in Zhang Ping. However, the dire lack of resources compelled the people to act. Thus, under Zhang Ping's organization, a group of young volunteers formed a supply protection squad. The distance from the community to the Xinyu trading post amounted to merely 500 meters. Yet, the frigid weather posed a life-threatening challenge for the drivers tasked with retrieving goods. Ultimately, it was old Mu who brought back the supplies, despite his vehicle's heating system having long since failed. Fortunately, Chen Xue had a well-stocked supply of food and warm gear at home, and he was in good physical condition. On this day, old Mu parked his truck downstairs, where the supply protection squad, organized by Zhang Ping, awaited eagerly. Residents of the entire building peered out from their windows, anxiously anticipating the arrival of provisions. A spirited group of over 20 youths stood resolutely, wielding wooden sticks and kitchen knives, though many appeared gaunt from hunger. A glimmer of determination shone in their eyes. Zhang Ping was confident that they would successfully defend these supplies, envisioning the possibility of appropriating some for personal gain from each household. Just as Zhang Ping and his companions prepared to unload the supplies, Li Xinhui descended from the second floor with his gang, having been waiting there, eyes fixed on old Mu's truck. Leading the group, Li Xinhui brandished a rifle, and with a mere glance, his minions understood to begin unloading the supplies. A young man from the protection squad, filled with a sense of justice, stepped in front of the vehicle and shouted, "These supplies are essential for everyone's survival. You cannot take them." Li Xinhui approached, aiming his weapon at the young man's head. The previous incident involving Chen Xue's lethal actions had made him acutely aware of the law's complete disintegration. To test this theory, he had attempted to call various emergency hotlines the night before, ensuring he would not encounter any complications. After all, if he were to kill someone without justification and order were to suddenly be restored, it would spell disaster for him. Given the current societal chaos, establishing dominance through violence seemed a necessary means of survival. "I will count to 3. If you do not step aside, I will shoot you dead," he declared, his menacing gaze locking onto the young man's resolute eyes. 1, 2, bang. Before he could finish counting, the young man's head exploded in a gruesome display. The members of the supply protection squad were momentarily paralyzed with shock. Some stood frozen in disbelief, while others crouched, clutching their heads. Zhang Ping hastily sought refuge behind a few individuals. They were merely ordinary residents of the community, unprepared for the brutality of Li Xinhui's sudden gunfire. Was there still law? Was there still justice? Observing from above, Chen Xue lowered his binoculars, his eyes narrowing slightly. It appeared that the tragedy of the past was repeating itself, once again. Li Xinhui had taken the life of a young man, though this time with a gun instead of a knife. It seemed that Li Xinhui had not previously resorted to using this lethal weapon. After his rebirth, he drew his weapon early due to the changes he had wrought. Blood splattered all over old Mu, and he felt a deep sorrow for the young man's demise. In his eyes, the young man was a cheerful and upright individual, known for his warm-heartedness. His eyes glistened with tears as he stepped forward, his voice quivering as he implored Li Xinhui, "Let us keep some supplies for everyone. Allow people a chance to survive. These provisions are vital for life. If you seize them all this time, no one will dare to gather supplies again in the future." From the windows of the building, some onlookers opened their windows, risking frostbite to shout and roar at Li Xinhui, demanding he relinquish the supplies. Though the residents upstairs shouted fiercely, none dared to descend and confront him. Li Xinhui aimed his gun at old Mu, casting a glance at the agitated crowd above. A cruel smile forced upon his fierce visage, sending shivers down the spines of the young members of the supply protection team. "All right, as you wish. We shall take only a portion." After committing the act, Li Xinhui and his subordinates departed as if nothing had transpired, having absconded with the meat and high-value items, leaving behind only a few instant noodles and bottled water. The members of the supply movement stood frozen, unsure of what to do next. Old Mu remained silent, hoisting a box of supplies to carry upstairs. Some enraged individuals upstairs dialed emergency services, with a few even attempting to contact fire services. Soon, however, they all gave up. The realization dawned upon them that no one would come to their aid. They had to rely solely on themselves. Gradually, they resumed their efforts to transport supplies, the atmosphere heavy with despair, leaving everyone at a loss for words. Zhang Ping nearly broke into tears, pondering how Chen Xue wielded a gun and why Li Xinhui possessed one as well. As the head of the resident building, He felt utterly powerless. With so few supplies left, how could he possibly enrich himself? This time, Zhang Ping did not merely direct from the sidelines. He carried a box of instant noodles upstairs, albeit with the intention of taking it home. The supplies had already been scarce, and some observant members of the protection team noticed Zhang Ping secretly transporting supplies back to his home, spreading the word among the others. The residents had completely lost faith in Zhang Ping. With so many supplies gone, many expressed their dissatisfaction with him during the distribution. Zhang Ping initially intended to exploit the next supply run, but the thought of Li Xinhui filled him with dread. After symbolically distributing a few supplies to some households, he hastily seized a box of water and slipped away. In the group chat, people communicated, complained, and cursed, having realized that no one could assist them, as if the order of the world had crumbled. Yet, life must go on, and they still needed to eat. The residents dared not confront Li Xinhui for the supplies, but the overwhelming fury demanded an outlet, prompting many angry residents to spontaneously gather at Zhang Ping's home, seeking an explanation. Chapter 15. Utter madness. Chen Xue activated the all-seeing surveillance in his bedroom, directing it towards Zhang Ping's residence. The residents arrived at Zhang Ping's home wielding sticks, while Zhang Ping and his wife desperately barricaded the door from within. Zhang Ping shouted from inside, "Do not act impulsively. The police will arrive shortly." A burly man seized a hammer and relentlessly struck the door, bellowing, "Come on, I just called," and no one answered. "You must be deceiving us." Chen Xue, observing the scene through the surveillance footage, chuckled. The security door of Zhang Ping's residence was surprisingly inward opening. In his view, such doors were quite flawed, with the only advantage being that they avoided collisions with other doors upon opening. However, the drawbacks were glaringly evident. They consumed space in the entryway and could be easily forced open. Indeed, the throng outside soon recognized this vulnerability, and several robust men chanted in unison, 1, 2, 3, charge. They collectively hurled themselves against the door. After several attempts, the enraged residents broke through. Once inside, they seized Zhang Ping and mercilessly assaulted him. A young man even viciously grasped his groin, causing him excruciating pain that nearly led him to faint. Zhang Ping was bloodied and battered. Amidst the chaos, an elderly bachelor yanked his wife's hair, dragging her into a nearby room. This man, a neighbor who had remained single for many years, was rumored to be somewhat deranged. A crowd surged into his study, the cramped space overflowing with people, while his innocent child was unknowingly trampled in the disorder. Under the pretense of supplying materials to the residents, Zhang Ping had surreptitiously hoarded a significant stockpile at home, his study now brimming with supplies. These provisions were violently seized by the furious residents, leaving his home in utter disarray. When Zhang Ping finally regained his composure to search for his wife and child, he was met with the devastating sight of his lifeless young child, whose body had been brought to the entrance by an unknown hand. 5 minutes later, his wife returned, her body battered, and the two wept uncontrollably over their child's remains. Chen Xue shook his head slightly at the scene, pondering the inevitability of such a fate. Following this incident, the residents of the building had irrevocably unleashed a Pandora's box, and it would not be long before they lost all sense of legal and moral restraint. With Zhang Ping no longer pressuring the grocery store owner, the proprietor relished the peace and remained hidden at home, ceasing the supply of provisions to the community. Zhang Ping's wife succumbed to madness upon confirming their child's death, while Zhang Ping, now faced with a seemingly dazed woman, silently barricaded the dilapidated door with sofas. Soon, the pair, deprived of sustenance, would likely perish from hunger. Li Xinhui, having returned with a bounty, distributed shares among his subordinates, who lavished him with praise. "Brotherly, you were incredible just now. You blew that kid's head off with one shot." "Of course, who is our brotherly? The true leader of Yupao City." Li Xinhui laughed heartily, brandishing his rifle. "With this weapon in hand, the world is mine. Anyone who dares defy me will face a bullet. If you follow my lead diligently, everything will come to you." Another sharp-featured young man chimed in. "Indeed, we should closely follow Li Gu. In the entire Xinya community, aside from Chen Xue, who else is worthy of our consideration?" The speaker's words were thoughtless, yet they struck a chord with Li Xinhui, who cast a fierce glare at the young man, causing him to shudder in fear. He hastily added, "What I meant was that Chen Xue is just fit enough to be your lackey, Li Gu." Li Xinhui interrupted, his teeth clenched in anger. "Enough? Cease your chatter. Just wait. There can only be one gun in this community." Li Xinhui's mother, Madame Mei, listened intently to their conversation. "Son, do you recall how Chen Xue transported a large quantity of supplies to the nearby Gia courtyard before the snowstorm?" Li Xinhui chuckled. "Of course. I suspected that this kid was my stepfather at the time. Stop with the nonsense. I've inquired, and he is merely a security guard. It seems he has purchased that villa. Since that day, I've kept an eye on him. None of the colleagues from other shifts have seen him moving supplies out." Li Xinhui teased. Mom, you're not actually interested in that kid, are you? Madame Mei, exasperated by his lack of ambition, pinched his arm. You foolish child. Do you understand what this means? It means he possesses a vast amount of supplies in that villa. With the communication channels to the outside world severed and money rendered worthless, such abundant resources represent immense wealth. That is the real deal. Li Xinhui's eyes widened in astonishment. Madame Mei continued, I don't care. You must go to that villa at once. If we can seize that batch of supplies, we can weather the snowstorm with ease. Li Xinhui, ever obedient to his mother, promptly set off towards Baiyuan with his companions. Out of fear for both Chen Xue and Li Xinhui, the residents established a communication group, banding together for warmth. Humans are social creatures. And although this offered no tangible benefit, it perhaps provided a modicum of solace. A sensational message erupted in the group, coming from Chai Xinxin. Dear residents, can you believe it? While we are mired in hardship, our good neighbor Chen Xue is living a life akin to paradise. His home maintains a normal temperature. He enjoys delicious meals daily, and he even has an abundance of bottled beverages. The group was rife with skepticism. Don't be ridiculous. With this temperature, the heating system would barely be functional. How could it possibly remain warm? Indeed, with supplies cut off in the community, where would Chen Xue find regular meals? A cup of instant noodles would be a luxury. Chai Xinxin responded, It's true. I had the fortune to enter his home, and it comprises only him and his grandmother. His ammunition is running low, yet if one were to storm in, the supplies inside could last a year. Chai Xinxin had given up hope that Chen Xue would accept her. Since I cannot attain your comfortable home, let it be destroyed. The residents' raid on Zhang Ping's house had inspired Chai Xinxin immensely. It was a testament to the strength found in numbers. In the face of overwhelming numbers, what significance does a single door hold? With the abundance of possessions in Chen's household, she, as the instigator, is certain to secure her share. Thus, her sole contemplation is how to maximize her gains. As for the residents, an assault on Chun is inevitable. Indeed, after a moment's internal struggle, they collectively resolved to launch an attack on her. They agreed to commence their offensive at dawn the following day. Outside, the temperature has plummeted to a deadly -90°C. The residents have already lost a significant portion of their supplies to Li Xinhui and have been enduring starvation, resorting to desperate measures for sustenance. The scarcity of water has also become a pressing issue. Many residents venture outside to gather snow for boiling. Some, unable to withstand their hunger, have taken to consuming their own pets, while others have resorted to repurposing waste. Those who have never faced starvation cannot fathom such acts. In times like these, even the faintest glimmer of hope fuels the will to survive. Chen's firearm becomes irrelevant. For no single individual can withstand the collective will of an entire building's inhabitants. The group chat has been renamed Overthrow Chen for food, in comparison to Li Xinhui's gang. Although Chen possesses firearms, he stands alone and is evidently more vulnerable. In the pursuit of a full meal, all notions of law and morality are cast aside. Chen received a message from Lao Mu, who said nothing but shared several screenshots of conversations from the group chat aimed at overthrowing him. Revealing that Lao Mu is also a participant in this chat, Chen felt a headache coming on. He had only a little over 100 bullets, while the number of residents exceeded 300. His greatest concern, however, lay with Gyuan, as the villa's black box blazed with an ominous red light, emitting a piercing alarm. In 2066, automatic alarm systems in high-end residential complexes were commonplace, and Chen hastily disabled the shrill siren. He accessed the surveillance footage around Baiyuan. Switching the view to the front door, on the screen appeared a figure he detested, Li Xinhui. Li was furiously kicking the door of his villa, but fortunately, the structure remained robust. Frustrated by his inability to breach the entrance, he grew increasingly aggressive, brandishing a shotgun and firing several rounds at the lock. One bullet ricocheted, injuring one of his subordinates, blinding him. Should his condition worsen, death would surely follow. Yet the door remained steadfast, its surface marred only by scratches. Watching the footage, Chen felt a growing anxiety. Although the villa in Bian was sturdy, it had not been fortified, and with time, it would inevitably succumb to Li Xinhui's attempts to break in, especially given the vast resources within. Chen's plan hinged on waiting until the residents had suffered significant losses before stealthily returning with his grandmother to the villa. Thus, he had deliberately allowed Chai Xinxin to learn of the resources in his home, hoping to divert some attention away from the villa, thereby considerably reducing the risk of its contents being discovered. To his astonishment, fate proved to be less favorable than anticipated. The villa was discovered, primarily due to the relentless pursuit of Li Xinhui, the most formidable adversary. Even if he managed to infiltrate the villa through the secret passage, confronting Li Xinhui and his entire gang would be an insurmountable challenge, particularly given that he commanded over 20 subordinates. Li Xinhui had grown cunning. After dispersing his men, He aimed from the side and fired at the villa's windows, leaving traces of bullets upon the glass. The realization struck him, bulletproof glass? Contemplating his next move, he resolved to retreat for the day, returning later with a more potent explosive round to test his luck. The ammunition he had today was akin to birdshot, lacking the desired impact. Watching Li Xinhue depart from the vicinity of the villa, Chen Xue felt a twinge of concern. He found himself in a dire predicament. His neighbors sought to usurp his home, while Li Xinhue's gang plotted to breach his granary. In terms of firepower, his handgun was evidently inferior. As for manpower, he could only summon Old Mu, while Li Xinhue boasted a cadre of over 20 henchmen. Whether he could resolve these dual dilemmas hinged solely on the performance of the following day. Gazing at the snowy landscape outside, Chen Xue wrapped himself in his quilt and slipped into slumber. He set an early alarm for himself, meticulously maintained his handgun, inspected it, chambered rounds, and filled spare magazines. Only then did he take his place by the computer, intently monitoring the surveillance footage. Before long, several shadowy figures emerged in the corridor. Chen Xue initially contemplated eliminating them while their numbers were few. Yet, he was also curious about the defensive capabilities of the reinforced structure he had fortified. The door featured an inner door, known as a security door, the only point from which bullets could be discharged without opening the main door. Chen Xue prepared a tear gas launcher, crushing a substantial number of ping-pong balls and encasing them in ready-made aluminum foil. He typically utilized 10 balls for each foil packet, creating a rudimentary tear gas canister. He enlisted his grandmother's aid in crafting this makeshift device, while he vigilantly monitored the surveillance feed. Chapter 16. The grand offensive commences at last. Chen Xue felt the tremors of the room as if an earthquake had struck. A throng of residents was ascending the stairs in unison. The commotion was startling. Yet his grandmother reassured him, saying, "Fear not, my dear grandson, our house is sturdy. Even if 300 people were on this floor, it would not collapse." She promised to pass him tools to adequately defend against the intruders. "Grandmother, you should return inside. I can manage this on my own." "I am no longer that little boy," he insisted, reluctant to involve her, knowing that her presence would hinder his ability to act decisively. After all, she was of advanced age, and witnessing too much violence would be detrimental. Ultimately, he could not dissuade her, and he would have to resort to gentler means to deter the encroaching residents. Approximately 10 minutes later, the residents gradually gathered at the staircase landing. They were already feeling faint from hunger, with some having climbed from the first to the 18th floor in one breath. Many arrived utterly exhausted, half incapacitated before even launching their assault. A group of individuals unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the door, some resorting to kicking while others collided against it, as if attempting to perform a form of acupressure on the wooden barrier. One particularly clever individual proposed that they demolish the walls, a suggestion that found favor among several robust men. Armed with sledgehammers typically used for demolitions, they relentlessly struck at the doorframe for an extended period. Despite their efforts, which left a few with bloodied hands, they failed to inflict any damage upon the walls. It appeared that the structure of Chen Xue's residence differed significantly from those of his neighbors. Observant onlookers noted that the exterior walls of Chen's home were notably thicker and sturdier, a result of the unique concrete used in their construction. With no alternative, the crowd redirected their efforts towards the door itself. One determined woman wielded a kitchen knife, delivering a forceful strike to Chen's door. A new scratch marred its surface. Yet the iron blade, rendered brittle by the extreme cold, shattered upon impact. Chen Xue found himself somewhat disheartened. His neighbors lacked the tenacity he had anticipated. Enough of this, he thought. It is my turn now. He retrieved a basket of makeshift tear gas canisters prepared by his grandmother and commenced hurling them outside. A quick-witted man, noticing the opening of the door, seized one of the canisters and hurled it back. Meanwhile, two individuals daringly reached through the door in an attempt to grasp Chen. However, he had anticipated such maneuvers. He deftly evaded their grasp and promptly activated the ventilation system within his room. The trajectory of the smoke from a concealed smoke grenade altered instantaneously as it was drawn through the various ventilation openings in the walls. Thus, a thick fog enveloped the area outside the door, while the air within remained refreshingly clear. He had no desire to inflict harm upon his attackers at the cost of his own well-being. As he witnessed two hands extending into his space, a mischievous grin spread across Chen's face as he brandished a pair of heavy-duty bolt cutters, swiftly severing several fingers from the intruding hands. The owners of those hands, in excruciating pain, withdrew and began to flail about amidst the crowd. The connection between hand and heart is indeed profound. As the throng surged at the door, eager to seize supplies, the injured fingers only served to incite further chaos. Observing the grim scene from a distance, Chai Xinxin understood that the individuals attempting to breach the door would never succeed. The moment they should truly strike would only arrive when the door was on the verge of yielding. How disgusting, Chen thought disdainfully, glancing at the severed digits on the ground as he continued to launch more smoke canisters. He retrieved the one that had been thrown back at him and tossed it once more. Next, he produced 2 tear gas sprayers and unleashed a powerful spray towards the outside, this time opting for a mist form, yielding a significant area of effect. He felt as though he were engaged in a game akin to Plants vs. Zombies. It was only after he depleted his supply of smoke canisters and emptied several tear gas canisters that he finally closed the door with satisfaction. He hurried to the bedroom to observe the mayhem through the surveillance monitors. The footage revealed a scene of panic, with people running in every direction. Many shorter individuals were trampled in the chaos. The crowd amassed at the door served as the epicenter for a thick cloud of toxic smoke and gas. Several individuals with poor physical condition succumbed immediately. The temperature within the residential building was slightly warmer than the outside, yet it hovered around a frigid -70°C. The tear gas and pepper spray crafted by Chen Xue are specifically designed to target the respiratory systems of individuals who can unwittingly inhale the substances through masks and scarves. Once inhaled, those affected instinctively remove their protective gear in a desperate attempt to breathe easily. The frigid air, when inhaled for prolonged periods, can inflict severe damage on the respiratory tract, potentially leading to lung frostbite and, in severe cases, cardiac arrest. This is precisely Chen Xue's intention, efficiently neutralizing his targets without the need for a single bullet. 5 residents succumbed immediately due to the effects of the gas, while the remaining individuals were left in tears, frantically rubbing their eyes. Some began to exhibit stress responses, suffering from respiratory difficulties and heart failures, resulting in a rising death toll. Chen Xue watched the surveillance feeds attentively, biding his time, while those at the entrance began to sense the dire situation. Yet the crowd continued to surge forward. Many lingered at the stairwell, including Chai Xinxin, shouting encouragement to charge ahead. Xue Jiqiang, having finally extricated himself from the throng, discovered that his wife had been trampled to death in the chaos. He was consumed by agitation. Having been among those who had ventured into Chen Xue's home, he was now left with only 3 fingers on his left hand, resembling a character from a cartoon. He appeared gaunt, markedly thinner than before, with dark circles under his eyes and bloodshot sclera. Xue Jiqiang, a man who typically sought value in his endeavors, found his relentless pursuit of personal gain and advantage had led to this catastrophic outcome. With a severed digit and the loss of his wife, he deemed the assault on Chen Xue's residence utterly futile, realizing that despite the casualties, they had not breached even the surface of the door. As he pondered the reasons behind this calamity, his gaze fell upon Chai Xinxin. It dawned on him that it was this deceitful woman who had incited everyone to break down the door, resulting in such devastation. With a fierce determination, he strode towards her and struck her face with a flurry of blows, dislodging a tooth in the process. Witnessing her shocked expression, he bellowed, "Stop hitting her. Neighbors, cease your attacks." As the smoke thickened at Chen Xue's door, some began to flee the scene. Many turned to race towards the staircase, drawn by his voice, which caught the attention of a portion of the crowd. Gradually, the ground before Chen Xue's residence became strewn with bodies, while the surviving residents dispersed, gathering around the stairwell where the smoke was less dense. Once most of the living had congregated, Xue Jiqiang continued, "Neighbors, we have all been deceived by this wretched woman." A man nearby, sporting gold-rimmed glasses, inquired in confusion, "What do you mean by that?" Xue Jiqiang, raising his voice passionately in the hallway, proclaimed, "This woman claimed she had been to Chen Xue's home, yet did she ever mention how sturdy this door was? She never conveyed this crucial information to us. As we were forcefully attempting to breach the door, that wretched woman stood in the hallway, watching the spectacle unfold. It was evident that she was intentionally leading us into a trap, ready to reap the rewards from our demise. Just moments ago, my wife was brutally trampled before my very eyes." With that, Xue Jiqiang wiped away his tears, genuinely sorrowful. Throughout his life, he had never faced such adversity. In a single day, his wife had met a tragic end, and his finger had been severed, although the wound on his finger had begun to freeze. The severity of his injury in such dire circumstances was life-threatening. Without medication, he risked succumbing to infection, all while being responsible for a young child, Zhongzhong, at home. It must be said that Xue Jiqiang was a master of inciting emotions, especially when paired with his impassioned rhetoric. Chai Xinxin sensed the surrounding gazes turning hostile. Observing the enraged crowd, she felt an overwhelming sense of fear, her beautiful face betraying her anxiety. As she opened her mouth to speak, a man with gold-rimmed glasses delivered a harsh kick to her abdomen. Clutching her belly, she struggled to rise. The elderly woman who had earlier attacked the door with a kitchen knife glared at Chai Xinxin, her anger boiling over. Just moments ago, her husband had succumbed to the adverse effects of cold and toxic gas. The woman, irked further by Chai Xinxin's striking appearance, reminiscent of her husband's youthful infidelity, was consumed by rage. She leaped forward, executing a flying kick at Chai Xinxin, and wielding the broken knife, she struck her across the face. The severed blade was still sharp, and it swiftly sliced open a deep gash on Chai Xinxin's face, exposing the white flesh beneath. As blood began to seep from the wound, nearby, a boy of 15 or 16, fueled by anger over his own mother's recent demise, swung a baseball bat forcefully against Chai Xinxin's head. The residents, whose initial attempts had failed, became increasingly ruthless. Hunger transformed them from gentle citizens into executioners. As the apocalypse loomed, the specter of death cast a shadow over everyone. There had once been a glimmer of hope, with some seeking rescue and others placing their faith in the government. However, on the day Chen Xue committed murder, the harsh reality struck. External assistance was futile, and survival depended solely on themselves. They understood that even if they were to kill Chai Xinxin, it would bear little significance, yet the need for distraction was overwhelming. Otherwise, their failed assault on Chen Xue would be reduced to a farce, and Chai Xinxin, the instigator, served as the perfect outlet for their frustrations. In that moment, Chai Xinxin was engulfed by terror, truly afraid as she screamed Chen Xue's name at the top of her lungs. Inside the room, Chen Xue watched the surveillance footage with a cold smile. "Oh, Chai Xinxin, had you not repeatedly attempted to harm me, perhaps you might have lived a little longer. Alas, you have woven your own web." Chai Xinxin, battered and bruised by the fists and feet of enraged family members, realized, as a frail woman, she had never endured such a brutal beating. Some of her internal organs had been damaged, and as she felt her vitality waning, she understood that her life was drawing to a close. As she lay on the brink of death, a woman in her 30s removed the diamond ring from her finger. This exquisite piece of jewelry had been a gift from Chen Xue on her birthday, and she had worn it deliberately to win his acceptance, perhaps forgetting to take it off since then. Her husband stood nearby, mocking her with disdain. "You foolish woman, money has become worthless now. What use is that diamond ring? It would be better to have a piece of candy, at least it would provide some sustenance." The woman replied with a melancholic tone, "After all these years together, have you ever bought me a piece of jewelry? I don't care. Even if this ring cannot be consumed, I shall wear it. For it signifies that I have once been a woman adorned with a diamond ring." Chai Xinxin lay quietly on the ground, tears welling in her eyes as she listened to their exchange. With great difficulty, she cast a glance at the tightly shut door of Chen Xue's home and murmured softly, "I was wrong." Chen Xue, no longer watching the surveillance footage, downed a glass of whiskey in one go. Bowing his head, a solitary tear traced a salty path from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 17. Winning hearts. The following day, the body at Chen Xue's doorstep had already frozen solid. Following this incident, the group chat aimed at undermining Chen Xue fell silent. Meanwhile, the resident group established by Zhang Ping received a message from Chen Xue. "Hello everyone, I am your neighbor, Chen Xue. I have a few words to share. First and foremost, I express my profound condolences for the individual who perished at my doorstep yesterday." Some responded with anger. "Chen Xue, how cruel you are. We see each other daily. How could you resort to such vicious weaponry against us?" A wry smile crept onto Chen Xue's lips as he clarified in the chat. "Dear neighbors, I was peacefully asleep at home while your collective aggression targeted my residence. I acted only in self-defense. I employed merely non-lethal tear gas and some homemade incendiary ping-pong balls. When someone reached through my door to attack me, I merely severed their fingers. My sole intention was to compel your departure. Reflect on this. Is my response truly excessive? I possess a firearm. Had I wished you harm, why would I not have shot you down like Li Xinhai? As for those who died, most succumbed to the frigid weather or were trampled underfoot in the chaos. Which of them did I personally slay?" Some residents contemplated rebutting him, but ultimately lacked the courage to confront Chen Xue directly. The majority of the residents were educated individuals. Upon reflecting on the events that transpired, they recognized that Chen Xue had not wielded weapons against them. Furthermore, it was their own greed, spurred by Chai Xinxin's instigation, that had driven them to assault Chen Xue's home. In essence, they had met their demise due to their own avarice. Chen Xue's discourse in the group deliberately distinguished him from Li Xinhai. Although the casualties he caused were far greater, his actions were rooted in self-preservation. Whereas Li Xinhai had committed murder for the sake of robbery, the nature of their actions was fundamentally different, and indeed, Chen Xue had not employed high-lethality firearms against the ordinary residents. Li Xinhue was observing Chen Xue's messages in the group, his brow furrowed deeply. He interjected into the conversation. "And what about the matter of you gunning down my brother? What distinguishes you, a murderer, from me?" Chen Xue retorted mockingly, "Do not dare to compare yourself to me. Those who do not kill you are merely victims of my actions. You and your cohorts are nothing but a band of brigands. Killers will always be met with retribution." Li Xinhue, skilled in physical combat, yet lacking in the art of discourse, felt a sense of helplessness. He wished to counter, but struggled to articulate his thoughts clearly. Although Chen Xue had committed murder before him, it was indeed Li Xinhui who harbored intentions to kill Chen first, in front of the entire building's residents. He had not only seized their supplies, but had cruelly taken the life of a young man. Yet, Chen Xue seemed to possess an uncanny foresight, targeting him as if he were aware that the apocalypse would not conclude in the near future. The inhabitants of Xinya community held Li Xinhui in a mixture of respect and fear. They recognized him as a ruthless individual. Yet none could truly grasp the depths of his cruelty. Thus, Li Xinhui felt as though Chen Xue had seen through him, instilling in him a growing wariness of Chen. Rooted in a fear of the unknown, Chen Xue continued to voice his thoughts in the group. Everyone, I believe we must unite against the criminal gang led by Li Xinhui. They pose a significant threat to our community, and we cannot predict who else may fall victim in the days to come. I will create a new chat group. Those who share my perspective are invited to join, so we can collectively strive to halt the atrocities committed by these robbers. After reading Chen Xue's messages, Li Xinhui clenched his phone tightly, nearly crushing it in his grip. He had not anticipated that by taking a single life, Chen Xue would position himself in opposition to all. While he believed these individuals posed little threat to him, the sudden influx of enemies was decidedly irksome. Most infuriating was the fact that he could not reveal to the residents that Chen Xue possessed a villa, replete with supplies. With the residents on the brink of starvation, suggesting such a thing would incite them to recklessly vie for resources. Should the residents disregard all caution and charge forth, Li Xinhui would find his ammunition insufficient. He was determined to consume every resource within Chen Xue's villa, and he would not allow this information to leak beyond his trusted circle. Indeed, he found himself without viable options, forced to watch as Chen Xue rallied the residents. After all, as long as the elderly, weak, and infirm did not act impulsively, a few casualties could easily deter the rest. Chen Xue created a chat group titled Defend Our Supplies, drawing in the vast majority of the residents. He commenced with a bombshell announcement, sharing several screenshots depicting boxes of instant noodles and bottled water. Whoever eliminates Li Xinhui's subordinate will be rewarded with 2 tubs of instant noodles and a bottle of water. Those who assist will receive 1 tub and a bottle. To the one who ends Li Xinhui himself, the reward shall be a full box of noodles, a case of water, and a portable electric heater. The residents in the group were in an uproar. The list of rewards was akin to a critical hit for those who were barely clinging to life. Particularly, the portable electric heater was nothing short of a blessing in the frigid apocalypse. In these dire times, a common saying amongst the populace is that one is merely a heater away from happiness. Many individuals sought to add Chen Xue as a friend on WeChat, with one nouveau riche even offering a staggering 100,000 in exchange for a box of instant noodles. Chen Xue declined, reasoning that a single pack of noodles could incite murder among the underlings of Li Xinhui. What impact could 100,000 have in this post-apocalyptic world? A rather liberated woman even offered to warm Chen Xue's bed, desperate for just a morsel of noodles. Chen Xue found this notion utterly laughable. Accepting her proposition would mean she would have to reside in his home. Even under ordinary circumstances, he would not be interested in her, and he felt that having her warm his bed while offering compensation was an unfair exchange. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but the sight of the corpses littering the entrance of his home made Chen Xue feel uneasy. Consequently, he instructed in the group chat, "Whoever removes these corpses from my doorstep will receive a pack of spicy strips for each one taken." The reason for this offer was that among the supplies he had hoarded was a particularly unpalatable brand of spicy strips, which he had discarded after a single taste. Rather than waste them, he deemed it better to offer them to the residents. To his surprise, within 5 minutes of sending the message, individuals began to ascend to his floor. The familiar vibrations from the bustling activity below led him to initially suspect another large-scale assault on his home. Upon checking the surveillance, he realized that it was merely some residents eager to carry away the corpses. A few even resorted to fighting over them. When they noticed that the bodies had already been taken away, some rushed to Chen Xue's door, hoping to claim their spicy strips. Chen Xue's home was under surveillance, and he was fully aware of their actions. Residing on the 18th floor, the first group of individuals to come for the bodies were those living in proximity. As the corpses were mostly cleared away, a few young men arrived only to discover that the task was complete. They could only sigh in disappointment, lamenting their tardiness. Chen Xue opened the partition door and addressed the crowd outside. "Gentlemen, although the bodies are gone, I still require your assistance." The gathering of emaciated individuals became excited once more, eagerly offering their help for any task, even if it meant working tirelessly. However, there is one matter. The individuals in yellow and white clothing attempted to deceive me to claim spicy strips. Whoever can assist in expelling them will also receive spicy strips. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes gleamed with anticipation. The two individuals attempting to fraudulently claim the strips were swiftly surrounded and beaten by a dozen people. Chen Xue recognized that he had no other option, though he still possessed ample supplies. If fraudulent claims were allowed to proliferate, he would soon find himself unable to provide for the residents. It was only a matter of time before Li Xinhui's gang would break into the Bia Garden villas to seize resources. Chen Xue needed to devise a plan to swiftly reduce the numbers of Li Xinhui's gang, thus prompting the residents to take action against them. Human greed resembles an abyss. To safeguard resources, one requires formidable strength. In times of weakness, one must resort to leveraging external forces to achieve their aims. Indeed, after Chen Xue issued a bounty, within mere hours, 3 underlings of Li Xinhui lay slain. The first group to claim the reward consisted of 4 individuals, a couple in their 50s accompanied by their 2 sons, who bore the lifeless body to Chen Xue's residence, laying it flat for his inspection. Once the authenticity of the corpse was confirmed through surveillance, Chen Xue cautiously handed them noodles and water using a pair of tongs, wary of a potential ambush from the residents. The second group featured a towering figure, who hoisted a corpse upon his shoulder and, upon reaching the entrance, unceremoniously dropped it. After verification, Chen Xue extended the supplies to him in the same manner. The third group presented a peculiar scenario, a slender young woman in her 20s, devoid of a corpse. Seemingly aware of Chen Xue's reluctance to inspect through the partition, she pressed her phone displaying the photograph of the deceased against the surveillance camera. Upon examination, Chen Xue marveled at the sight. The body, with eyes wide open and pupils dilated, appeared undeniably lifeless. Leaving him curious as to how the woman had accomplished this feat through the door, he passed the provisions to her and inquired, "How did you manage that?" The woman casually replied, "I simply used my charm to seduce him." Chen Xue, peering through the visual intercom, instinctively sensed a hint of danger while scrutinizing the disheveled woman outside. Indeed, he mused, she possessed little allure. "What is your name?" he asked. "Huiyeshu," she replied, before taking the offered noodles and bottled water and departing. Chen Xue squinted, lost in contemplation. This woman struck him as somewhat unusual, disregarding her frail physique's capacity for seduction. Her unappealing features, marked by a prominent nose, certainly did not contribute to her charm. Could it be that Li Xinhui's subordinates were truly so desperate? There were far more appealing individuals in the community. Moreover, unlike others who would engage in pleasantries or express gratitude for the resources received, Huiyeshu merely took what was hers. Most recipients would plead for additional provisions or shower him with thanks to cultivate his favor. To Chen Xue, Huiyeshu appeared more like an informant than a mere scavenger. Chapter 18. Li Xinhui meets his end. A week passed, during which Chen Xue spent his days teaching his grandmother to play video games or watching films from the pre-apocalyptic era, leading a fulfilling and enjoyable life. As he prepared to wrap some dumplings, the alarm of the Bia Garden villa blared once more. He hastily set down the rolling pin and rushed to the bedroom, observing on the monitor the bulging figure of Li Xinhui. Chen Xue understood that Li Xinhui, fearing the cold would damage his firearm, had concealed it within his clothing. What was inevitable had finally arrived. After a week of consumption, the resources pillaged by Li Xinhui's gang had been devoured to the last crumb. The reason for delaying action until a week later was the unbearably low temperature outside, where even a brief contact of skin with the external environment would result in frostbite. In such frigid conditions, venturing outdoors inevitably led to injury, and even clad in a thick down jacket, one would succumb to frostbite or even death. Throughout this week, Chen Xue remained active. His neighbors were teetering on the brink of life and death, with the scant provisions hoarded by a few dwindling rapidly. Without needing to inspect the conditions within the building, Chen Xue was acutely aware of the grim reality of cannibalism that had unfolded among the residents. During this week, several individuals with fragile psyches had leapt from the heights, likely freezing to death before they could even meet the ground. Thus, while many reported suicides, the truth was that they perished from the extreme cold during their descent. In the afternoons, when the sun's warmth peaked, some ventured downstairs to unearth the corpses, and Chen Xue could easily surmise their motivations for bringing back the contorted remains. Conversely, some chose a different path, unwilling to resort to consuming the dead. They opted to fulfill Chen Xue's bounty. He noticed a growing fear of Li Xinhui among the residents, who had significantly raised the reward conditions tenfold. The primary motivation for this shift was the deep-seated animosity towards Li Xinhui's gang. The resentment over stolen resources ran deep. Li Xinhui's reputation had become irreparably tarnished. And each day, apart from indulging in basic pleasures, Chen Xue would engage in psychological manipulation within the community. Who has brought us to this state? Why are supermarkets unwilling to provide supplies? Because of that bandit, Li Xinhui. This proclamation echoed in the group announcements. Yet, some implored Chen Xue for assistance, pleading for the welfare of the residents. Naturally, Chen Xue had no obligation to aid them without reason. Instead, he urged them to plead with Li Xinhui, prompting silence from the group. Li Xinhui was a figure of daily contempt within the community, despite having directly killed only one person. In stark contrast, Chen Xue's residence stood as an impenetrable fortress, with the entire building united in consensus. They were powerless against Chen Xue, and thus, no one dared to target him. However, the situation for Li Xinhui was dire. Desperate for Chen Xue's instant noodles, residents lay in wait around Li Xinhui's abode, ready to strike when his men ventured out to gather snow for water. A particularly audacious and large man braved the extreme cold at night, attempting to eliminate Li Xinhui and his gang to claim all of Chen Xue's rewards. He burst through the door and fatally stabbed a lackey, only to be instantly shot in the head by Li Xinhui. In total, nearly 40 to 50 lives had been claimed under Li Xinhui's gunfire. Though animosity towards him intensified, fear began to creep into the hearts of the residents. Some chose to resign themselves to their fate, rather than confront Li Xinhui. They reasoned that it was more palatable to consume the corpses. Once they shed their moral qualms, a simple stew of the remains could be as satisfying as instant noodles. During this week, after suffering relentless assaults from the residents, only Li Xinhui and 6 of his subordinates remained, with his mother, Aunt Mei, having also perished. This group of individuals is currently on night duty, with Li Xinhui compelled to hold a gun throughout the day to guard against potential attacks and betrayals from within his own ranks. What impresses Chen is the commendable corporate culture cultivated by Li Xinhui's gang. Not a single member has attempted to assassinate Li Xinhui to exchange for resources here with Chen. What astonishes him even more is the seemingly unremarkable woman who, this time, did not take photographs, but instead brought the severed head of Li Xinhui's mother to Chen in exchange for provisions. Chen remains perplexed as to how this woman managed such a feat. For Li Xinhui's mother never ventured outside unless the woman had directly infiltrated Li Xinhui's home to commit the act. Li Xinhui stands before the villa, his expression distorted with rage. He has truly been driven to madness, having not enjoyed a single good night's sleep in days. His hatred for Chen has reached an insurmountable level, for he knows that the individuals who killed his subordinates were instigated by Chen. Yet, he finds himself at a loss for how to exact his revenge. The only course of action left for Li Xinhui is to seize Chen's villa. Armed with powerful armor-piercing rounds in his firearm, he possesses but a handful of these bullets, scarcely more than a dozen. Raising his rifle loaded with these devastating rounds, he stands 5 meters from the villa, aiming at the center of the window before pulling the trigger. The gunshot echoes, and a flurry of shattered glass erupts at the point of impact. Li Xinhui continues to fire at the cracked window, and after 5 shots, the bulletproof glass cannot withstand the assault. The cracks spread, rendering the entire pane increasingly fragile. At this moment, he directs his subordinates to take hammers and strike along the fissures. It seems that the window will soon succumb to their efforts. Chen, with a darkened countenance, observes the surveillance footage of Bia Garden, noting that the bulletproof glass installed by the previous owner appears rather fragile. Just then, a vehicle arrives at Bia Garden, a police armored car. A middle-aged man in his 40s disembarks, followed by 2 men and 2 women. The older man is clad in a thick police overcoat, while the younger man is a chubby fellow with a dark complexion. Chen's keen eyes spot one of the women, Gu Yu, among the group. Zooming in on the footage, he notices that one of the women cradles a dark-skinned infant. The child's complexion is far darker than that of the chubby young man, suggesting a lineage not of Huaxia descent. He recalls distinctly that in his previous life, a group had occupied one of the villas in this area, and some among them were armed. However, their arrival this time is evidently delayed, and in his past experience, there were only 4 individuals, of whom Gu Yu was not one. The leading middle-aged man, having heard the gunfire, approaches Li Huiren, who is fixedly watching him. In a deep, resonant voice, he inquires, "With so many beautiful villas, why are you so insistent on breaching this one? What sets this villa apart from the others?" Li Xinhui glares menacingly at the middle-aged man before his expression shifts, revealing a hint of curiosity. He tentatively asks, "Are you Dulei? Is it not true that a man who spends money on you does not necessarily love you, while a man who does not spend money on you certainly does not love you?" A glimmer of amusement flickered across the serious visage of the middle-aged man as he spoke in a voice rich with magnetism. "I did not expect to be recognized in this little oil bubble market. Indeed, I am Dulei." Li Xinhui, filled with rage, bellowed, "Recognize you? Do you not realize that it is because of you, you scoundrel, that my mother and father divorced?" Dulei, with an air of derision, retorted, "This merely indicates that your parents' fate had run its course. If a marriage can crumble due to my mere words, then it signifies that the union was devoid of any necessity." The women nearby, enchanted by Dulei's resonant voice, were captivated. Indeed, he epitomized the ideal man, as Mr. Dulei had so eloquently articulated. Li Xinhui, seething with anger, felt an overwhelming desire to raise his weapon and obliterate Du Lei's close-cropped hair. Glancing at the figure clad in police uniform, he opted to restrain himself. The presence of law enforcement instilled a natural trepidation. Perhaps it was an instinctive reaction. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Du Lei. Du Lei, you truly live up to your reputation. Your venom is indeed potent. Du Lei unceremoniously rolled his eyes at Li Xinxue. To label me as toxic is merely a reflection of society's prejudice against me. I shall inquire once more. Why did you select this villa? Li Xinxue found his patience wearing thin. As an individual with aspirations, being treated with such insolence before his subordinates was intolerable, even in the presence of law enforcement. In this apocalyptic era, he felt no obligation to cower. He aimed his weapon at Du Lei's head, only to realize that the stout, dark-faced boy had stealthily approached him. This boy gazed at him with a naive boldness, reminiscent of a calf unafraid of a tiger. Li Xinxue dismissed him with disdain, preparing to deliver a kick, when suddenly, a hand resembling a large fan swept across his face. In an instant, darkness engulfed him, and he was propelled several meters away, collapsing to the ground, legs thrashing. Before long, a foul odor emanated from his trousers, and his movements ceased. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, leaving Li Xinhue's subordinates in shock. A single slap had likely exceeded the strength of a grizzly bear. How could this imposing figure, nearly 6 feet tall, be felled by a mere boy of 5'3"? Chen Xue, watching the surveillance footage, was astonished. This boy might very well be superhuman. If that slap had connected, survival would have been utterly impossible. Du Lei scolded the stout boy sharply. Su Ichuan, your blows are excessively forceful. You have killed again. I have warned you countless times that as long as these individuals do not pose a threat to us, you must not strike with lethal intent. The boy named Su Ichuan scratched his head sheepishly, offering a simple smile. Understood, Teacher Du. I will be more cautious next time. Du Lei, accompanied by his entourage, approached the bewildered subordinates of Li Xinhue. Fear not, simply resume your tasks. The group of individuals, as if granted a pardon, swiftly made their way down the corridor. Su Ichuan, with a jovial grin, picked up a hammer dropped by one of his companions and approached the villa's window. He aimed the hammer at the glass, which was already riddled with cracks, and struck it forcefully. The hammer penetrated the bulletproof glass, creating a gaping hole, after which he began to tear away the shards with his hands. On the other end of the surveillance feed, Chen Xue watched this scene unfold, his heart bleeding at the sight. The supplies within the villa had been meticulously gathered by him, and now he found himself in a state of confusion. The man named Su Ichuan was nothing short of a monster, tearing through bulletproof glass. Was that even something a human could accomplish? Thus, Du Lei and his cohort took residence in Chen Xue's villa, which was laden with abundant supplies, including numerous warming amenities. Meanwhile, Li Xinhue's subordinates, exhausted, trudged up the stairs. Although they were mere delinquents, they were not accustomed to abandoning the elevator, and their stamina was far from robust. Chen Xue directed the surveillance towards the Guan villa and the entrance of Li Xinhue's home, when he stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A woman named Huiyasi emerged from Li Xinhue's room, leading a teddy bear clad in a winter coat. It seemed as though she had ventured to Li Xinhue's residence solely to retrieve this teddy bear, leaving Chen Xue in a state of profound bewilderment. Chapter 19. Du Lei becomes a spiritual mentor. Chen Xue's mood was rather dismal. He could not even immerse himself in video games. The supplies he had painstakingly stockpiled were mostly located in the Buyuan villa, enough for him and his grandmother to live comfortably for a lifetime. His impression of Du Lei was far from favorable. This middle-aged man was a public figure, renowned across the land. He had once served as a mentor on a certain emotional television network, and while he had many memorable quotes, Chen Xue could only recall 3. A man who spends money on you may not necessarily love you. A man who doesn't spend money on you surely does not love you. I would rather believe in the existence of ghosts than trust a man's words. To discern whether a man loves you, wake him from his slumber to engage in conversation. Both Chai Xinxin and Gu Yu were fans of Du Lei, often quoting his adages to brainwash Chen Xue, hence he remembered some of them. The fact that the supplies he had so diligently hoarded were now under the domain of this opportunistic female mentor left him feeling quite unsettled. At that moment, if he had access to a bomb of sufficient potency, he would not hesitate to obliterate the villa, disregarding the supplies altogether. As if by some strange twist of fate. Just then, Chen Xue's phone rang, and new messages emerged in the group chat. Du Lei had joined the Supplies Protection group chat. Dear residents, he announced. I am Du Lei. I have joined this chat to discuss our future living arrangements. Immediately, a few mindless older women erupted in excitement within the chat. Teacher Du Lei, I have admired you for so long. Ever since my divorce from my husband, I have been seeking a man like you. Teacher Du Lei, I listen to your quotes daily. They have saved me from decades of missteps. My husband no longer spends on me, and I have already divorced him. Teacher Du Lei, although we are currently struggling to have enough to eat, I still make it a point to wake my husband at night for companionship. Observing the multitude of female admirers, Du Lei felt a sense of satisfaction. It appeared that his plans could soon come to fruition. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, he astutely recognized a burgeoning opportunity. Unfettered by laws and order, a bold idea took root in his mind. To all residents, I am profoundly grateful for your support. However, life must continue. And I have joined this group with the intention of uniting our strengths to accomplish a singular goal. Within a mere 10 kilometers from us lies an underground trading center. A veritable treasure trove of daily necessities and medical supplies beyond imagination. This largest trading hub of the oil bubble city is now encased in ice and snow. Its bountiful resources locked away below ground. I implore everyone to come together. If we can keep this endeavor a secret, the supplies will sustain every member of this group for a lifetime. Yet, Xue Jiqiang posed a question in the chat, but we can hardly find food to eat. How can we muster the strength to transport those supplies? Du Lei responded, beginning today, every man in this group must contribute labor. Each day, the men will clear the snow at the trading center, led by my manager, Su Yichuan. Once the supplies are transported back, food and water can be collected at my villa and Bia Garden. The residents, who were on the brink of despair, felt a surge of excitement. Without a source of food, survival seemed impossible. One woman inquired, Teacher Du Lei, what about the women? Must we not also participate in the transport? Du Lei activated his persuasive charm. The women, of course, will remain home, awaiting the return of the men with the supplies. Food and water will be available for the ladies each day. Gentlemen, harbor no resentment. My reasoning is sound. Women endure pains that men cannot fathom. From the monthly tribulations of their youth to the burdens of pregnancy and the excruciating ordeal of childbirth. What right do men have to demand that women also partake in the transport of supplies? A man named Peng Baosher interjected, but in such cold weather, a 10-kilometer trek could be perilous. Du Lei's voice resonated through the chat, deep and compelling, seemingly endowed with the power of persuasion. Dear residents, in these extraordinary times, certain sacrifices are unavoidable. Our sacrifices hold purpose. The efforts of men can ensure the survival of women and children. In moments of crisis, how better to exemplify the responsibility and accountability of our male counterparts? If such men exist among us, I urge our sisters to identify them. I, Du Lei, shall not spare them. The women in the group were utterly enamored with Du Lei. The chat was soon inundated with messages, overflowing with roses and hearts directed at him. Teacher Du Lei, you are my ideal man. I am ready to divorce my husband. Teacher Du Lei, I wish to bear a child for you. And my husband and I shall nurture it together. Do you require warmth in your bed, Teacher Du Lei? My husband perished from hunger yesterday. As Du Lei observed the flurry of messages from women in the group chat, a subtle smile graced his serious countenance. It appeared that his ambitions were on the brink of fruition. In this apocalyptic world, he envisioned establishing his own harem, surrounded by numerous wives and concubines. What a scene that would be! After reading the messages in the group chat, Chen Xue felt a pang of regret for not having set the option requiring the group owner's approval for entry. He had initially disliked the noise, not realizing that approving so many residents would hinder his gameplay. Chen Xue was thoroughly unsettled by Du Lei's words. This insufferable patroness of opportunism had effortlessly captivated these residents, leveraging his resources for favors. Was he to relinquish the supplies within the villa? Chen Xue felt an intense unwillingness. Faced with this situation, he found himself lacking effective countermeasures. His pistol had a range of merely 50 meters. Du Lei's agent, Su Yichuan, resembled a monstrous figure. And it was likely that before he could approach Du Lei, Su Yichuan would dispatch him. The following day, just past noon, Du Lei organized the residents to head to the trade center for the transportation of supplies. Noon marked the peak of the day's temperature, rendering the likelihood of freezing to death minimal at this time. Chen Xue had placed an observer, Old Mu, within the ranks. Old Mu lacked for supplies, and in gratitude for Chen Xue's kindness, he agreed to assist in gathering intelligence on the trade center. The group consisted entirely of men, marching forth with snow-clearing tools in hand. Initially, the proceedings were quite smooth, with a harmonious atmosphere among them. However, as they progressed halfway, complaints began to arise, as the cold was intolerable. Although everyone was clad in thick cotton garments, some of the weaker individuals could bear it no longer. Upon enduring the biting chill, they finally arrived at their destination, a colossal edifice. Their task was to clear the accumulated snow from the entire structure. Lacking heavy machinery, they could only utilize the brooms and shovels at their disposal. After a while, they had managed to clear less than 1% of the snow, and an elderly man in his 70s succumbed to exhaustion. Peng Baoji, who had previously inquired of Du Lei in the group, began to voice his protests. Where is Teacher Du Lei? Is he not a man? Why is he not here to assist us in transporting the supplies? Su Yichuan, who was supervising but not laboring, wore a naive expression as he approached Pang Baoji and counseled, "Cease your complaints. Everyone has their designated role. Let us get to work." The time spent talking could have been utilized to shovel several pounds of snow. Su Yichuan's amiable demeanor left Pang Baoji speechless. He perceived Su Yichuan as nothing short of foolish. What merit did this idle, pudgy figure have to direct others without contributing? Most infuriating was the implication that he was being unreasonable. Even a clay figure has its limits, and Pang Baoji was incensed. "Do you still have the audacity to advise me? You are merely here to supervise, bringing nothing but words, are you? If you are capable, then you may take the lead." As he spoke, he extended the snow shovel towards Su Yichuan. Though Su Yichuan was Du Lei's manager, he was not particularly eloquent. Typically responsible for mundane tasks such as preparing meals and providing massages for Du Lei, having long regarded him as a source of sustenance. After the world fell into chaos, Su Yichuan was uncertain about the changes in his physique, yet he sensed an extraordinary surge of strength in his arms. His limited communication skills allowed him to resolve conflicts with mere physicality, requiring little verbal exchange. As he observed the snow shovel being offered by Pang Baoji, Su Yichuan sidestepped and delivered a swift slap to Pang Baoji's face. He restrained his strength, otherwise, his formidable power could have easily resulted in fatality. The onlookers merely witnessed Su Yichuan's robust arms lash out like a whip, propelling Pang Baoji several meters away into a nearby snowbank. Maintaining his usual expression of stoicism, Su Yichuan beamed at the astonished crowd. "Do not just stand there in awe. Get to work, everyone." His jovial, yet imposing visage instilled a sense of dread, silencing any dissent. Only old Mu ventured to check on Pang Baoji, extricating him from the snowdrift. Pang Baoji had lost 6 teeth from the encounter and was groggily assisted by old Mu into the sunlight for respite. Su Yichuan's small eyes glimmered with resentment as he observed old Mu's sturdy back. He relished the feeling of dominance over others and harbored disdain for those who dared to defy him. While old Mu did not outright disobey, he lacked the compliance displayed by the others. Su Yichuan contemplated giving old Mu a slap, yet he found no justifiable reason to do so. Before the apocalypse, Su Yichuan led a mundane existence as an introverted individual. He had applied for the position of Du Lei's manager with only a sense of trepidation, never expecting Du Lei would choose him, as he possessed no discernible skills. However, to his surprise, Du Lei selected him, recognizing in him the most valuable trait, obedience. Although Su Yichuan lacked expertise, he followed Du Lei's every command without question. Having grown up slender and often bullied by peers, he envied those who were robust. Thus, he endeavored to gain weight, unwilling to remain the frail individual others mocked. He preferred to be plump, believing it would render him less susceptible to bullying. Yet, contrary to his hopes, even his newfound bulk failed to shield him from mistreatment. Despite his size, he struggled to lift even a case of water, often dismissed as lacking any strength. His mother had once taken him to a temple when he was young, where he made a wish for strong arms capable of striking down a bear with a single blow. On the day the world fell apart, his wish was granted when a vehicle, skidding on the snow, careened towards him. He was astonished to discover an inexplicable strength within him, allowing him to lift the vehicle effortlessly. With a slight exertion, he surprisingly hurled the vehicle away. The occupants within faced the same fate, none escaping unscathed. He, who should have been facing a prison sentence, was temporarily released through Du Lei's bail, awaiting summons at any moment. The first time his hands were stained with blood did not instill fear within him. Rather, it awakened a subtle sense of anticipation. It was the exhilaration of dominating others, a perverse delight in wielding power over the weak, leading to a gradual transformation in Su Yichuan's mentality. Chapter 20. Old Mu faces challenges. Su Yichuan chuckled foolishly, pointing at the incapacitated Pang Baoshi. How will he fulfill his duties in such a state? Without work, I cannot return to explain to teacher Du thus. Today, he would not receive his share of food and water. Old Mu endeavored to negotiate with Su Yichuan. How about this? I will do his share for now. Since you've beaten him so severely, he cannot shovel snow anymore. Considering the risk he took to come here, let us at least provide him with something to eat. Su Yichuan, filled with indignation, felt angered at the thought of anyone assisting him, having been bullied throughout his life without such aid. In this apocalyptic world, what merit did Pang Baoshi possess to warrant such assistance? Su Yichuan pointed at the crowd. Fine, you can help him, but you must work 3 times as hard as a normal person. He intended to exert pressure on Old Mu to relinquish the idea. Old Mu calmly nodded in agreement. All right. Su Yichuan grew increasingly agitated. No, 3 times is unacceptable. This Pang Baoshi just talked back to me. If you wish to assist him, you must complete half of the total workload expected of everyone. Old Mu paused momentarily but still nodded, understood. The crowd murmured in discontent on behalf of Old Mu. Collectively, they numbered over 100. This demand effectively required Old Mu to accomplish the labor of 50 people alone, a blatant act of harassment. Whispers began to circulate among the group. Xiaoqi, you usually have strength. Make sure to hold back a bit later and don't overexert yourself. Got it, Uncle Lu. That fat man is too much. I won't do anything. Wang Gu, let us clear a section away from the crowd. If the fat man doesn't come, we'll just slack off. Agreed. Even if I get scolded, I won't let Old Mu finish the work alone. We'll take our half. Everyone, remember to do less later, understood? Su Yichuan, oblivious to their murmurs, saw Old Mu acquiesce to the demands and wore his characteristic foolish grin, thinking that if Old Mu failed to complete the task, it would provide him with the excuse to punish him. All right then, get to work. I won't disturb you. Old Mu's agreement was not mere bravado. He genuinely believed he could outpace everyone. He lifted the snow shovel and began to sprint, moving like a human snowplow, his speed far surpassing that of those around him. The onlookers were astounded by Old Mu's legs, which now operated with the efficiency of a motor. Wasn't he a cripple before? How is he now running faster than Bolt? This is nothing short of superhuman. Old Mu's gaze remained fixed on the snow-clearing efforts of the group, consistently managing to accomplish more than half of what the others did. The laborers, however, worked at a painfully slow pace, allowing Old Mu to exert barely 80% of his capacity. Soon, noon slipped by. A man, his beard adorned with icicles, cautiously approached Su Yichuan. Supervisor Su, the sun is setting. We should return soon, or the others may risk their lives out here, he advised. Su Yichuan's expression, devoid of warmth, turned towards the man. He had initially intended to stay for another 10 minutes, but, upon hearing the man's words, decided to extend their efforts for an additional half hour. He also discerned that the workers were merely toiling half-heartedly to ensure Old Mu fulfilled his wager with him. What troubled him most was Old Mu's display of prowess, which seemed almost inhuman in its speed. He hypocritically remarked, "That won't do. If you all leave now, I won't be able to report back favorably to Teacher Du." Old Mu, perceptive as ever, quickly grasped the little rotund man's mindset, noting similarities to Zhang Ping. When such individuals find themselves in a position of power, if their strength pales in comparison to others, they often resort to flattery. He approached Su Yichuan with a jovial demeanor, offering him a cigarette. "Leader, you are the foremost subordinate of Teacher Du. Perhaps you could speak a few kind words on our behalf. Teacher Du will surely take your words into account and won't make things difficult for us. Everyone will be grateful for your kindness." Although Su Yichuan had never smoked, he accepted Old Mu's offering, basking in the unexpected flattery. He chose not to dwell on Peng Baoxing's retorts, nodding in agreement as he led the group back. During this period, the city's power station began to falter, with the entire city relying on a singular, advanced solar power station, a testament to human ingenuity. The coal-fired power stations had ceased to function, leaving residents with only enough electricity to power low-wattage appliances, such as kettles and phone chargers. The use of high-power devices like air conditioners was no longer feasible. The reduction in power supply led to the unfortunate demise of many elderly and frail individuals due to the biting cold. Chen Xue's neighbors relied on Du Lei's villa for their daily necessities. People queued at the shattered window of the villa to receive supplies, with Du Lei designating the room with the broken window solely for distribution, preventing the frigid air from invading other rooms. Inside the villa, it remained relatively warm. Though only at 20 degrees, it was a stark contrast to the harsh conditions outside. Chen Xue had left behind a considerable stock of heating equipment. Activating these electric heaters and fans was sufficient to maintain a comfortable temperature, though they required electricity to function. With only one power station left operational, the reliance on household generators became imperative. However, these generators consumed exorbitant amounts of diesel, necessitating a substantial supply for daily heating. Du Lei soon realized that the diesel reserves within the villa were running perilously low. He issued a directive to Su Yichuan, emphasizing the urgent need for the people to clear out the trade center and transport the underground supplies within a month. A man clad in a police uniform stood sentinel at the gate of the villa, and Du Lei dared not allow anyone to enter. The warmth emanating from within was enough to stir the avarice of the residents. Once they experienced the villa's comforts, they would undoubtedly surge inside. And Du Lei was unwilling to compromise his quality of life. He meticulously assigned roles to his companions. 2 women dispensed supplies by the villa's windows, one of whom was Gu Yu, while another tended to an infant within. Su Yichuan oversaw operations, and the man in uniform, armed, guarded the entrance. Each day, the women could collect provisions, with Du Lei insisting on real name registration. Each individual was permitted only one portion, while the men were required to shovel snow at the trade center to earn their share. These men, having toiled in the frigid conditions, lined up before Chen Xue's villa to claim their supplies, risking their lives to clear the snow. In contrast, the women merely needed to register their names. This disparity in treatment increasingly fueled the men's discontent. Thus, under Du Lei's distribution, the residents of Chen Xue's entire building diligently cleared the accumulated snow at the trade center each day. Du Lei's plan to establish a harem progressed remarkably well. Many women abandoned their former husbands to reside in Du Lei's villa, relishing its warmth. During this period, some disgruntled men attempted to assault Du Lei's villa, only to be met with either a deadly slap from Su Yichuan or the gunfire of the man in uniform. As for Chen Xue, he had momentarily relinquished his efforts to reclaim his villa. He had no intention of shoveling snow, believing that while Su Yichuan might be perverse, she would not dare to breach the heavily fortified residence he had invested in. He continued to live a comfortable and leisurely life, with his primary interest now being Du Lei. Although he had temporarily abandoned thoughts of seizing back his villa, he planned to strike when Du Lei and the residents returned the supplies from the department store, as it would be far more advantageous. Occasionally, he exchanged information with Lao Mu regarding Du Lei's affairs, and in his idle moments, he spied on Du Lei's life through surveillance. Amused by how the patriarch indoctrinated the women in the group chat, Chen Xue rationalized his actions, listening to Du Lei's motivational speeches while savoring the life of a widower. Indeed, Du Lei had little amusement to offer. He spent his days chatting with the residents in the group, to the extent that the men now spoke of him with trepidation. One unfortunate man lamented in the group, "Teacher Du, I risk my life daily to shovel snow. Yet my wife insists on waking me in the middle of the night to ask if I love her. Is this reasonable?" Du Lei replied, "Do not reason with women, for discussing rationality with them is, in itself, irrational." Another man chimed in, "Teacher Du, my wife has gone beyond unreasonable. She demands half of the supplies I collect each day. Mind you, I brave life and death to shovel snow, receiving but a single bucket of instant noodles and a bottle of mineral water, while she merely signs her name to obtain the same. She also told me that a man who provides her with resources may not necessarily love her, while a man who does not provide resources certainly does not love her. Goodness, this is not merely a matter of love, it is a matter of my very existence." Du Lei replied, "Young man, your current mindset is perilous. When a woman poses such a question, it is inherently a test of your character. You might as well acquiesce." The man, now in a fit of rage, began furiously typing, nearly shattering the screen with his fury. "I agree to your nonsense, you so-called godfather of exploitation. Had it not been for the armed individual beside you, I would have already struck you." Unfazed, Du Lei continued to type, "I hereby declare that you no longer need to shovel snow. I shall also facilitate your wife's divorce from you." The power of the godfather of exploitation was formidable. Denying a man the chance to shovel snow equated to stripping him of the opportunity to exchange labor for resources, and orchestrating his wife's divorce was a mere matter of words for Du Lei. Indeed, the man was intimidated. He sincerely apologized to Du Lei and submitted a video of himself kneeling and bowing before he earned Du Lei's forgiveness. Du Lei scoffed at the sight of the man desperately bowing in the video. "You wish to contend with me? Not only can I arrange your wife's departure, but I also possess the essential resources you require. To survive, you must obediently labor for me." Chapter 21. A sudden turn. Chen Xue received a message. It was from Du Lei, who wasted no time in getting straight to the point. "Is this Chen Xue? I have heard that our current shelter is your home. Why have you prepared such an abundance of resources here?" Chen Xue was somewhat at a loss for words. "Perhaps it is because I am one to prepare for adversity during times of peace. Mr. Du, you have already occupied my house. Is your purpose merely to gloat?" Du Lei's response arrived swiftly. "That is certainly not my intention. However, since you possess 2 residences, we shall temporarily reside in this villa. Once the snow disaster has passed, I will purchase it at its original price to compensate for your losses. My primary aim is to invite you to contribute to snow removal efforts at the trade center." Chen Xue scoffed derisively. The audacity to expect him to serve as a laborer while residing in his own home was absurd. Nevertheless, he replied politely in the group chat, "Mr. Du, I appreciate your goodwill, but my resources are sufficient for the time being, and I have no need for the trade center's supplies. Therefore, I do not intend to leave my home." After Chen Xue's response, Du Lei's messages ceased for a considerable time in the group chat. Eventually, he received a phone call from Du Lei. The message conveyed through the call was unmistakable. Chen Xue could opt out of the activities, but he was expected to keep the secret of the department store. Du Lei did not wish for anyone beyond this residence to be privy to the existence of the department store. After hanging up the phone, Chen Xue began to chuckle coldly. It seemed that Du Lei was entirely unconcerned about the quantity of resources in his room, regardless of how much he possessed. It could never compare to the abundance within Du Lei's villa. Chen Xue was equally disdainful of the supplies offered by Du Lei. After all, his own provisions could sustain him for an entire year. The resources of the villa rightfully belonged to him. Should he find himself in dire straits, he could always devise a plan to reclaim his estate. He continued to immerse himself in a video game that had captivated him for quite some time. Prior to acquiring the ability to learn, he had never managed to complete the game, and he had long since abandoned the idea of teaching his grandmother how to play. His grandmother sat beside him, diligently knitting a sweater. Although the temperature in the room hardly warranted such an activity, it was essential for elderly individuals to have hobbies. Otherwise, life would become exceedingly dull. Just as he was becoming engrossed in the game, the doorbell rang. This unexpected sound startled Chen Xue. Who could possibly be visiting him? The bounty on Li Xinhue's gang had concluded, and for the time being, he had enjoyed an uninterrupted solitude. Cautiously, he retrieved his .92 handgun and tucked it into his waistband before approaching the door. Peering through the visual intercom, he saw the petite figure of Huayasi standing outside. Clutching a teddy bear, his anxiety began to ease as he opened the door. If I recall correctly, I mentioned in the group that Li Xinhue is dead and that I wouldn't harm his subordinates. What do you want? Huayasi looked at him with pleading eyes. Chen Xue, could you help me take care of my dog, Fong Fong? The weather is getting colder, and Fong Fong is on the verge of freezing to death. But I have no dog food at home. Fong Fong was an exceptionally intelligent teddy bear, capable of eating whatever humans consumed. Please, I beg you to save her. Huayasi's request indeed stirred something within Chen Xue. In this apocalyptic world, having a pet could be a splendid choice. After all, his grandmother was aging, and one day she would inevitably depart from this world. He did not wish to be left in solitude. Observing the teddy bear outside through the door, he noted its keen intelligence, with bright, glistening eyes. A faint suspicion arose in Chen Xue's mind that there might be a subtle white point within the dog's head. Wait, a white point? Superpowers. As his vision shifted, an icy chill enveloped him. He glanced at the door, where Huayasi held the teddy bear, and to his astonishment, he found himself outside. The brief 3 seconds of eye contact with the dog resulted in an inexplicable exchange of positions. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chen Xue cursed under his breath. He was clad only in his pajamas, armed with merely a .92 handgun and a spare magazine. His home had been fortified with a traditional key lock, devoid of the security vulnerabilities that plagued fingerprint or keypad locks. The door could only be opened with a key, and should he find himself without it, re-entry would be impossible, given that he rarely ventured outside. It was improbable that he would carry the key with him at all times. His grandmother remained inside, and his sole hope was that she could manage to restrain Huayasi. However, the likelihood of that was virtually non-existent. Instinctively, Chen Xue drew his gun, prepared to fire through the door at Huayasi. If he could eliminate her, he could compel his grandmother to unlock the door. Yet, in that fleeting moment of their positional exchange, Huayasi swiftly shut the door, denying him any chance to act. Chen Xue felt an unbearable chill seeping into his bones. He feared that soon he would be reduced to a mere popsicle. Without a moment's hesitation, he aimed his weapon at the lock of his neighbor's door and fired. In this apocalyptic world, no one would show him pity or offer him clothing. Even if he knocked, they would likely prepare themselves for his arrival. He was unwilling to gamble on the humanity of others. After dismantling the lock, he forcefully breached the neighbor's door. Inside, a man was huddled beneath several layers of blankets for warmth. Chen Xue raised his gun, directing it at him, and demanded, "Where are the warm clothes?" The man, taken aback, pleaded, "Please, don't kill me. They're in the bedroom cabinet. Take what you need." Chen Xue swiftly entered, donned 5 layers of cotton clothing without a glance at the man, and bolted out. Upon exiting, he cast one last look at his own door, now firmly shut. Realizing that his chances of re-entering were slim, he approached the entrance and shouted, "Huashia, I won tea contest you're seizing my home, but I implore you to spare my grandmother." After banging on the door several more times and receiving no response, he understood that his grandmother was likely in grave danger. Dragging his weary feet, he arrived at Old Moo's house and knocked. During this time, he had refrained from sending Old Moo to inquire about news from Dulé. Old Moo cautiously peered through the peephole and welcomed him inside. Chen Xue briefly recounted the dire situation. After a moment of contemplation, Old Moo spoke solemnly, "Chen Xue, you must remain strong. You have brought me a glimmer of hope for survival. Consider this place your home. Furthermore, I understand there are things better left unsaid at this moment, but I feel we should survey the surroundings of our building." The two ventured outside, navigating around the edge of the building. Indeed, Chen Xue was confronted with the most heart-wrenching sight imaginable. His grandmother had been thrown from the upper floor by Huashia. Old Moo's suspicions were confirmed. Huashia had seized a room brimming with supplies, leaving no justification to keep Chen Xue's grandmother alive as a potential resource. Silently, Chen Xue cradled his grandmother's lifeless body, wandering aimlessly until he stumbled upon a vast snow pit. Old Moo followed quietly behind him, and neither spoke a word. They buried the elderly woman, ensuring she would not fall prey to those driven mad by hunger. That night, Chen Xue spent the night at Old Moo's home, remaining silent throughout. Raised by his grandmother, she was his only family in his heart. He picked up the gun, contemplating a self-inflicted bullet, not out of a genuine desire to end his life, but rather to test the possibility of rebirth, hoping to reunite with his grandmother in another life. Yet, a strong intuition warned him that should he perish this time, there would be no chance of return. Since his rebirth, he had managed to navigate his circumstances with relative ease, yet no one could fully grasp the intricacies of fate or destiny. His plans had unfolded too smoothly, and he had learned a harsh lesson, despite his cautious nature. Who would have anticipated that a mere glance exchanged with that teddy bear would catalyze an event he would forever regret? Chen Xue pondered over the matter concerning Huiyasi, and it became clear how she could have killed Li Xinhai's younger brother and his mother. The teddy bear named Fong Fong likely possessed the ability to exchange positions with other living beings, the catalyst for this ability being the mutual gaze between them. Thus, although Huiyasi appeared to be a woman of no physical prowess, she could devise a method to place the dog in a perilous position to lock eyes with a person, which could result in their demise. Reflecting on this, Chen Xue noted that Huiyasi resided just above Li Xinhai, and he considered how he might utilize a dog to commit murder if he were in her shoes. Moments later, a solution emerged in his mind. By suspending the dog from a window at night with a rope, he could effortlessly cause harm. The dog would appear in the room, while the individual exchanging places with it would find themselves suspended in midair, and upon releasing the rope, Huiyasi could complete the act of killing. However, what perplexed Chen Xue was why Huiyasi had taken a photograph of the corpse during her first murder. Yet during the second, she carried the severed head of Li Xinhai's mother. Was it perhaps a test to see if he would open the partition door again? His conjectures were mostly accurate, save for one detail. Huiyasi harbored a disdain for men and had refrained from touching a man's corpse during her first kill, opting instead to capture it in a photograph. Yet, during her second murder, driven by hunger and the necessity to maintain her strength for unforeseen circumstances while seizing Chen Xue's residence, she exhumed Aunt May's body to use as a reserve food supply, casually bringing along the head to verify her actions with Chen Xue. Although the passing of his grandmother nearly shattered Chen Xue, he was fortunate to have his handgun and spare magazine still on him. Otherwise, his situation would have been dire. Exhausted from his tears, Chen Xue eventually fell asleep at old Mu's home, where he dreamt of a luminous, white point flickering in his mind. The following day, he resolved not to succumb to despair. He gazed resolutely out the window, declaring to his grandmother, "Watch over me. I shall endure in this apocalyptic world and live more happily than anyone else." Old Mu prepared breakfast for Chen Xue, consisting of a fried egg and bread. Though his home lacked the warmth of Chen Xue's, it was not cold. He utilized the uninhabited rooms as a cold storage for supplies, while keeping several electric heaters in the other rooms. As Old Mu brought the dishes to the kitchen, he was near the cold storage, where the significant temperature difference had created substantial ice at the junction of the two rooms. A vivid image flashed through Chen Xue's mind, Old Mu slipping on the ice, boiling water splashing all over him. Chen Xue quickly glanced at Old Mu, whose feet were already beginning to slip. In the next moment, a kettle flew toward him. Being prepared, Chen Xue stood up and grasped the handle of the kettle, the situation unfolding exactly as he had envisioned. After recovering from his leg injury, Old Mu had regained considerable agility and steadied himself in a few moments. Once stable, he looked at Chen Xue and gave him a thumbs up, saying, "Well done, Chen Xue. Quick reflexes. I was truly worried about burning you." Chen Xue felt a flicker of light in his mind. Wait, were there 2 points of light now? He could perceive a distinct luminosity in his mind, different from the one at his brow. Upon closer examination of the orb at his brow, he noticed 2 small points of light, one ethereal and the other solid. The points in his mind were merely simple white specks. Chen Xue glanced at Lao Mu, confidence radiating from his smile, and said, "Brother Lao Mu, I have an idea. Let's be straightforward with each other. I am more than willing to assist." Chen Xue's smile grew increasingly radiant. Chapter 22. The Inquisitive Guyu. By afternoon, 2 figures stealthily circumvented Gia Garden. Chen Xue and Lao Mu seized the opportunity, while Su Yichuan took the residents out to clear the snow. Approaching the side of the villa, Chen Xue resolved to seize Du Lei's villa, which contained a secret passage known only to him. He planned to find an opportune moment to infiltrate via this passage at night and eliminate Su Yichuan, swiftly gaining control over Du Lei and his associates to reclaim the villa. The execution of this plan hinged critically on determining whether Du Lei's group harbored anyone with supernatural abilities akin to Su Yichuan's. Only by clarifying this could the plan be successfully executed. Chen Xue concealed himself in a blind spot of the villa and sent a message. Before long, an irate woman approached him from within the villa. "Chen Xue, you shameless man. Why are you still alive? You owe me so much money. When will you repay me?" This woman was Guyu, to whom Chen Xue offered a slight smile, feeling entirely in control. Indeed, Yu would inevitably respond upon seeing his message. With a grin, he replied, Yu, I have come to repay you. Settling the debt is no issue. Yu's eyes brimmed with skepticism, as she had been deceived by Chen Xue before. Really? 5 million today, all of it? She was still preoccupied with the funds Chen Xue had promised her, underestimating the permanence of the apocalypse and naively believing that normalcy would return, allowing her to become wealthy once more. Well, today I don't have much cash on hand. How about I return your principal first? Yu regarded him with lingering doubt. Chen Xue's previous act of evasion had deeply ingrained mistrust within her. Are you serious? Will you transfer it to me now? During the onset of the apocalypse, she had remained closely attached to Du Lei, who, despite his penchant for dispensing toxic platitudes, thrived in his role as an emotional mentor. Yu had never truly experienced hunger and remained oblivious to the preciousness of resources, often lamenting her weariness of the instant noodles Du Lei provided. Chen Xue transferred 500,000 to her. Observing her satisfaction upon receiving the funds, he inquired, How did you all make your way here? Yu found herself yearning to kiss Chen Xue, as the prospect of reclaiming her lost wealth delighted her far more than a truckload of instant noodles ever could. At that moment, it was irrelevant what questions Chen Xue posed. She would readily oblige. Seizing Yu's elation, he pressed her for information regarding Du Lei and his companions. It turned out that with the advancement of technology and the proliferation of advertisements, by 2066, virtually no one watched television. A television channel, in a bid to boost its viewership, launched a program titled National Debt Chase, dedicated to exposing the identities of defaulters. At that time, Yu discovered that Chen Xue persistently refused to repay her money and decided to seek assistance from the television station to reveal Chen Xue's identity. On that fateful night, having realized that the repayment deadline had long passed and Chen Xue was still ignoring her calls, she found herself at the television station at the stroke of midnight to record her information, ensuring that Chen Xue would be exposed the following day. The station arranged for Yu to wait in the lounge, and as she endured the passage of half the night, her patience began to wear thin. Just when her restlessness peaked, a few individuals entered the adjacent room. A couple had arrived, seeking the counsel of emotional mentor Du Lei due to their relationship troubles. The gossip enthusiast Yu quietly positioned herself at the door to eavesdrop. The couple had a child, a baby boy with a chocolate complexion. The husband, Lu Xiaoming, harbored suspicions that the child was not his, which bred resentment towards his wife, Cui Ming. As a narcotics officer, he spent most of his time away from home, returning only to provide financial support, leaving little time for companionship with his wife. In a moment of despair, Lu Xiaoming revealed to the bewildered Cui Ming, I've undergone a paternity test, and the child is not my biological offspring. The custody of the child belongs to you. Let us divorce. Cui Ming gazed at the man before her in disbelief. Is our vow so easily shattered? Just because the child isn't yours, you wish to abandon me? Tears streamed down the man's face as he responded, I am truly sorry, Cui Ming. I simply cannot accept this child. I cannot love him. Cui Ming, overcome with emotion, grasped his hand tightly. The child calls you Papa. If you leave us, how are you any different from a beast? Although Lu Xiaoming was a professional narcotics officer outside, at home, he was exceedingly indulgent towards his wife, often to an extreme. Yet, this time, her words struck a deep chord within him, leaving his heart shattered. The couple's argument escalated, threatening to erupt into violence, but the eloquent Du Lei intervened. With his rich, charismatic voice, he counseled Lu Xiaoming, though the child may not be yours, your wife is still your own. You must approach her with greater love and understanding, rather than accusations. Just as Lu Xiaoming was about to respond, Du Lei's agent, Su Yichuan, rushed into the room, urgently informing them that heavy snow had begun to fall, and temperatures had plummeted, causing water to freeze. In the late hours at the television station, aside from the security personnel on duty, there were scarcely any others present. Clad in light clothing, Yu stepped outside to gauge the outside air, but the moment she set foot out, the biting cold and snow dissuaded her from proceeding. They had initially intended to wait for the snow to lessen before departing, yet the temperature continued to drop, and the snowfall intensified. They found themselves reliant on the central heating of the television station to escape the frigid cold. A group of workers, including Yu, found themselves trapped within the television station. Fortunately, the facility housed a cafeteria stocked with an ample supply of instant noodles, allowing them to stave off hunger during their confinement. However, one fateful day, bloodstains appeared in the station's changing room, leading the frightened individuals to discover a half-dismembered body within a locker. Gradually, they realized that someone went missing each day, filling their hearts with an overwhelming dread of death. One afternoon, while Yu was crammed in the break room with Du Lei and others, a chilling scream echoed through the hallway. They hastily exited to investigate and were nearly paralyzed with terror. The corridor was awash with blood, and what appeared to be human tissue clung grotesquely to the walls. Faintly, they could hear the eerie laughter of a girl mingling with the sound of bones being gruesomely torn apart. Without hesitation, Du Lei led the group into the frigid outdoors, seeking a functional armored vehicle that had escaped the clutches of the cold. Miraculously, they managed to escape to Bia Garden. Unfortunately, the vehicle's heating system had failed, and several employees, inadequately dressed for the harsh weather, succumbed to cardiac arrest along the way. The journey of over 10 kilometers from the television station to Bia Garden was arduous, primarily due to the formidable strength of Su Yichuan and Lu Xiaoming. Su Yichuan, endowed with remarkable physical prowess, effortlessly snapped a large roadside advertisement in half, using it as a makeshift tool to clear the snow as the armored vehicle progressed, albeit intermittently. In such treacherous weather, the number of operable vehicles was minuscule. As Su Yichuan cleared the path ahead, the armored vehicle advanced cautiously. Along the way, they encountered desperate individuals attempting to commandeer the vehicle for warmth, all of whom were swiftly dealt with by Lu Xiaoming. He believed that in such dire circumstances, the safety of their own must take precedence. Shooting a few was a matter of self-defense, a mindset molded by his profession. After enduring countless trials, they finally arrived at Bia Garden, seeking refuge in a nearby home, only to witness Li Xinhui and others assaulting Chen Xue's villa, which set the stage for subsequent events. Guyu felt her feet had completely lost sensation. Her willingness to divulge so much to Chen Xue stemmed from a combination of being in good spirits due to receiving payment and her inherent curiosity. Once, Chai Xinxin remarked that wherever gossip thrived, Guyu was sure to be present. With a shiver, Guyu concluded her remarks, stating that she had said enough for now and would continue the conversation when he repaid her. As she prepared to leave, Chen Xue interjected, asking one last question. With so many deaths at the television station, did no one witness what transpired? Guyu glanced at him, her expression one of horror. No. We were too terrified. Who would dare investigate the source of those sounds? It is said that a female ghost haunts the station, her laughter often echoing through its halls. With that, Guyu dashed into the villa without looking back. Standing in the freezing cold, having heard Guyu's account, both Chen Xue and Lao Mu felt as though they had been frozen to the bone. The two were now convinced that the individual named Su Yichuan possessed extraordinary abilities, likely of a superhuman strength. The narcotics officer, Lu Xiaoming, wielded a firearm, which, according to Guyu's description, was a handgun. Chen Xue, accompanied by Lao Mu, located the entrance to a concealed passage. After confirming that the vicinity was deserted, they opened the secret door, revealing an extensive corridor that stretched over 500 meters. The creator of this passage appeared to be exceedingly fearful of death. It served as an impeccable means of escape, with sound-activated lights illuminating every segment of the corridor. The duo traversed the passage until they reached the basement where Chen Xue had previously stored supplies. He refrained from turning on the lights, instead locating the passage that led to the first floor, which he had previously sealed off. The entrance was cleverly concealed beneath a large bed, rendering it nearly invisible. Upon inspecting the basement entrance still hidden under the bed, he noted a thick layer of dust accumulating on top. It seemed that Du Lei and his associates had not discovered this basement, allowing the supplies within to remain intact. Feeling a sense of relief, he guided Lao Mu to a room designated for storage. They first shed their heavy garments, donning specialized cold weather gear, each equipping themselves with a military dagger. They resolved to wait until the late hours of the night, when Du Lei and his companions would be in deep slumber, before executing their plan to reclaim the villa. After scavenging for additional valuable items to pack, the two settled on a crate, sharing canned beef while engaging in light-hearted conversation. In the midst of their banter, Lao Mu unexpectedly produced a full-body photograph of an attractive woman, akin to wallpaper quality. Chen Xue, you rascal. Is this woman in the photo your wife? Chen Xue gazed in astonishment at the unfamiliar, stunning girl captured in the image. Lao Mu, where did you get this photo? I found it while rummaging through the room when you were changing clothes. Isn't this villa yours? Don't you recognize the person in the photo? A vague memory surfaced in Chen Xue's mind. He recalled the previous owner mentioning a daughter when he purchased the villa. It appeared that this photograph belonged to the former owner's daughter. During the transfer of property, they had neglected to take this picture, leaving it forgotten in the storage room. Chapter 23. Reclaiming the villa to mask his embarrassment, Chen Xue shrugged nonchalantly. Just a little admirer. Lao Mu gazed longingly at the photograph before finally speaking. You're quite the lucky one. I wonder when I'll have a woman who understands me. Chen Xue noticed the genuine envy reflected in Lao Mu's deep-set eyes and sensed his underlying loneliness. A man with a handsome visage, yet burdened by a disability that rendered him a lifelong bachelor. The heartache and grievances he bore were not for outsiders to comprehend. Chen Xue playfully patted his back. Lao Mu, you're not the same as before. Not only are you physically fit now, but you also run faster than most. I suspect your newfound speed can be applied beyond just running, can it? Lao Mu chuckled. So you've noticed. My reaction time and attack speed have improved significantly. He demonstrated rapid movements with his waist, as if performing a staking action. Chen Xue laughed until his face contorted with mirth, as the two men continued their jovial conversation. The night deepened, and they checked their weapons in preparation for the impending operation. They stealthily opened the entrance leading upstairs, which was situated beneath the bed, and could only cautiously roll sideways from beneath the bed to the edge. They proceeded with utmost care, making not a sound. Suddenly, a sharp scream from a woman in the adjacent room pierced the silence. Chen Xue and Lao Mu exchanged bewildered glances. Despite their carefulness, they had made no noise. The woman next door continued her hysterical cries. Return my son. Why have you taken my son? Chen Xue drew his gun and exchanged a glance with Lao Mu, who swiftly moved to open the door. In the hall stood a toothless man, holding a fruit knife to the infant cradled in his arms. It was Pang Baoshi, who had snatched away Cui Ming's child, shouting incoherently. Bring that black, fat man. Su Yichuan out. I want him to witness the death of his son. Today, I am here solely for revenge. Su Yichuan knocked out my teeth. If I cannot live, then neither shall you. Pang Baoshi had lost 6 teeth, including his front teeth, at the hands of Su Yichuan. Although he could receive a daily ration of instant noodles, it felt no different from death to him. Without his front teeth, eating became a challenge. And even speaking clearly was impossible. His wife had taken refuge in Du Lei's villa, leaving him alone in this apocalyptic world, facing nothing but despair. Before the apocalypse, Pang Baoshi was a wealthy second-generation heir, managing an aquarium. Now, he found himself not only starving but also bullied by Su Yichuan. The most infuriating part was that his young and beautiful wife had been seduced away by Du Lei. He had lost all hope for life, yearning only to end his suffering. However, the thought of dying in such a pitiful manner filled him with resentment, leading him to plan a revenge against Du Lei and his associates before taking his own life. In his heart, Pang Baoshi had convinced himself that the infant in Cui Ming's arms was the biological son of that black, fat man, for how else could he be so dark? Unable to best Su Yichuan, he believed he could still exploit his weakness. Cui Ming, witnessing her child being taken, shouted at Pang Baoshi, "Are you even a man? Bullying women and children. If you have the guts, confront Su Yichuan. This child is not his. Return my child. Darling. Lu Xiaoming. Our child has been taken. Hurry and come with a gun to kill him." At that moment, the residents of the villa, who had been sound asleep, began to awaken and hurriedly made their way to the hall. Under Du Lei's influence, the modest villa had become home to over a dozen women, all relatively young and attractive. Lu Xiaoming aimed his gun at the hand of Pang Baoshi, more precisely at the infant he held. "Friend, we understand your predicament. Let's talk this over. I want to shoot you. Just don't harm anyone else. I can let you leave with the child." The infant in Pang Baoshi's arms seemed to sense the danger and began to wail loudly. Lu Xiaoming was utterly oblivious to the reason behind the abduction of Cui Ming's child, and he was disinclined to seek an answer. The most favorable outcome would be for the child to be taken away by the man before him, irrespective of whether it was for sustenance or upbringing. All he desired was to be left undisturbed alongside Cui Ming. Cui Ming gazed at Lu Xiaoming in astonishment. "Lu Xiaoming, you beast. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? I shall never forgive you for this calamity upon the child. Hurry and retrieve the child." Lu Xiaoming hesitated, harboring a fervent wish for Pang Baoshi to eliminate the infant, yet he had never defied his wife's wishes. Just as he was about to voice a response, he was interrupted by the arrival of Du Lei. Du Lei surveyed the heavily armed Chen Xue and old Mu, then pointed at Pang Baoshi. "Are you two in cahoots with him?" Chen Xue aimed his firearm at Su Yichuan, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips. "Do you believe I came merely to spectate?" After uttering these words, Chen Xue's gaze fixated intensely on Su Yichuan. Du Lei regarded Chen Xue with grave seriousness. "Whether you are allies is of little consequence. The moment you stepped foot in my villa, your fate was sealed. Extraordinary times necessitate extraordinary measures. Yichuan, deal with these 3. Upon hearing Du Lei's command, a simple smile emerged on Su Yichuan's otherwise stern face. His vacant eyes locked onto Chen Xue. A sense of dread enveloped Chen Xue as he prepared to fire, when suddenly, the situation took a dramatic turn. The hefty figure unexpectedly retaliated with a powerful slap directed at Du Lei's face. A resounding crack echoed through the air as Du Lei was felled to the ground by Su Yichuan's formidable strength. Seizing the moment, Su Yichuan unleashed a flurry of slaps upon the downed Du Lei, who was now gasping for breath, having lost control of his bodily functions. As he struck, Su Yichuan muttered, "I have endured your commands for far too long, solely dictated by your whims." Before the apocalypse, Su Yichuan had revered Du Lei, but he often found himself tasked with menial duties. In the aftermath of the world's end, protecting the group, clearing snow, and seizing the villa became Su Yichuan's responsibilities. Yet, instead of treating him as an equal, Du Lei sought to subjugate him further to maintain control. In the presence of women, Du Lei regarded Su Yichuan as little more than a servant. Wielding the power to instigate divorces among the men and inciting disdain towards Su Yichuan from the women in the villa. Consequently, these women harbored animosity towards Su Yichuan, oblivious to the fact that their comfortable living and sustenance were not the result of Du Lei's influence, but rather Su Yichuan's efforts. This realization fostered a profound shift in Su Yichuan's mindset, leading to an escalating dissatisfaction with Du Lei. Once meek due to his ordinariness, he now believed himself to be a chosen one, endowed with extraordinary abilities meant for monumental endeavors, yearning fervently to alter his standing in the world. Du Lei, in this scenario, serves as the stumbling block that must be eliminated to alter one's fate. An ordinary individual should never presume to command a superhuman as a subordinate. Chen Xue observed Su Yichuan, still venting his frustrations atop Du Lei, and the expression of indignation on the black, rotund man's face suggested he had endured Du Lei's oppression for far too long, leading to this moment of retaliation. Yet, this cannot be deemed the righteous fury of an honest person. An honest individual is characterized by integrity, simplicity, trustworthiness, a lack of eloquence, social awkwardness, self-doubt, and a pure, upright heart. Such individuals possess numerous admirable qualities, and in that era, whether male or female, few harbored disdain for the honest. It was the highest praise of the last century, a model for men and an ideal husband in the eyes of women. However, the notion of honesty has since devolved into a pejorative term. Su Yichuan certainly does not embody the essence of honesty. He is merely a seemingly loyal but twisted individual. If this excellent opportunity to eliminate him were squandered, it is likely that no one would be able to restrain this rotund man afterward. Chen Xue could not anticipate that Du Lei would perish at the hands of Su Yichuan. Seizing the moment while the black man was distracted, he raised his gun and aimed for Su Yichuan's forehead, unleashing a barrage of bullets. Sensing the imminent danger, Su Yichuan immediately lifted the lifeless body of Du Lei to shield himself from Chen Xue's gunfire. Meanwhile, Pang Baozhao raised an infant, warning Su Yichuan against any rash actions. The black man, maintaining his signature simple-minded grin, retaliated against Pang Baozhao with a powerful slap. In a moment of panic, Pang Baozhao attempted to use the infant as a shield, but the force of Su Yichuan's strike sent the child flying, as if propelled by a rocket, crashing violently against the villa's bulletproof glass. Pang Baozhao's right hand was caught in the trajectory of the slap, resulting in a broken bone protruding from his flesh, causing him to cry out in agony. Chui Ming, witnessing the gruesome demise of the child, lunged forward in a frenzied attempt to grasp Su Yichuan's face. Su Yichuan's arms, akin to powerful whips, swung out and delivered a slap that shattered Chui Ming's skull. Lu Xiangming, upon seeing his wife murdered, was consumed by rage and fired multiple shots at Su Yichuan. In a swift motion, Su Yichuan seized Chui Ming's corpse to shield himself from Lu Xiangming's gunfire and hurled the body back at him. The formidable impact shattered Lu Xiangming's ribs. And fearing further gunfire, Su Yichuan advanced to snap his neck. The scene within the villa descended into utter chaos. Despite the apocalyptic circumstances, none had witnessed such a bloodbath. Women screamed in terror, fleeing towards the villa's exit, while some, unable to endure the chill outside, cowered in place from fear. Su Yichuan's seemingly innocent gaze revealed a flicker of murderous intent as he brandished a marble table as a makeshift shield, advancing towards Chen Xue. Observing the danger to Chen Xue, Lao Mu swiftly lunged from behind with a dagger aimed at Su Yichuan. In a quick turn, Su Yichuan swatted Lao Mu away with a single blow, sending him crashing 5 meters into the wall, where he fell silent. Chen Xue observed the formidable figure of the burly man, and in a few quick strides, he dashed towards the basement. Fortunately, aside from his immense strength, Su Yichuan's speed was quite ordinary, even lagging behind Chen Xue. Su Yichuan smashed the marble table with a few powerful punches, seizing a half-piece as a makeshift shield. Leisurely trailing behind Chen Xue, determined in his thoughts, Chen Xue recognized that although Su Yichuan possessed monstrous strength, he was not invulnerable to injury. Just moments ago, he had witnessed Su Yichuan's hand collide with a knife while crushing an infant, inflicting a grievous wound that exposed bone. If he could lure Su Yichuan into the confined space of the basement, he could take advantage of the moment when the man entered to deliver a fatal stab with his dagger. He glanced back at Su Yichuan, preparing to step into the basement when an unexpected turn of events occurred. Some women who had fled the villa began to return, followed by a little girl. Upon entering, the girl slowly closed the heavy double doors of the villa behind her. Chapter 24. The terrifying little girl, both Su Yichuan and Chen Xue, turned their attention to the girl, a child of about 11 or 12 years old. Her petite frame was clad in an oversized white shirt that draped over her delicate, slender thighs, her bare feet visible beneath. Strangely, the white shirt was stained with blood, and there were traces of dried blood at the corners of her mouth and on her hands. Her striking red eyes scanned the room, lingering on each of the 14 individuals present. Enough, enough, the girl chimed, her laughter ringing like silver bells. The surrounding women gazed at her in terror, too frightened to even breathe. This bizarre scene caught Su Yichuan's attention. These women belonged to Du Lei, and with Du Lei now deceased, it was only fitting that he, Su Yichuan, assumed control. He approached the girl with his trademark amiable grin, feeling quite pleased with Du Lei's women, albeit somewhat disappointed by their apparent age. As a seasoned recluse, he desired the presence of youthful companions. Little sister, what do you mean by enough? As long as you reside here, I assure you there will be plenty to eat. The girl stared at the approaching rotund figure, her eyes glowing with a fierce intensity, her expression one of utter disdain. Su Yichuan reached out with his large, fan-like hand to grasp her arm, but the girl neither flinched nor dodged, allowing him to seize her arms. A glimmer of contempt in her gaze. She opened her mouth wide, and with lightning speed, her 4 sharp fangs sank into Su Yichuan's shoulder, tearing away a chunk of flesh with a slight exertion. The smile on Su Yichuan's face transformed into one of shock as he let out a pained scream. He began to struggle with all his might, attempting to break free from the girl's grip. She withdrew her captured hand, twisting her arm upward to seize both of Su Yichuan's robust arms, and directed her fierce bite towards his neck. With her mouth agape, she delivered several swift bites, ultimately severing the neck of the monstrous figure before her. The girl seized his head and tossed it aside, unconcerned as she began to consume the remains of Su Yichuan within the villa. After feasting on half of the body, she violently tore off Su Yichuan's 2 thighs, picking up a fruit knife that Pang Baosher had just dropped, and made a circular incision around the joint of Su Yichuan's hips. The blade of the knife had dulled, and realizing it could not cut through, she was reluctant to touch it with her hands. With a decisive stomp, she shattered Su Yichuan's entire pelvic bone and disdainfully severed the waist, kicking it aside. The girl, seemingly petite, had an insatiable appetite, voraciously devouring Su Yichuan until only a few white bones and entrails remained. After finishing her meal, she let out a satisfied belch and surveyed the crowd. Her fair skin was smeared with congealed blood, yet she made no effort to wipe it away. With a smile directed at those in the room, she declared, "From now on, you will all reside here together. Should anyone dare to take a single step outside, I shall consume them." With no objections from the living in the hall, she added, "I shall retire for now." The others remained silent, too intimidated to speak, while Chen Xue's gaze remained fixed on Su Yichuan's unblinking head. He sensed that within Su Yichuan's mind lay something he deeply craved. Glancing at the terrifying little girl, he noticed her crimson eyes locking onto him. "You seem different from the others. Your life energy is significantly stronger," she observed. Chen Xue felt a chill run down his spine, as a vivid image flashed in his mind of the girl swiftly lifting him off the ground. Ever since his grandmother's passing, he had awakened this ability. His 6th sense was remarkably accurate, allowing him to sense impending danger. True to form, moments later, the girl reached out to grab him, and with quick reflexes, Chen Xue sidestepped. "Oh, you're quite quick," she remarked, though it did not deter her from attempting to lift him again. Just as he evaded her first grasp, she captured his neck with her second attempt, her small hand gripping him firmly. Chen Xue felt helpless. In the face of such overwhelming power, even his 6th sense was insufficient to evade her strike. The girl examined him closely, as if discovering a new toy. "You, go fetch some water, make sure it's hot. No, it should be scalding. Bring it upstairs. I want to wash my feet before sleeping. And if you're interested in that fat man's ugly head, consider it a reward for you." Chen Xue was momentarily taken aback, but quickly acquiesced. The girl released him, humming a tune as she skipped up the stairs. Once she was gone, Chen Xue promptly checked on Old Mu. He felt Old Mu's body, relieved to find he had not sustained severe injuries, only having fainted. It appeared that since acquiring his abilities, Old Mu had become much more resilient. An ordinary person would have perished from the injuries Su Yichuan had inflicted. He laid Old Mu on a sofa to rest, and quietly approached Su Yichuan's head, placing his hand upon it, a surge of energy flowing into him. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Upon absorbing Su Yichuan's extraordinary abilities, the small point of light within his mind grew increasingly luminous. He distinctly sensed his 6th sense intensifying, an awareness transcending the conventional 5 senses. After completing this, Chen Xue felt an insatiable yearning coursing through his veins. Compelled by a mysterious force, he unsheathed a dagger and made a superficial incision on his arm, aligning Su Yichuan's severed head with the wound to allow the blood from the black, rotund figure to flow into him. To his astonishment, he discovered that Su Yichuan's powers were surging into his body. Before long, a tingling sensation enveloped his arms. As if the very fabric of his muscle tissue were undergoing transformation, a relentless surge of strength pouring into his hands. The once ethereal and corporeal points within the small orb on his forehead merged, solidifying with the infusion of Su Yichuan's blood. He marveled at the realization that by integrating the blood of a person endowed with extraordinary abilities into his own, he could permanently harness their powers. Amidst this revelation, Chen Xue remained mindful of a paramount task, drawing water for the little girl to wash her feet. He feared that should he neglect this, her displeasure might lead to dire consequences, even the annihilation of everyone in the villa. Given his current strength, facing the girl could very well result in his swift demise. He connected a household generator to the power supply and linked 5 electric kettles, which soon boiled the water. Meanwhile, 4 women whom Du Lei had ushered into the villa stealthily approached the entrance, casting pleading glances at Chen Xue, signaling him to remain silent. As they attempted to pry open the heavy double doors, with all their might, they managed to force the door ajar and dashed outside. Moments later, the lifeless bodies of the 4 women were flung back into the villa like arrows from a bow. The little girl, yawning, returned to the villa, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Utterly perplexed as to how she had detected their escape. Effortlessly, she closed the villa's grand door and glanced at Chen Xue. Is the water not ready yet? I'm already tired. Your slowness is infuriating. Chen Xue felt a twinge of fear, yet his acting prowess remained formidable. He quickly donned an amiable smile. No need to fret. The water is ready. I was merely concerned it might cool down. I'll take it to the basin at the entrance. Allow me to carry it all upstairs now. The villa's temperature was markedly cooler than his previous abode, and his apprehensions were not unfounded. If left to sit, the water would indeed cool. And he could not guarantee that the little girl would not unleash her wrath should she be displeased with lukewarm water. He placed the 5 kettles, brimming with water, upon a table and carried it upstairs with ease, his current strength rendering the task as effortless as once carrying several plates of food. Upon reaching the little girl's bedroom, which was originally cluttered with supplies, he noted her apparent aversion to sleeping in a room previously occupied by others, as she had appropriated this particular space as her own. Although the room was significantly warmer than the outside, a slight chill lingered in the air. Chen Xue's gaze was fixated on the little girl's expression, observing her delicate brows knit in discontent, seemingly dissatisfied with the room's temperature. Chen Xue observed the nuances of the situation and promptly descended to retrieve several electric fans and heaters. He tentatively inquired of the young girl. Although I am aware that you are not averse to the cold, wouldn't it be more comfortable to have a warmer room? The girl nonchalantly replied, For me, it doesn't really make a difference. Chen Xue's inquiry was not without purpose. The girl had previously mentioned wanting hot water to soak her feet, indicating her preference for warmth over chill. Despite her indifferent demeanor, he filled the room with heating appliances and prepared a cup of hot coffee, which he brought to her. After completing these tasks, he swiftly returned to the adjacent bedroom to retrieve an unknown set of pink pajamas, neatly folding and placing them beside the young girl. Having accomplished all this, Chen Xue discreetly exited the bedroom and closed the door behind him. Moments later, a voice emerged from within. I've changed my clothes. Please bring in the water. He entered the room, carrying a basin and kettle, pouring the entire contents of the kettle into the basin. Testing the temperature with his hand, it was quite hot. The water is approximately 80 to 90 degrees. I hope it won't scald you, he remarked, glancing up to see the girl seated at the edge of the bed in her pink attire. Her complexion was fair and translucent, her skin smooth and tender like that of an infant. Were it not for the remnants of blood on her skin, one might hardly conceive of her as a malevolent creature. Her sparkling eyes scrutinized Chen Xue, and she remarked, I didn't expect you to be so considerate. Your earnestness makes me feel somewhat embarrassed to accept your assistance. Chen Xue remained silent, suppressing the fear that stirred within him. He calmly positioned the basin filled with water beside the bed, then gently grasped the girl's ankle, lowering her foot into the basin. The girl was taken aback, exclaiming, I didn't ask you to wash my feet. Her astonishment was evident as she regarded Chen Xue. Unfazed, he continued to sprinkle water over her feet with a steady hand. Her delicate feet, glistening and well-formed, evoked a sense of tenderness, reminiscent of a gentle father bathing his daughter's feet. Possessing the ability to learn swiftly and being an aficionado of foot baths, Chen Xue applied a professional technique, having watched numerous instructional videos on the subject. His large hands enveloped her petite feet, skillfully rubbing, kneading, and massaging, ensuring each toe was meticulously attended to. The girl's face flushed slightly. The sensation made her feet feel ticklish, prompting her to instinctively withdraw. However, upon observing Chen Xue's focused expression, She acquiesced to his ministrations. Once he had finished washing her feet, Chen Xue fetched several thick blankets from the adjacent room, adjusted the heating apparatus, and tidied away the basin and kettle before departing. The girl was left in a state of bewilderment, pondering his actions. What is this? I merely intended for you to heat some water. I didn't expect such a thorough service. Though she found it quite pleasant, she resolved that she could not permit him such liberties in the future, lest she feel too embarrassed to partake in her meal. Chapter 25. Gongshu. The terror instilled by the little girl had deeply embedded itself in the hearts of all those within the villa. Now, the only survivors, apart from Chen Xue and old Mu, were the grievously injured Pang Baoshi and the fortunate Gu Yu, along with 6 women, totaling 10 individuals. A night passed in such a manner. The villa was of the 6-room, 2-hall type, with the bedrooms located on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Where the little girl resided on the 2nd floor, fear gripped everyone's hearts fiercely, despite the absence of bedding and the insufficient comfort of the surroundings. No one dared to ascend the stairs to sleep. They were all terrified of becoming prey should they inadvertently venture upstairs. Chen Xue lay on a large sofa in the living room, unapologetically surrounding himself with 3 electric heaters. Apart from the unconscious old Mu and the gravely injured Pang Baoshi, he was the only man who appeared somewhat reliable. Everyone else spread their bedding around him or occupied the sofa, with Gu Yu even opting to lie beneath the sofa where he slept. Endowed with a 6th sense, Chen Xue felt no fear of ambush, gripping his firearm firmly. Gradually, old Mu regained consciousness, consuming some instant noodles and ham, while Chen Xue recounted the events that transpired during his unconsciousness. Old Mu suggested devising a plan to escape with Chen Xue, asserting that he could run swiftly, and the little girl would likely be unable to catch him. However, Chen Xue rejected this proposal, opting instead to observe the situation further, wary of being slaughtered before they could even flee. He needed to ascertain how the girl had swiftly dispatched the 4 individuals the previous day. Pang Baoshi's condition deteriorated gravely, teetering on the brink of death. It was old Mu who procured some medical supplies to assist with basic bandaging, while the women surrounding Du Lei were opportunists, eagerly wishing for the little girl to consume the severely wounded Pang Baoshi first. Chen Xue instructed Gu Yu to prepare a packet of noodles for Pang Baoshi. Though Gu Yu was reluctant, she believed he was beyond saving. His injuries would inevitably lead to his demise, and it seemed a waste of resources to attempt to save him. Reluctantly, Chen Xue took it upon himself to prepare a packet of instant noodles for Pang Baoshi and brought him some water. Chen Xue began to see these individuals clearly. These women had abandoned their husbands to seek refuge with Du Lei in the villa. They possessed little compassion, embodying extreme self-interest. Although he, too, was a self-interested individual, he did not mind extending aid to an innocuous person when it was within his means, especially since they were all mere lambs awaiting slaughter, each in equally dire circumstances. A bright, ringing voice echoed from upstairs. "Good morning, everyone. Have you all had breakfast?" Upon hearing the voice, Chen Xue looked up to see a little girl, who could consume a bowl of Su Ichuan noodles in mere seconds, standing cheerfully on the upper floor. The women trembled slightly, though a few bolder souls responded obsequiously. "Thank you for your concern. We just finished some instant noodles and bread. Have you eaten?" Yes. There is some very delicious ham here, little girl. Have you had any? If not, I can heat some up for you." The girl apathetically shook her head. "After you have had breakfast, is there anyone who hasn't tea?" Gu Yu, possessing the greatest audacity, observed the little girl's demeanor, noting that she bore no intention of harm, and thus sought to establish a rapport. She took a step closer to the girl and sweetly remarked, "Little sister, you are truly kind, being so beautiful and yet so considerate. Rest assured, aside from that severely injured man, all of us sisters have eaten." The girl smirked mischievously. "Oh, I see. The reason I inquired was simply because, having learned you've all had breakfast, I too am quite eager for mine." With astonishing swiftness, the little girl reached out and grasped a still quivering heart, warm in her tiny hand. Gu Yu stood in stunned silence, her gaze fixed upon the heart, then shifted to her own proud bosom, which now felt hollow. Before she could utter a word, she collapsed. The remaining 5 women in the villa screamed in terror, some hiding behind Chen Xue, others retreating to the safety of the sofa. The girl extended her smooth tongue, delicately licking the pulsating heart, a drop of bright red blood trickling down her chin. She entered a voracious state, her expression transforming into one of savagery as she devoured the heart in a few swift bites before starting to gnaw on Gu Yu's lifeless body. In less than half a minute, Gu Yu met a fate akin to that of Su Ichuan. The flesh was considerably less than that of the previous pig, barely sufficient to satiate her hunger. Wiping the blood from her lips, she surveyed the onlookers, noting that 2 women had succumbed to fear, their pants now damp. The girl reached out towards Chen Xue, who remained unperturbed, showing no inclination to evade her grasp. His calm demeanor did not signify a lack of fear. Rather, he sensed no imminent threat, understanding the girl's target was not him. Indeed, the woman hiding behind Chen Xue was swiftly seized by the girl. It won't take long. It may hurt a bit, so bear with it. The little girl, displaying her prowess, consumed her meal with remarkable speed. After finishing, she patted her belly and approached a full-length mirror, turning to assess her reflection, only to reveal a look of disappointment. Chen Xue, unable to suppress a frown, thought to himself that this little girl was indeed a demon. She had consumed a woman while she was still alive. The woman, in her despair, could only watch as pieces of herself were devoured, but thankfully, the girl's rapid consumption meant the deceased suffered little. A woman, in a frenzy, dashed towards the door. But as she pried it open just a crack, the girl lunged forward, delivering a punch that rendered her unconscious. The villa was enveloped in an atmosphere of despair. Following this incident, Chen Xue was acutely aware that the girl's speed was far beyond what Lao Mu could contend with. Their chances of escape were slim unless she remained completely unaware. Moreover, even if they fled, where could they go? Ultimately, they would face the bitter cold outside. That night, after washing the girl's feet, Chen Xue retired to sleep. He had yet to conceive an effective escape plan. Yet he sensed that the girl's malice towards him was diminishing. The glowing orb in his mind conveyed the message that he would not be consumed. The survivors within the villa have discerned that the girl appears to have a predilection for consuming women, showing little interest in men unless they possess extraordinary abilities, like Su Yichuan. Thus, another day passed, and the little girl awoke to devour yet another woman. At that moment, aside from 3 women, only Chen Xue, Old Mu, and a lackluster Pang Baoji remained. However, this time, the woman who was consumed was particularly notable. She approached the girl with an impassive expression and spat in her face. The girl frowned, evaded the spit, and swiftly seized her, tearing her apart for consumption. Among the remaining women, fear mingled with a hint of satisfaction at a scheme realized. As night fell, it was once again Chen Xue who prepared water for her foot bath. While washing her feet, he noticed the girl's brow furrowed and her teeth clenched. A faint trace of dark energy seemed to emanate from her, prompting him to cautiously inquire. "Are you feeling unwell? You don't seem to be in good shape." The girl's crimson eyes regarded him warily, as if poised to strike at any moment. "What do you wish to ask?" Chen Xue took a deep breath. His sixth sense warned him to shift topics immediately. "Why do you always consume humans?" "Of course. You need not answer if you prefer not to. Because if I do not eat humans, I shall perish." "Is this answer satisfactory?" Chen Xue held her small foot in his hands. "Quite satisfactory. How does this pressure feel?" The girl's complexion flushed as she reclined, stretching her previously rigid form. "Exhilarating." Following this exchange, Chen Xue's inner orb sensed that he had evaded danger. To verify the authenticity of the orb's capabilities, he consulted Old Mu. Old Mu possessed only a singular orb, while Chen Xue had one within his mind, and another nestled between his brows. The orb in his mind endowed him with the ability to perceive others' malice and sense impending peril, a gift that awakened after his grandmother's passing, which he termed insight. The orb at his brow possessed a peculiar trait, enabling him not only to learn any skill a typical human could wield, but also to mimic others' speech and expressions. This skill he referred to as learning. Furthermore, the orb seemed to compel Chen Xue to absorb individuals endowed with special abilities, requiring the infusion of their blood into his own. Upon absorption, he could wield their powers. For instance, he had now acquired Su Yichuan's abilities. He designated this process as replication, marking the emergence of a second ability. Thus, Chen Xue now possessed 3 capabilities: insight, learning, and replication. Though none were as formidable as Su Yichuan's, he felt a sense of contentment. Insight allowed him to keenly perceive the malice each individual harbored towards him. He observed that, aside from those 2 women, only Pang Baoji and the little girl exhibited a friendly disposition towards him. Unsure, he employed insight on Old Mu, who, of course, bore no ill will towards him. If the answers derived from one's abilities were infallible, then the young girl would not resort to self-harm. Theoretically, as long as the girl has a source of sustenance, she should be fine. There are still many people in the community who can provide for her. At worst, she could simply be informed of this, ensuring her safety. However, upon closer inspection of the girl's features during this time, Chen Xue increasingly felt a sense of familiarity. He utilized his learning ability to replay memories in his mind, and a vivid image emerged. The girl bore an uncanny resemblance to the one depicted in the photograph from the basement. Could it be that the homeowner had more than one daughter, and this girl was their second child? Alone, Chen Xue ventured into the basement. Locating the photograph from that time, he shattered the frame, revealing 2 elegant characters inscribed on the back, Gong Shu. The girl in the photo appeared extraordinarily delicate, approximately in her early 20s, while the ravenous girl seemed to be merely 11 or 12 years old. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Xue tucked the photograph away close to him and departed. That night, as Chen Xue lay in slumber, he was abruptly awakened by the heart-wrenching screams of the little girl from upstairs. He quickly arose and roused Lao Mu and the barely conscious Pang Baoshi, who, disinterested, merely opened his eyes to glance at him before drifting back to sleep. Meanwhile, the two surviving women in the living room had mysteriously vanished. With little time to ponder, he hurried upstairs with Lao Mu. Upon entering the bedroom, he was met with the sight of the girl curled up on the bed, clutching her abdomen in agony. Her once pale, luminous skin had turned a sickly shade of purple-black, and she was violently expelling black blood from her mouth, staining the once pink bedclothes with filth. Two women brandished daggers, relentlessly stabbing her in the back, while another wielded a hammer, striking her head with a resounding thud. These three women, having endured days of torment, had succumbed to a form of madness, howling and clawing as they continued their assault on the young girl. Chapter 26. The choice. The scene rewinds to the morning, where these women, desperate to avoid such a tragic demise, feared being devoured by this inexplicable monster, leaving nothing but bones behind. The thought of resisting the girl was clearly futile. Thus, they endeavored to persuade Chen Xue and Lao Mu to ascend and confront the girl. Esteemed gentlemen, we find ourselves at the precipice of life and death. It is time to embody your knightly spirit. Otherwise, this monster shall inevitably consume us all. We implore you to ascend and eliminate this beast. Chen Xue raised an eyebrow. Oh, you expect the two of us men to go? What then shall the four of you do? The women, undeterred, replied with composure. Why, we shall remain downstairs to cheer you on. We are far too terrified of such a creature. We must rely on the bravery of gentlemen like you to safeguard us. Indeed, you wouldn't dare send us ladies into such peril, would you? That would be utterly frightful. Precisely. Pang Baoshi could accompany you as well. He may have a broken hand, but his legs are unharmed. The three robust men confronting a petite girl should pose no challenge, should it? Beside them, the bored Pang Baoshi, initially reluctant to speak due to the pain of his wounds, found his temper flaring after a few exchanges. If we all went together, that girl is like a monster. Watching from downstairs would merely amount to sending us to our doom. The women, witnessing Pang Baoshi's unwillingness to face the girl, began to hurl curses. Are you not men? When crisis looms, you retreat like turtles, casting the burden upon us women. Enraged, Pang Baoshi refused to succumb to their taunts. If you want to go, then none of you shall. After all, the one upstairs feasts upon women first. He posed a question. Do you think if I relay your words to her, she would spare my life? In recent days, Chen Xue had grown too close to the girl, causing the women to harbor distrust. Lao Mu exhibited a blind loyalty to Chen Xue, further inciting Pang Baoshi's contempt for threatening them with the notion of betrayal. The women understood that the girl indeed prioritized women as her prey. Should these detestable men divulge their plans, they might very well be devoured by the monstrous girl. Seeing Chen Xue and Lao Mu unresponsive, the women dared not express further dissent. Haha, we sisters were merely jesting out of boredom. How could we truly seek out the upper floor? These women were fans of Dulé, and though they could spar occasionally, they believed that battling a monster-like girl would be preferable to ending their own lives, as the latter seemed far less terrifying. Observing the men's indifference, thoughts of self-harm crept into their minds, as it would spare them from facing the horror the girl brought forth. They agreed to procure items that would hasten their demise. At that moment, Chen Xue, witnessing their despondency, refrained from intervening, resolving instead to suggest to the girl during their next footbath to indulge in a buffet within the community. The villa's supplies were ravaged by the women, and one discovered a bottle of paraquat. Fearing her companions would seize this liberating poison, she consumed it immediately upon finding it. Her action sparked a collective notion among the others. What might occur if that ravenous girl consumed someone poisoned? Soon, the girl descended in search of sustenance, and the woman who had ingested paraquat was swiftly devoured. As night fell, the three fortunate survivors heard anguished moans emanating from the room above. Realizing the poison had taken effect, they quietly positioned themselves before the girl's bedroom door, waiting for the opportune moment. This set the stage for the scene that Chen Xue would later witness upon entering the room. Observing the girl in her pitiful state, he turned his gaze to the three women surrounding him, employing his ability to perceive their malevolent thoughts toward him. Among them, two harbored disdain, while one even bore a palpable enmity. Perhaps they believed his arrival had shattered the tranquil existence they once enjoyed within the villa. The women found solace in the warmth of their refuge, free from the burden of shoveling snow like the men at the department store. Their only requirement was to barter their beauty and cater to Dulé, which ensured their access to sustenance and water. Consequently, they directed their resentment towards Chen Xue and others, as well as that detestable, predatory little girl. Chen Xue sensed their animosity towards him and found it unsurprising. What astonished him, however, was that despite employing his insight, he detected no malice from the girl. a phenomenon he had only previously experienced with Lao Mu and Pang Baoshi. The girl, her body riddled with wounds, struggled to prop herself up, defiantly wiping the blood from her lips and managing a labored smile. Your attacks lack potency. Try a bit harder. She longed to claw at the woman who relentlessly struck her head with a hammer. Yet the effects of the potent pesticide were so formidable that even a fierce little girl could not withstand its might. The specter of death loomed ever closer, accompanied by an agonizing pain that coursed through her throat and into her very core. Her lungs were gradually fibrosing, and her strength was waning. The attacking women were startled into silence when they saw her speak, but upon recognizing her struggle, they resumed their assault. One woman wielding a dagger attempted to behead her. You monster, still so defiant at this critical juncture. I shall sever your head and see if you can still speak. At that moment, Chen Xue intervened. He stepped forward and, with a few swift blows, sent the women's weapons flying. This was the ability of Su Yichuan, which he referred to as the slap technique. The women were taken aback. After being violently interrupted, they began to hurl insults at him. Chen, have you lost your mind? Why are you attacking us? Hurry and kill this monster. Don't you understand? If you don't slay her, we will all be devoured. Chen Xue's gaze turned icy as he regarded the women. She lacks the power to kill at present. You may leave now. Do not make me repeat myself. No sooner had he spoken than the woman intent on beheading the girl disregarded him entirely, picking up her dagger to continue her assault. Chen Xue, seeing her dismiss him, wasted no breath. He simply delivered a punch that shattered her skull. He had no desire to explain himself to these women, as he needed the little girl for a crucial task, and her life could not be forfeited just yet. The women were thrown into disarray. Having never seen Chen Xue wield Su Yichuan's ability, they underestimated him, focusing solely on the terror of the little girl. Witnessing Chen Xue's formidable strength as he crushed the woman's skull, her sisters fled in fright. Lao Mu, perplexed by Chen Xue's actions, chose not to inquire further, remaining vigilantly by his side, ready to flee the moment the girl showed any sign of distress. Meanwhile, the girl's condition within the room appeared exceedingly dire. She reached into her mouth, attempting to induce vomiting by probing her throat. Yet her formidable digestive capacity had already transformed the woman she consumed into mere nutrients within her body, including the lethal poison of an entire bottle of paraquat. Despair enveloped her as she clutched her abdomen, rolling back and forth on the bed, her immense force wreaking havoc upon the surrounding furniture, rendering it to splinters. I do not wish to die just yet. As she spoke, her crimson eyes suddenly fixed upon Chen Xue with a malevolence akin to that of a demon, triggering a frantic alert from his insight. Damn it! Does she not harbor ill intentions towards me? The girl leapt up, swiftly reaching for Chen Xue. Forewarned by his insight, he dodged to the side, evading her grasp, and was immediately propelled outward by the old wooden man's speed. Once outside the villa, they could hear the girl's anguished cries echoing within. Chen Xue rapidly recalled the recent events, sensing that the girl's sudden assault was not aimed at taking his life. The commotion within the villa was considerable, her cries mingling with the sounds of objects being shattered. After approximately 5 minutes, her cries gradually subsided. Old Mu, you stay here. I shall investigate, Chen Xue proposed. No way, what if she lashes out again? You would surely perish. I shall accompany you to ascertain the situation inside, Old Mu insisted. I feel she does not actually wish to kill me. Her sudden loss of control is likely linked to the poison she has ingested. Let us proceed together. If danger arises, I shall pull you to safety, Chen Xue replied, nodding. Having spent a few days with the girl, he believed that despite her propensity for cannibalism, she was not inherently difficult to engage with. Moreover, she had bestowed upon him a monumental gift upon their first meeting, Su Yichuan's head. With the absorption of Su Yichuan's head, Chen Xue's abilities were not only augmented, but also endowed him with her skills, effectively doubling his combat prowess. Although Chen Xue was not a paragon of virtue, he felt a sense of obligation to return the favor. Departing without a word was not in his nature. He led Old Mu back to the girl's chamber, which was now in disarray, the bed shattered into fragments. The girl lay quietly on the floor, devoid of the appearance of a flesh-eating demon. With tear-filled eyes, she gazed up at Chen Xue, exuding fragility and helplessness as her purplish-black lips struggled to utter a few words. Please, give me some blood. Seeing her in such a state, Chen Xue felt an inexplicable pang of compassion, failing to detect any warning from his insight. After a moment of hesitation, he summoned his courage and proceeded to do something that shocked Old Mu. He approached the girl, shedding his heavy winter clothing and base layers, exposing his well-built torso. He cradled the feeble girl in his arms, pressing her delicate lips against his neck. The girl paused momentarily, then opened her mouth, seemingly cautious not to inflict pain upon Chen Xue, gently biting down with her small fangs. As he felt a sharp pain in his neck, the artery was pierced, and he experienced the warm, moist sensation of her mouth against his skin. The girl swallowed with a soft gulp, savoring the warmth of Chen Xue's blood as it glided over her tongue, soothing her throat. Lamu stood at the doorway, observing this scene with a mixture of confusion and concern, ready to intervene should anything seem amiss. This continued for what felt like the duration of a cigarette, until Chen Xue began to feel increasingly cold, his limbs tingling with numbness, and then darkness enveloped him as he fainted. Chapter 27. Departure from the villa. Time passed, though its measure was lost on him, until Chen Xue opened his eyes. He found himself reclined upon a plush bed, the ambient temperature delightfully comfortable, with a small folding bed adjacent to his. Rising, he turned toward the vanity in the bedroom, where the girl sat on the floor, diligently assembling an enormous Lego structure. She appeared to be no older than 7 or 8, seemingly regressed in age. The girl blinked and glanced at him. "You're finally awake." Chen Xue touched the bandaged area of his neck. "How long have I been asleep?" "You've slept for 2 days. A wry smile crossed Chen Xue's face. "My physical condition allowed me to remain unconscious for such a duration. It seems I've lost quite a bit of blood. Since the apocalypse, he had maintained a routine of daily exercise within the confines of his home to bolster his physical prowess. Thus his fitness was relatively commendable." A grave expression crossed the little girl's face, one that belied her tender years. "Without you, I might not have survived. Your blood stirred a deep yearning within me, like a life-saving elixir. I truly felt I was on the brink of death. After consuming your blood, the poison within me was purified, and my wounds healed. Yet, inexplicably, it seems I have shrunk once more." Chen Xue recalled the terrifying image of the girl consuming flesh and felt a shiver of fear. He swallowed nervously and complimented. "What caused you to be injured so severely? In my eyes, you are an invincible warrior maiden." A flicker of anger crossed her youthful visage. "The woman I consumed must have ingested some form of poison, which caused my affliction. Umph, I will not rest until I find those 2 who fled." After a moment, the girl turned to Chen Xue, her brow furrowed in puzzlement. "While I was tending to you and changing your clothes, I discovered this." She produced a photograph that Chen Xue had found in the basement. Sensing no malice from her, Chen Xue pondered briefly before recounting his purchase of the villa to the little girl. "That is the gist of it. If the person in the photograph is you, then you must be Gong Xue. Indeed, this villa was originally my home. Why did your parents believe you were dead? And how did you become a child again?" "I am uncertain. I only recall one day being struck by a vehicle on my way home and losing consciousness. When I awoke, I found myself in a coffin. I was terrified and struggled greatly to escape that wretched coffin." Chen Xue listened in horror, realizing that Gong Xue was nothing short of a monster. The coffin, buried deep underground and weighed down by the lid and earth, would likely prove insurmountable even for him to open in his current state. With a slight pout, Gong Xue continued, "After emerging from the coffin, I was overwhelmed by an intense hunger. The surroundings were desolate and devoid of any human presence. Lacking a mobile phone, I followed the signs out of the cemetery. Upon exiting, I was struck by the biting cold and relentless snowfall, and I trudged along the road toward home. I cannot recall how many days I wandered, gradually sensing my strength waning, my limbs feeling increasingly diminutive, as if I would perish from starvation if I did not consume something soon. Eventually, I stumbled upon a house in the suburbs and sought help from an elderly couple. Strangely, upon seeing them, an unsettling thought flickered in my mind, the urge to consume them. I was taken aback, wondering how I could entertain such notions. At that moment, I still clung to the remnants of my moral compass. They referred to me as a little girl and inquired how I had managed to walk here in such frigid weather. I was astonished and sought a mirror to examine myself. Guess what? Chen Xue, watching Gong Xu's dramatic storytelling, gathered his courage and took a wild guess. Certainly, she had not transformed into a miniature adult. Gong Xu shot him an irritated glance. "You are truly dull. If your guess is so easily correct, where lies the excitement?" She continued. "They offered me a dry biscuit, stating it was all they had to offer, their sole means of hospitality. Despite my hunger, I found it impossible to eat the biscuit. Yet, inexplicably, I perceived it as quite delectable. Since emerging from the coffin, my hearing had sharpened remarkably. I overheard their conversation, revealing their intention to kill me and cook me for dinner. Terrified, I contemplated fleeing, but the elderly man blocked my escape, while the woman wielded a kitchen knife and advanced toward me. To my astonishment, I discovered an unexpected surge of strength within me, and in mere moments, I had dispatched them. They became my first substantial meal since leaving the cemetery, and from that point onward, my appetite for human flesh became insatiable. As I traversed the path, I gradually transformed from a 7 or 8-year-old child into one resembling an 11 or 12-year-old. Upon returning home, I found my parents absent, only to be confronted by intruders in my house, some brandishing knives, others with guns. In that moment, I felt a surge of joy, believing I could feast once more. After all, They had occupied my home first, so consuming them would merely equate to rent. Gong Xue smiled with satisfaction. Chen Xue pondered, and it indeed seemed logical. Should he return home one day to find a group of armed individuals occupying his residence, he might very well unleash a similar fury as Gong Xue, with the sole distinction being that he would not resort to cannibalism. Gong Xue's candidness alleviated much of Chen Xue's trepidation toward her. Although he did not consider himself a coward, the terror Gong Xue exuded had permeated his psyche deeply. To claim he felt no fear would be disingenuous. While the notion of cannibalism in a post-apocalyptic world is not entirely unfathomable, historical references abound within the annals of Chinese civilization spanning 5 millennia. In times of calamity, when famine struck, the deceased littered the earth, and people resorted to consuming one another, a harrowing reality. Yet, the scene of Gong Xue consuming human flesh in the villa left all present grappling with profound anguish and dread. It is believed that any normal human upon seeing Gong Xue in her current state would undoubtedly deem her a demon. However, as Chen Xue gazed upon the childlike appearance of Gong Xue, a sense of pity welled within him. It appeared that Gong Xue was originally just a girl from a normal family. He could not fathom the reasons behind the transformations she had undergone in this apocalyptic world. It seemed that she could not survive without resorting to cannibalism. A sudden terror gripped Chen Xue as he recalled something. Gong Xue, if you were hungry, you wouldn't consider eating me, would you? The little girl with crimson eyes regarded Chen Xue and replied matter-of-factly, if I'm hungry, of course, I would eat. If not, I'll spare your life. Upon hearing this, Chen Xue felt the hairs on his body stand on end, his gaze fixed on Gong Xue in fear. Ha. I'm just joking to tease you. You saved my life, so I want to eat you, she said playfully, winking at him. Chen Xue, appearing both terrified and relieved, patted his chest. The jest was far from amusing, although his face bore an expression of fright. Inwardly, he was grinning widely at the prospect of forging a connection with someone as formidable as Gong Xue. He could sense that she harbored no malice towards him, and their playful banter was merely a means to facilitate his subsequent plans. He required Gong Xue's assistance in a matter of great significance, one that he could not manage alone. It pertained to the woman he could not cease to think about, Huayasi. This woman had usurped his home and taken the life of his grandmother, leaving him restless for several nights. Chen Xue arose from his bed, and Gong Xue had prepared some food for him. Lao Mu approached, embracing him with excitement, celebrating their survival from the peril Gong Xue had brought upon them. As they descended the stairs, the once lethargic Pang Baosher brightened at the sight of Chen Xue. His spirit seemingly rekindled. The filthy bandage on his severed hand had been replaced with a fresh one. Approaching Chen Xue, Pang Baosher expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, brother. When everyone else had abandoned me, you and brother Lao Mu never gave up." Chen Xue patted Pang Baosher's shoulder, advising, "Live well. Do not forsake your hope for life over a woman who does not love you." Pang Baosher did not linger in the villa any longer. He bowed deeply to Chen Xue and Lao Mu before turning to leave. The villa was fraught with too many haunting memories for him to endure another moment. After bidding farewell to Pang Baosher, Chen Xue quickly washed up. As he gazed into the mirror, he noticed the bandage around his neck, which Gong Xue had tied into a butterfly knot. He secured his handgun and ammunition, handing Lao Mu the pistol belonging to Lu Xiaoming, and donned a warm coat over his attire. With sincerity etched on his face, he approached Gong Xue. "Gong Xue, I am grateful for your mercy. We must take our leave. You can remain here in this villa, which was once your home." The seemingly 7 or 8-year-old Gong Xue looked up at Chen Xue, feeling inexplicably reluctant to let him go. Gong Xue was initially just an ordinary girl, yet in the face of the apocalypse, her body had transformed in ways she could hardly comprehend, leaving her uncertain about her future. The arrival of Chen Xue alleviated her solitude. Most importantly, Chen Xue had saved her life, and before she could repay this debt, Gong Xue, who had always despised being indebted to others, found it impossible to leave without expressing her gratitude. Moreover, the owner of the villa had long since become Chen Xue, who had stockpiled a substantial amount of resources. Living there together with 2 others posed no problem at all. She could not fathom why Chen Xue insisted on departing. Indeed, with so many supplies in the villa, their needs could be sufficiently met. What was the reason for leaving? Where would they even go? Did they fear that she might harm them? Chen Xue waved his hand dismissively. "No, that's not our intention at all." Gong Xue sensed that Chen Xue and the others still harbored fear towards her, despite her formidable presence, as she was truly not human. She believed that aside from her appetite for flesh, she was no different from an ordinary girl. Feeling rejected, she earnestly assured them, "I, Gong Xue, promise that even if I were to feel ravenous, I would never harm you. You may stay here with peace of mind." Seeing that the moment was ripe, a glimmer of cunning passed through Chen Xue's eyes as he switched to his performance mode. He declared with unwavering resolve and truth, "I believe you would not harm us. However, There is a matter of utmost importance awaiting my attention. What matter? Chen Xue recounted in detail the incident involving Huaxia's murderous assault. There was a rationale behind his actions. He required Gong Shu's assistance. Yet he could not broach the subject himself, or else he would forfeit the initiative. During their interactions in the preceding days, Chen Xue had discerned that Gong Shu was a person of clear-cut affections and aversions, someone who would not hesitate to destroy that which he despised. Nevertheless, he could feel that Gong Shu harbored fondness for him, and he knew she would feel obliged to assist. Indeed, upon hearing his account, her small face flushed with indignation as she vowed to teach Huaxia a lesson. Chapter 28. Breaking the sanctuary. If Chen Xue were to seek Gong Shu's help directly, she would undoubtedly acquiesce. However, afterward, she would perceive herself as having repaid her debt to him, and any future requests would lose their impact. Conversely, if Gong Shu were to independently offer her assistance, it would signify her desire to follow him, rendering her help a mere convenience rather than something Chen Xue desperately needed. Aside from women overflowing with maternal instincts, few would appreciate a man who required assistance for every endeavor. Thus, the three departed the villa. Making their way towards the Xinxin community, Chen Xue carried a large sack of supplies as he, along with Lao Mu and Gong Shu, traversed a considerable distance within the neighborhood. They circumvented the building where he had previously resided, arriving at a neighboring structure. Lao Mu, gazing at the edifice before them, asked in confusion, "Chen Xue, have you taken a wrong turn? Aren't we supposed to be in the adjacent building?" "Indeed. Our objective is to ascend to the rooftop of this very building. Does this imply we are merely scouting the location today? You may not be aware, but my residence has been fortified with exceptional resilience. The main entrance is constructed from specialized materials designed to withstand explosions and forced entry. Even with Gong Shu's assistance, reaching the front door is utterly impossible. Surely, you are not contemplating leaping from this rooftop to the adjacent building?" Chen Xue smiled and remarked, "Mugu, your ingenuity is remarkable. Indeed, we shall fly over. Just wait and see." Chen Xue, accompanied by two others, ascended to the rooftop. Each building in Xinxin community comprises 20 floors, with Chen Xue's home situated on the 18th. The distance between the two buildings is approximately 50 meters, not exceedingly far. He had pondered the matter thoroughly. Huaxia is a cautious woman, and she would undoubtedly notice the surveillance Chen Xue had left in his room. Should he attempt to breach the door directly and fail, Huaxia would be forewarned. His strategy was to strike with utmost surprise. Like a lion exerting full strength against a rabbit, Chen Xue wished to leave no opportunity for Huaxia to prepare herself. Though she was but a woman, in Chen Xue's estimation, she was a formidable adversary. Moreover, her dog, capable of altering positions, had to be eliminated first to prevent unforeseen complications. Chen Xue was aware of his own formidable strength and Gong Shu's destructive power. Yet relying solely on their physical prowess and firearms would not suffice to break through the sturdy door. The adjacent walls were reinforced with special steel and concrete, hardly less robust than the door itself. The most vulnerable point was the bulletproof glass on the 18th floor's exterior, reinforced to a daunting thickness of 20 millimeters. This glass, however, would prove no match for Chen Xue, especially after acquiring Su Yichuan's abilities. From a sack, he retrieved a uniquely thick air-cushioned protective suit, designed to mitigate the hazards of high-altitude falls. To prevent succumbing to the cold during flight, Chen Xue layered thermal underwear beneath the protective suit and an insulated jacket. While prepared for the endeavor, once dressed, he instructed Gong Shu to inflate the air-cushioned suit. Gong Shu exerted great force, filling the suit with air until Chen Xue resembled a large frog. "Gong Shu, I will first shatter the window. Then, you must throw me through the opening," he instructed. Producing several 10-kilogram lead balls from the sack, he tied a nylon rope to his foot, securing the other end to a sturdy railing, anchored by Lao Mu to prevent a fatal fall should the entry fail. Standing atop the roof, Chen Xue grasped the lead ball, aimed at the bulletproof glass of his own building, and hurled it with a whip-like motion. His arm strength now rivaled that of a grizzly bear. The lead ball shot forth like a cannonball, striking the glass with a resonant bong, creating a large hole. Hastily, he flung several more lead balls. The bulletproof glass, unable to withstand the relentless impact, shattering into fragments. Gong Shu now, an adorable 8-year-old girl, lifted Chen Xue high and hurled him toward the opposite window. Her aim was precise, and her strength just right, propelling Chen Xue's body swiftly through the air toward the window. Inside the room, Huaxia, clad in a nightgown, appeared visibly alarmed. However, she regained her composure the moment Chen Xue shattered the window with a lead ball. Swiftly, she dashed beneath Chen Xue's bed to retrieve a samurai sword, positioning herself before the window in anticipation of his arrival. As Chen Xue soared through the air, his pupils dilated upon spotting Huaxia wielding the gleaming blade. He had not anticipated her reaction to be so prompt, as if it had been rehearsed. Unbeknownst to him, Huoxia had long prepared for such an intrusion, constantly fearing that someone would attempt to seize their sanctuary. The thought of an intruder breaking through the window had driven her to practice extensively. Things were becoming dire. His velocity was alarmingly fast, and a collision with that blade would spell disaster. Amidst this heart-stopping moment, Lao Mu on the opposite rooftop unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards Huoxia. But his shots missed, as she was out of effective range. Nonetheless, the gunfire sent Huoxia scurrying back into the room. Seizing the opportunity presented by Lao Mu's cover fire, Chen Xue adjusted his angle and, the moment he entered through the window, firmly grasped the sturdy window frame, which absorbed his powerful momentum. With a forceful tug of his arms, he propelled himself inside. Upon seeing Chen Xue's entrance, Huoxia hastily flung her dog, Fong Fong, out of the window, causing the frightened animal to cling desperately to the ledge with its paws. Fong Fong's gaze met Chen Xue's, as it instinctively sought to swap places with its owner. Realizing her intent, Chen Xue drew his pistol and shot through the dog's head. Fong Fong fell silent, its leash still clutched in Huoxia's hand. Huoxia's expression shifted dramatically, her face contorted with anguish as she cried out, "No, my Fong Fong, you monster!" Chen Xue regarded the diminutive, unattractive woman before him with icy disdain. Although he believed that excessive conversation during combat could lead to unforeseen complications, he felt no fear. Bolstered by his premonitions that warned him of her intentions, he did not desire to see her suffer unduly. "You are truly cautious," he remarked, observing the dog still tethered by its leash within the room. "Clearly, you anticipated someone would intrude. The plan was for your dog to switch places with the intruder, leading to a fatal fall should you release the leash. Quite the clever scheme." Huoxia cast a glance at the gun in Chen Xue's hand. Acutely aware that her slender frame could not withstand his might, she discarded the samurai's sword to the side. "Chen Xue, please let me explain. I was momentarily possessed. I only wished to reside in your home. It was not I who killed your grandmother. She leapt to her own demise. Is there any chance at all for me to be spared?" Chen Xue's piercing gaze remained fixed upon her. His instincts were on high alert as he raised his weapon, aiming at Huoxia's right arm. "Your right hand seems rather disobedient." Blood began to trickle down her right arm, and she screamed in agony as a bottle of tear gas fell from her grasp. With a resounding crack, his second shot found its mark in Huoxia's knee, leaving her teetering on the brink of unconsciousness from the excruciating pain. With a smile, Chen Xue approached Huoxia. Suddenly, there were two crisp sounds of bone cracking as he ruthlessly dislocated her wrists with hands as unyielding as iron hoops. He then seized the katana lying on the ground and severed her legs just below the knees. Tears streamed down Huoxia's grotesque face as she lay there, her limbs rendered useless, continuously pleading with Chen Xue. "Please, spare me. I realize my mistakes." Chen Xue thought of his grandmother, and his heart ached. "You don't truly understand your mistakes. You comprehend that your life is forfeit." He chose her method of demise, employing the same cruel technique that had been used against his grandmother. He cast Huoxia's torso from the 18th floor, and it was likely that the woman, clad only in her nightgown, would succumb to the chilling air before meeting her end. After extinguishing Huoxia's life, Chen Xue gazed at his home, where once warm memories were now shrouded in a veil of gloom. He stood there in a daze, unaware of how long he had remained still, until he felt Gong Shu tugging at the ropes binding him. Coming back to reality, Chen Xue brought the dog from outside into the house, placing his hand on its head to absorb the light orbs within. He could feel his perception sharpening. He attempted to cut the dog's neck, yet he distinctly sensed that his blood did not stir in response to the dog's. In other words, Chen Xue discovered that even if he assimilated the dog's blood, he would not acquire the ability to change places with it. What could this mean? Was it only human abilities he could absorb? That evening, the three of them returned to the villa, setting out some jerky and red wine on the table for a modest celebration. Gong Shu abstained from the jerky, sipping only a bit of wine, her cheeks flushing a rosy hue. Lao Mu jested, "Chen Xue, you are quite the rogue, giving underage one's wine." Gong Shu rolled her eyes, sizing up the food as she regarded Lao Mu. "Indeed, brother Lao Mu, just drinking wine without food leaves me a bit famished. What should I do? I can't very well eat Chen Xue. He is my savior." In an instant, Lao Mu was startled into a swift retreat toward the villa door, his face paling in fright. Laughter, clear and melodious, rang in his ears as Gong Shu exclaimed, "Ha, brother Lao Mu, you truly are timid. You're even more cowardly than Chen Xue. I was merely jesting. Look how you jumped." Lao Mu regained his composure and chuckled along. "Look at how you frightened me. Gong girl, do refrain from such jokes in the future. They are too terrifying." Chen Xue was momentarily taken aback, reminded that Gong Shu was indeed a true terror. With only him and Lao Mu having food in the villa, it seemed the little girl might be left starving. Moreover, Chen Xue did not believe Gong Shu was joking. for he sensed a genuine hunger in her gaze directed at Lao Mu just moments before. Gong Xue, brother Lao Mu has been a valued companion on my journey. Please, do not tease him like that again. He frightens easily. Gong Xue pouted, displaying her dissatisfaction, having caught on to Chen Xue's admonition. Chen Xue felt a headache coming on. Gong Xue's refusal to eat regular food would surely become a troublesome issue over time. Finding a solution for her sustenance was indeed a challenge. At that moment, a cacophony of clattering sounds echoed from the entrance of the villa. Chen Xue exchanged glances with Gong Xue, and both their eyes sparkled with delight. Rising swiftly, Chen Xue approached the door and peered through the peephole, witnessing a group of residents wielding kitchen knives and clubs as they vaulted over the villa's fence. With several advancing to pound on the door, before they could strike, Chen Xue swung the door open, inviting them in. Chapter 29. The delivery has arrived. Chen Xue beamed at the newcomers, a group numbering over 20. Good evening, everyone. It's rather late for a visit. What brings you here? As the residents stepped inside, they were struck dumb by the warmth and the abundance of supplies filling the villa. An illusion of happiness enveloped them in an instant. Some noticed the strong scent of blood permeating the air, with dried stains dotting the floor. The more astute among them sensed the peculiarities surrounding them. These individuals were residents from other buildings in the Xinxin community, having long struggled to find food. Their hunger pressing against their ribs, leaving little room for concern. Most of them, seemingly deranged, began frantically scavenging the villa for provisions, sitting on the floor to eat. The leader among them resembled a sinister figure, akin to a villain from a mythic tale, who made no effort to restrain his followers but instead grinned malevolently at Chen Xue and the others. We are here on the orders of Zhang Jie, the district chief of Xinxin community, to requisition supplies. It has come to our attention that you have transported a substantial amount of goods from the department store. Confused, Chen Xue regarded the ominous figure. Zhang Jie? Who is that? When did Xinxin community acquire a district chief? You must be mistaken. These supplies belong to the villa and were not retrieved from any department store. The sinister figure scoffed at Chen Xue's ignorance. The district chief is the leader of the entire community. If the leader asserts you possess supplies, then you undoubtedly do. Chen Xue's old neighbor, Xue Jiqiang, was among the throng, glaring at Chen Xue with resentment. Enough with the nonsense. Hand over your supplies. Does it really matter where they came from? Feigning realization, Chen Xue turned to the sinister figure. Pray tell, from whom did you hear this information? The ominous figure cast a fleeting glance at Xue Jiqiang, but chose not to respond. Chen Xue's smile grew ever brighter, while Gong Xue behind him nearly drooled in anticipation. Gong Xue, I have avenged my grievances today, yet the celebratory feast lacks your main course. Shall we commence our meal now? No sooner had Chen Xue spoken than Gong Xue transformed into a streak of crimson light, rushing towards the crowd. Old Mu activated Swift Strike, and with a single movement, he swiftly closed the villa's door. A shrewd man, he understood that Gong Xue was a double-edged sword. Should this young girl leave unsatiated, there was no guarantee she wouldn't turn her hunger upon him and Chen Xue. Old Mu lacked Chen Xue's insight. Had he known that Gong Xue, when hungry, was likely to consume only him, he would have been left to ponder his feelings on the matter. Within the confines of the modest villa, the scene resembled a hellish nightmare, as Gong Xue operated like a human meat grinder, swiftly reaping the lives of those in the throng. Amidst the chaos, blood and flesh flew as Gong Xue, in a frenzy, severed the bald head of the malevolent fire cloud god. Ever since she had been poisoned by paraquat, the ravenous Gong Xue had not enjoyed a proper meal. To suppress the toxins raging within her, her extraordinary abilities had diminished considerably. In consideration of Chen Xue's feelings, she had been striving to restrain her cannibalistic urges. Otherwise, Old Mu would have already been devoured. In mere moments, the group had been decimated by Gong Xue, and as Chen Xue witnessed the impending demise of the last few, he seized Xue Jiqiang. Do not kill this person, he implored. Engrossed in her slaughter, Gong Xue paused at Chen Xue's words, her enchanting gaze narrowing in curiosity at Xue Jiqiang. Trembling and unable to stand firm, Xue Jiqiang was paralyzed by fear. He never anticipated that embarking on a raid with over 20 individuals would end in their own massacre. He had assumed it would be a one-sided execution. A sly grin crept across Chen Xue's face as he playfully patted Xue Jiqiang's cheek. Return and inform your district chief that I possess ample supplies. If you have the courage, come and take them. He gestured for Old Mu to open the door. Xue Jiqiang, seemingly deaf to the situation, remained dazed. His gaze fixated on Gong Xue. Among all present, the most terrifying figure to him was this little girl. He did not believe Chen Xue had the authority to make decisions. Noticing his foolish demeanor, Gong Xue raised an eyebrow and menacingly warned, "It seems you have no intention of leaving." With a high-pitched scream, Xue Jiqiang fled, marching hastily out the door. As he vanished from sight, Chen Xue shivered and closed the door behind him. Gong Xue surveyed the scattered food, her hunger unabated, and gently prodded Chen Xue with her finger. Could you do me a favor? Chen Xue regarded the childlike Gong Xue with curiosity and jested. You are a Valkyrie. How can a mere mortal like me assist you? Speak your wish. Could you sever the waists of these individuals? She asked, her cheeks flushing as she gazed earnestly at Chen Xue. Understanding dawned upon him. No wonder Gong Xue had no appetite for men. It was due to her shyness. He grasped 2 sabers in his hands and commenced his grim task in the living room. The human skeletal structure proved exceedingly resilient, and soon his blades dulled. Reluctantly, he switched to an axe to continue. Chen Xue found this work distasteful, as it left him splattered with blood. Meanwhile, Gong Xue happily feasted in the room, while old Mu, after a brief observation, retreated to vomit, leaving only Chen Xue to accompany her. Though he was not entirely accustomed to Gong Xue's dining habits, it felt inappropriate for the host to depart early after such a vengeful feast. Once Gong Xue entered her eating mode, she transformed from an adorable little girl into a ravenous specter, her mouth capable of widening to consume the head of an adult whole. This time, she devoured more than 20 individuals in one go. Half an hour later, the villa was strewn with eerie white bones, with only a pile of intact male wastes remaining. After such a feast, Gong Xue found herself unable to rise from the ground, contentedly caressing her distended belly and letting out a long, satisfied belch. With drowsy eyes, she stretched languidly on the floor and yawned. Chen Xue, I can hardly move. I'm going to sleep now. With that, she lay down on the ground and fell into slumber. Chen Xue gazed speechlessly at Gong Xue, who lay amidst the pool of blood, and sighed. He gently lifted the girl, cradling her in his arms, and carried her to the bedroom upstairs, tucking her in before departing. The following day, upon waking, Chen Xue began tidying the grand living room of the villa with Lao Mu, as they intended to make this place their residence. The sight of dismembered bodies and white bones was decidedly unsettling for both of them. After they organized the remains into bags and disposed of them, Lao Mu's remarkable speed was truly commendable. He was worth 10 of Chen Xue. Without Lao Mu, Chen Xue could scarcely fathom the arduousness of cleaning the living room. As they walked while chatting, Chen Xue's instincts suddenly flared with alarming urgency. He dropped the bag he was carrying and pulled Lao Mu aside just in time. With a loud bang, the bag of frozen corpses he had just discarded was obliterated, sending flesh and blood flying. Having dodged the first bullet, Chen Xue quickly drew his sidearm. Lao Mu activated his speed and yanked Chen Xue behind the refuse room for cover. The 2 men observed their surroundings from their shelter and deduced the sniper's location. Recalling the method he had employed to kill Han Jin, Chen Xue produced a small vanity mirror to assess the situation outside their cover. Another bang echoed as the mirror shattered. It's an AWP sniper rifle, Lao Mu whispered urgently. Chen Xue glanced at Lao Mu, impressed by his confidence. You could tell just from that? You're joking. Years as a scout were not in vain. We should retreat for now. The AWP has an effective range of about 600 meters, and we stand no chance against it with our meager weaponry. Chen Xue nodded in agreement, and Lao Mu activated his speed once more, pulling him back to the villa. Awakening refreshed, Gong Xue had changed into clean clothes and was astonished to see the 2 men rushing in. Have you been bullied? Do you need me to help you reclaim your dignity? Chen Xue observed Gong Xue, feeling something was amiss. It appeared as though she had reverted to her former appearance, seemingly having aged 3 or 4 years. Chen Xue shook his head. Though your physical prowess is formidable, akin to that of a zombie, you would not withstand an AWP. Gong Xue pouted defiantly. I feel as though you're underestimating me. Chen Xue firmly placed his broad palm on her shoulder, gazing earnestly into her eyes. It's not underestimating you. I simply wish to protect you. A single bullet could shatter your skull, and the critical issue is pinpointing the sniper's location. Gong Xue's crimson eyes hesitated to meet Chen Xue's gaze, her complexion flushing as she nodded shyly at her toes. Chen Xue further admonished her, insisting she must not leave the villa unaccompanied. Gong Xue was momentarily bewildered. She had uttered those very words to Chen Xue and his companions just last week. And now it was Chen Xue who was countering with a fervent retort. Chen Xue surveyed the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows surrounding the villa, moving several sofas to create a barricade. Although the villa's glass was standard bulletproof, he was unwilling to gamble on the quality of the glass installed by Gong Xue's father. Chen Xue sensed that a man named Zheng Jie would undoubtedly send more assailants to attack the villa that night. As evening fell, while Gong Xue rested upstairs, Chen Xue and Lao Mu, fully armed, stationed themselves downstairs. True to Chen Xue's expectations, a group of furtive individuals hurled Molotov cocktails around the villa, igniting flames in mere moments. They were audaciously attempting to set his sanctuary ablaze. Chen Xue was genuinely furious. This was a place where he had painstakingly stockpiled supplies, and should those resources be incinerated, it would sever his and Lao Mu's food source. He quickly summoned Gong Xue and Lao Mu, arming themselves before stepping outside. With astonishing strength, Chen Xue gripped a large iron pot in his left hand and a pistol in his right as he charged out. What lay before him left him astounded. There were densely packed figures, numbering around 100. The three drew a sharp breath. Although they possessed extraordinary abilities, it did not mean they could fight indefinitely without fatigue. Even if faced with 100 stationary pigs, the exertion of slaughtering them would be exhausting. Compounding their peril, a sniper lurked in the distance, hidden away, poised to strike. While Chen Xue had the insight, ability for early warning, Gong Xue and Lao Mu did not. Being struck by an AWP sniper rifle was lethal. The hollow point effect of a .7.62 bullet could be devastating, even to Gong Xue. Chapter 30. Fearless in the face of death, the entire vicinity of the villa was drenched in accelerants, and the flames began to rage fiercely. Chen Xue understood that failure to manage this situation could lead to their demise. He turned to Gong Xue, who was furrowing her brow tightly, indicating that even she found the overwhelming numbers daunting. Chen Xue scanned the crowd, bewildered to find no leaders among the residents. He never anticipated that Zhang Jie would resort to arson. Should they burn the supplies, nothing would remain for them. He calculated that utilizing Su Yichuan's ability, super strength, about 10 times would exhaust his powers, and even with firearms, it was impossible to handle such a multitude. Moreover, the menacing demeanor of the crowd indicated they were not there to seize provisions, but rather to eliminate them. Without hesitation, he squeezed the trigger, firing at the front line. The skills he acquired through learning mirrored those of the marksmen he had observed in videos, resulting in remarkably precise shooting, each bullet claiming a life. After dispatching 5 individuals, Chen Xue emulated Du Lei's magnetic and rallying tone. Provisions are not off limits to you all. Let us extinguish the flames together and seek warmth within the villa while discussing the distribution of supplies. Any further acts of violence akin to what just transpired, and I shall execute the perpetrator without hesitation. Chen Xue meticulously devised a plan, intending to first instill fear by shooting a few individuals, followed by inciting the crowd to extinguish the flames and salvage supplies. He aimed to lure them into the villa, seeking refuge from the sharpshooters, and once inside, he and Lao Mu would eliminate these residents. However, to Chen Xue's astonishment, his words failed to sway the ravenous residents. No one expressed fear at his act of killing 5. Instead, these foolish individuals retaliated with their own weapons. Taken aback, Chen Xue retreated while firing into the crowd. Lao Mu shouted beside him, urging, "Let's create an opening. I'll pull you out quickly." Chen Xue holstered his gun, wielding an axe with both hands as he charged into the throng, while Gong Xue seized individuals amidst the chaos. Their objective was clear as they slowly approached the villa's outer gate. With the strength of a grizzly bear, Chen Xue's axe severed heads with each swing. However, he felt his powers dwindling, the orb of light on his forehead dimming. Gong Xue, too, was not faring any better, her speed and strength waning. A flash of insight struck Chen Xue as he sensed impending danger and pulled Gong Xue aside to dodge a shot. They claimed the lives of over 50 residents in the tumult, but just as exhaustion set in, Lao Mu sprang into action, grasping both Chen Xue and Gong Xue. He activated his speed ability, dashing towards the exit. At his pace, dispatching a few residents posed no challenge, but he aimed to conserve his powers, having refrained from attacking earlier. Each activation of his speed required a significant expenditure of energy, and in his replenished state, he could only utilize it thrice, covering approximately 500 meters with each burst. Lao Mu propelled them forward, mindful of hidden snipers, employing his ability 3 times consecutively until they reached the Xinya community. With no refuge left, they returned to Chen Xue's old house. According to his plan, after releasing Xue Jiqiang, retaliation from Zhang Jie was anticipated, thereby resolving Gong Xue's sustenance dilemma. Yet, he never anticipated such a relentless assault from the desperate residents. Gong Xue, seated by the window with binoculars, observed the villa engulfed in flames. She longed for the crowd at the villa's entrance, lamenting that during the battle, she had no time to eat, and the bodies of the slain residents were carried away by the survivors. The windows of Chen Xue's old house had been hastily boarded up by him and Lao Mu, sacrificing the security and confidentiality once afforded by bulletproof glass. Chen Xue felt a profound sense of helplessness. He had believed everything was under control, only to face unforeseen chaos. No one can predict the course of events, especially when so many lives are at stake. Despite his cautious approach, he had been robbed of his home by Hoshia, who also murdered his grandmother, and now Zhang Jie was dismantling the supplies he had painstakingly amassed in the villa. Chen Xue could not fathom why the residents displayed such fearlessness towards death, remaining untouched by his words. Unable to comprehend why Zhang Jie decided to set fire to the villa along with the supplies, I pondered the benefits of such an action. A slight smile curled at the corners of my lips. Truly, there are always those stronger than oneself. Beyond every mountain lies another, and beyond every horizon, yet another. If I cannot fathom it, then I shall not dwell on it. The vicissitudes of life are unpredictable, and the very essence of a captivating existence lies in these uncertainties. Laozi stated in the Tao Te Ching, a gust of wind does not last the morning, a sudden downpour does not persist the entire day. If heaven and earth cannot endure, how much less can humans? If life were predetermined, with every event and individual's actions laid bare. If everything unfolded in a monotonous sequence, then there would be no surprises or anticipation, rendering existence rather dull. The charm and intrigue of life stem from its unpredictability. From the unknown, the only course of action is to prepare diligently to face these unforeseen challenges, thus optimizing the outcomes. Inside the room, Gong Xu and Lao Mu noticed that Chen Xue had regained his composure, emerging from the recent setback. Chen Xue adjusted the room's surveillance and took stock of the remaining supplies from Huoxia, offering words of comfort to Lao Mu and Gong Xu. His calm demeanor undoubtedly uplifted their spirits. After a night's rest, Chen Xue received a phone call from Pang Baosher, and the smile on his face grew more pronounced. The surprise had finally arrived. Meanwhile, Zhang Jie sat in the community committee office, furiously berating a group of residents. He was a short, stout man, approximately 40 years old, plumply seated on a black leather sofa. You are all a bunch of fools. I asked you to retrieve the supplies, and instead, you burned them. I truly wish for you to end your own lives right now. The residents stood your mission to eliminate Chen Xue, that scoundrel, remains unfulfilled? Have you grown up feeding on filth? After all this time, you have failed to dispose of even one of the 3 targets? Wu Qian cleared his throat and cast a respectful gaze downward at his superior. Reporting to you, leader, the man accompanying Chen Xue, who moves swifter than a horse, has consistently thwarted our attempts to strike him. Zhang Jie, in a fit of anger, kicked Wu Qian on the calf. Regardless of whether you're surrounded by donkeys or stallions, I shall grant you half a day more. If you cannot eliminate him, then take your own life. Wu Qian responded solemnly. Yes, leader. I assure you I will accomplish this task. With that, he hurriedly exited the office. Watching Wu Qian leave, Zhang Jie's expression soured as he regarded the residents still standing at attention. You are all representatives of your respective buildings. Return and inform your neighbors to select the strongest men to accompany me tomorrow in eradicating Chen Xue. My patience is wearing thin. Do not complicate matters for me at this critical juncture. The residents, well trained, responded in unison, yes, district leader. Once they had departed, Zhang Jie tempered his anger. Adopting a more cautious demeanor, he examined the information provided by the residents concerning Chen Xue on his phone. I am now certain that the man beside Chen Xue and that little girl must be extraordinary beings. Such formidable entities cannot be tolerated in Xinya community. Wu Qian, that incompetent fool, will likely be unable to handle these 3. I shall personally deal with you tomorrow. Zhang Jie's subordinates were diligently rallying strong men in their group. And this news had already reached Chen Xue through Pang Baoji. Not only did he relay the information, but he also wished to accompany the residents in their assault on Chen Xue. This way, he could provide assistance amidst the chaos. However, Chen Xue declined this request, citing concerns about using AoE weapons that might inadvertently harm him. In truth, Chen Xue wanted to spare Pang Baoji's pride, although he was loyal and fearless. He was now disabled with one arm lost. What could he possibly do if he joined? Merely conveying the information was already a gesture of gratitude. That night, Chen Xue and Lao Mu returned through the secret passage to the burned villa, only to find that the basement had also succumbed to the flames. Aside from the hidden route, the entire villa had been reduced to ashes. Amidst the ruins, they discovered a few relatively intact rugby helmets and samurai swords, items Chen Xue had procured in anticipation of the apocalypse. The next day, Chen Xue observed the dense crowd on the surveillance feed, feeling somewhat speechless. He was perplexed as to how Zhang Jie had managed to incite these residents to risk their lives in a large-scale assault on his humble abode. What could possibly be so valuable in his house that they were willing to throw themselves into danger? He called out to Gong Xu, who was sleeping soundly. The battles had drained much of her energy, and without sustenance, she could only fall into a deep slumber to conserve her strength. Old Mu has already prepared for battle. Standing at the door, impeccably dressed, smoking a cigarette,